Salute to everybody in the building, man. It's the brother Original Power. We got another one, man. I need everybody to tap in. I need to get everybody feedback on this particular episode and show today. So if y'all ready to rock this thing out, man, I need y'all to drop a fire emoji, share the live stream, hashtag Aboriginal Power, hashtag FBA, man. Shout out to everybody in the building. Let's go. Drop the fire emoji.
Been stunting since way back when CNN. I got news for you haters. I'm a nasty ass nigga, ask your bitch, I ain't lying. 69, that's a favor for a favor. Them hoes biting they lip, cause when I say shit like that, she feel some type of way. I hit it from the front, from the side, from the back, I hit it all type of ways. She throw it at me like I'm just one strike away. Sometimes life is hard to swallow, but she like the taste. Ding, 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 my lawyer fight the case. I got them flowers in me, I feel like a bass. Monsters in my closet, no more closet space. Niggas wanna be this fly, 2 minute flight to take. Enough with the small talk, my girl pussy is a water park. Every little thing I do, turn her on. That's auto start, I kiss every single body part. Her body is a work of art. I'm way too high, her skirt too short. I think I love her, it was just a thought. I pop up in that coupe, bout to go back to the future. She say tone out in my mouth. Damn, you should've said it sooner. I be shitting on these niggas like I'm sipping Metamucil and we smoking on that gas. Pass it like excuse you and it's 662 spiral all day, my nigga. Before these niggas play with us, they'll play dead, my nigga. And if you looking for me, I be on these bitches' mind. These niggas chicken and I never seen a chicken fly. My bitch been fussing at me about nothing. Ain't no telling what she do if I replace her. Like babe, I'm straight, there's plenty fishing, I'm bait. We can't even have a decent conversation. I pop the seal on myself, and she be like, see you gon' drink your life away. Bitch, it's my life, my life, my life, shout out Mary J. And tell them boys that beef tastes like a slice of cake. And old folks get shot too, they write down license plate. I hope that hoe don't call saying a cycle late. All this fucking gotta stop, but I need tighter brakes. And don't run from this dick, girl, I don't like to chase. I wax that ass, she make that Mr. Miyagi face. And she ain't all that pretty, but I like her shape. They say numbers don't lie, she shaped like an 8. She say she ain't no dyke, but she gon' dyke today. It's curtains for these niggas, I feel like some drapes. We turned up niggas, burned up, stop the microwave. This shit might cost us our life, but that's the price we pay. I'm hotter than the Peppers, Peter Piper, ayy. It's that dedication, 5, what up, 5?
Hey, so I gotta turn up on the D5, man.
Hustle, gang, bang, green, mean, anybody get it, anything we'll do for the paper. And we live this shit, talk slick, get killed, got nothing but a tool for a hater.
Spend 100K on my rig, nigga.
That bloody rollin' make you feel some type of way.
I know it do.
Your hobby on me, know you feel some type of way.
I take your hoe.
The car I'm driving make you feel some type of way.
You can't afford it, nigga.
The cash I get it make you feel some type of way.
Bank rolls are us.
Some type of way, know you feel some type of way.
What's the game,
Your
my
shit
nigga?
ain't how we out here poppin', that's all I can say. My only problem is trying to decide what I'ma try today.
What's the game,
We
my
shit
nigga?
all in they face, I know they feel some type of way. I wake up in the multi-million-dollar crib, get dressed, I plan on having a nicer day. But these punk ass rapper keep my name in the mouth like they some type of gay. Ay, you know me, dawg, so watch what you say. Cause we ain't playing no game with your lame man, nigga, fuck boy, you can die today. I keep a chopper in my backseat, I should leg in my Glock. Play crazy if you want to, fuck around and get shot. I don't like these niggas, they really fuck these niggas. Talk crazy in your rap if you want, when you see me won't touch these niggas. I'm a ball, walk around, I'm a flip-flop, they tell so well, why don't you try? If you really gon' be dramatic, we gon' need some music, they cue in the violin. I'm talking slow singing, fly bringing, empty clip to your ear ringing, your chest stinging, you out the door. I hope he don't feel no way. The bloody rollin' make you feel some type of way.
I know it do.
Your hobby on me, know you feel some type of way.
I take your hoe.
The car I'm driving make you feel some type of way.
You can't afford it, nigga.
The cash I get it make you feel some type of way.
Bank rolls are us.
Some type of way, know you feel some type of way.
What's the game,
Your
my
shit
nigga?
ain't how we out here poppin', that's all I can say. My only problem is trying to decide what I'ma try today.
What's the game,
We
my
shit
nigga?
all in they face, I know they feel some type of way.
Hey, man.
Our people dedicated to the importance of supporting black business, but the black man himself has to be made aware of the importance of going into business. And once you and I go into business, we own and operate at least the businesses in our community. What we will be doing is developing a situation wherein we will actually be able to create employment for the people in the community. And once you can create some employment in the community where you live, it will eliminate the necessity of you and me having to act ignorantly and disgracefully boycotting and picketing some cracker someplace else trying to beg him for a job.
Black on everything, nigga. Drop bricks, Tulsa. Kingsley. It's a brand, you know. Black on everything, take a glance, you know. You can see it on my shirt, on my pants, you know. Had to make these motherfuckers understand, you know. I'm just saying it's about time we expand, you know. Take a stand, you know. Make demands, you know. Take a chance, you know. Black owned everything by the fam, you know. I put that on everything that I am, you know. You know the saying, if you knew better, you'll do better. A lot of people ain't make it from where we came from, where it's too cluttered. Youngin' learns how to plant down on its own seeds, not a fruit better. Translation, you can only dumb your sound down if you let them do better. I'm the product of my poverty. Mama never owned property. The eviction notice landlord's game, that's the first form of monopoly. Found out I was indigenous to America, was a shock to me. Time to get my Aboriginal Americans out of poverty. Time to get it for real. Yup, we ain't gon' play no games with them. Linked up with some real hitters, that's where I'm from with the same vision. Tulsa, okay, Greenwood, we gon' make it happen again. Aboriginal Wall Street for my ancestors, we gon' make it last. It's a brand, you know. Black on everything, take a glance, you know. You can see it on my shirt, on my pants, you know. Had to make these motherfuckers understand, you know. I'm just saying it's about time we expand, you know. Take a stand, you know. Make demands, you know. Take a chance, you know. Black owned everything by the fam, you know. I put that on everything that I am, you know. I done built your walls, I done paid your fines, I done made you rich while I'm barely getting by. I done slaved away at your heart's desires, had to take it all away for a piece of mind. Taking back my cream and my dreams, Carbon King, fuck you mean, hidden agendas that you never seen, like one of the fuckers of COVID-19. Make us sick to force vaccines, but we not trying to take those things. Boost up black man self-esteem, no they not trying to see that scene. Cops blaming at us again, no more shaking hands. Black man with a master plan, they fear who I am. Trying to hide my identity, but I know where I stand. Grinding for me and the fam, reborn and do it again. It's a brand, you know. Black on everything, take a glance, you know. You can see it on my shirt, on my pants, you know. Had to make these motherfuckers understand, you know. I'm just saying it's about time we expand, you know. Black on everything, take a glance, you know. You can see it on my shirt, on my pants, you know. Had to make these motherfuckers understand, you know. I'm saying it's about time we expand, you know. Take a stand, you know. Make demands, you know. Take a chance, you know. Black owned everything for the fam, you know. I put that on everything that I am, you know. Take a stand, you know. Make amends, you know. Take a chance, you know. Fuck it, expand, you know. Black owned everything for the fam, you know. I put that on everything that I am, you know.
Our hearts forever. Rest in peace, Dick Rowland. Rest in peace, Jimmy, Lily Franklin. And all the survivors. Shout out to all our ancestors, man. We coming back for everything that they stole. Let's get it.
What's your tribe, what's your set, what's your gang? What's your tribe, what's your set, what's your gang?
Hey, V. Line
Say,
them up.
what's your tribe, little nigga? What's your tribe, little nigga? Pressure apply, little nigga, when we slide, little nigga. If you a $5 nigga, don't get tried, little nigga. What's your tribe, little nigga? What's your tribe, little nigga? Pressure apply, little nigga, when we slide, little nigga. If you a $5 nigga, don't get tried, little nigga. It's a sleeve down movement, we ain't jabbing shit. But if niggas want box, then we jabbing shit.
uncivilized. We be on some savage shit. And if you disrespect this shit, it could get tragic quick. Boy, we smoking on that wop, that's that Walter Platt. Edgar Hoover in the wood and we ain't coughing yet. If you a NA nigga, then you not a threat. If you a AA nigga, you get my respect. Aboriginal, all our ops pitiful. Colonize your mind, then they act like they got rid of you. Truth come to the light, they'll fuck around and finish you. Copper color Indian, the proof is individual. I said the proof is individual. SOE. Shit is getting critical. Better mask up, nigga, or be been a fool. And it's still trap gang, you know that been a crew. A alpha male don't just provide, little nigga. He create governments and get supply, little nigga. All that marching ain't gon' work. You ain't tired, little nigga. Quick the G, check that nigga like, what's your tribe, little nigga? What's your tribe, little nigga? What's your tribe, little nigga? Pressure apply, little nigga. When we slide, little nigga. If you a $5 nigga, don't get tried, little nigga. What's your tribe, little nigga? What's your tribe, little nigga?
Tribe, little nigga. Turn up in the chat, man. Let's go. Turn me up.
If you a $5 nigga, don't get tried, little nigga.
Never have no temp on them, come from where we come from. Copper ain't your nature, this ain't your land, this ain't your nation. They say we lost our language when we went through simulation. Y'all went through simulation, how the fuck y'all know the language? This to mirror, fuck these natives. Atlantis till we vanish. First on Turtle Island, still the first ones on this planet. They talk on the net, but if we met, they show they panties. When it come to action, bitch, we slide like Michael Jackson. Bullets playing tag, this ain't no Facebook post. They was damn bad before they came to the coast. Crackers turn to jackers, all our friends became foes. 100 years later, back on top of you hoes. Like, what's your tribe, little nigga?
What's your tribe, little nigga? Pressure apply, little nigga. When we slide, little nigga. If you a $5 nigga, don't get tried, little nigga. What's your tribe, little nigga? What's your tribe, little nigga? Pressure apply, little nigga. When we slide, little nigga. If you a $5 nigga, don't get tried, little nigga.
Salute to everybody that's in the building. It's your brother Original Power. How are y'all feeling this grand evening, family? How y'all feeling this grand evening? Drop a fire emoji in the chat if you guys can hear me loud and clear. We want to make sure that the audio is first and foremost up to par, man. So salute to everybody that's in the building. Shout out to my FBA / American Indian / Aboriginal family. Salute to you guys. Hopefully everybody's doing fantastic. I want to propose this question to the chat. Should Black Americans, claim American Indian or FBA? This has been a hot topic in the conscious community. I want to get some of you guys' feedback on this. So I'm going to drop the link in the chat a little early. That's for those that want to come on and respond, whether you're Aboriginal, American Indian, FBA. I would like to get some of you guys' response to that. While we wait on a few people to possibly hit the link, I do want to take the time out to shout out some of the family members in the chat that took their time out to shout me out. Before I get into this family right there, shout out to the family that's listening in, that's not in the comment section, that's, they can't comment right now because they're busy. All right, salute to you guys. Appreciate y'all for just giving me an ear. All right, salute to NT75, Brown Liquor No Ice. We got Jay Lattimore. We got Tennessee King. We got Iconic FBA is in the building. We got Villa Nation, Squib King. We got Mupata in the building. We got Navarres is in the building. Loogie Lubis is in the building. Salute to Loogie Lubis in the building. Togo is in the building. And Benny Jones is in the building with us, family. So salute to y'all. Ben, how are y'all feeling this evening? What y'all doing first? Before we get into it, how y'all feeling? Y'all cool? Is everybody good, family? I just want to make sure that everybody is cool. You feel what I'm saying? I want to make sure that everybody is good. Everybody is on point. Everybody's feeling good. The family's straight. Everybody blissful. You understand me? Everybody in good health. And if not, you know what I mean, we encourage you guys to get in good health. Somebody say, we gravy, you mean? All right. I'm glad you gravy, Brother Villa. Brother Villa, I'm glad that you straight, brother. So yeah, good. At least we got one brother that's gravy in here. Somebody said the question, how are you, Bap? Okay, I appreciate you for asking, man. I'm fantastic, man. Always good as well. You know what I'm saying? I'm thrive, I'm alive, I can walk, I can stride. You understand me? I can bullshit and job. That means we all good to go. You understand me? Once we start not able to do any one of those, it's starting to become a little issue. So, but yeah, as long as we can walk, thrive, eyes alive, and you know what I mean, talk shit and jive, we good to go. You understand me? So thanks for asking, Brother Villa. I am doing fantastic. The family as well. You understand what I'm saying? Putting together some big stuff for the family. That's why we want to engage on what y'all want to hear. What message do y'all want the people to hear? Because I'm getting contact from other platforms to come through and do other podcasts. And I want to see what the family want to hear. We want to make sure we putting out the overall message. So just because I have a platform and you guys come and listen, don't mean I'm not going to be listening to you guys when I go to other platforms. So we are all in this together. You know what I'm saying? And I can only be on code as much as you are on code together with me. So we got to be on code together. All right. I want some of you guys to come on the panel and maybe engage in the conversation. You know what I'm saying? But I did hear an interesting conversation the other day from someone out the Aboriginal community having a conversation with somebody from the FBA community. And I thought it was an actual interesting conversation, needless to say. So yeah, we have somebody that claims American Indian stuff. And sometimes I even think that they maybe even lean more towards the Native American jargon, but I'm not for sure. So I'm not going to put them in the Native American jargon. But you know, the brother does come by here. Somebody said, go and school him on some American Indian. It's a real thing. Yeah, I should, but he doesn't go live in the adequate hours that I'm up moving around. He usually live around 2:00 a.m. And that's not a big thing. I can stay up to 2:00 a.m., but I can't stay up to 2:00 a.m. Western time because I'm on Eastern time. And that's about a 3-hour time difference. So if he go live at 2:00 in the morning, Western time, that's 5 o'clock my way. You understand what I'm saying? It's absolutely impossible for me to be up at 5 o'clock in the morning trying to educate somebody on lineage at 5 o'clock in the morning. It's just not going to happen with me unless he goes live a little earlier. Then that'll be a little more suffice to me, Brother Bernard Young, and I would definitely love to go over there and chop it up with him, but it's just a little too late. I was listening to Ling Ling the other day, and Ling Ling came over there and had a conversation with Tariq Nasheed, and I thought we'd get into that conversation right now. Let's see what Ling Ling has to say. If y'all ready to hear that, drop some fire emojis in the chat if y'all ready to hear what Ling Ling had to say. If so, let's go.
Keys on the track, on the track, on the track, on the track, on the track.
For the stats, I be beating the odds. In the blood, it be making me calm. Ride the turban just like I'm Saddam. I'ma blow it just like I'm a bomb. I'ma leave it.
Okay. Yes, indeed. All right, there it is. What's up with it, OG?
All right. I would like to share something on the screen right quick.
Yeah.
Give me a moment.
Hoping it ain't nothing weird. Okay.
No, it's not at all.
Okay.
It's not at all.
All right, just double checking.
Okay. Give me a second.
All right. All right. Let me see my dude Ty. Let me get Ty Powell in here. Let me get Brother Ty in the building. Yo, the mods are ready. Shout out to the mods. Well, the mods on top of it right now. All right.
You see my screen?
Hold on one second. Southern Negro. Megan. Okay, yeah. Now, what's it saying?
So this is the Bureau of American Ethnology Bulletin Series, Smithsonian Institution Library. It's from the 19th annual report of the American Ethnology. It states that the blood of the Southern Negro is unquestionably Indian. And I pose this question is because which would be stronger when taking this to court? Because I've seen indigenous American specific tribal names is stronger when you're taking it to court because you got people like the Puspatuck, Unkacheg, you got people like the Tuscarora, you got Cheraw, you got Lumbee, et cetera, et cetera. So why don't Black Americans attach themselves to specific names that has probate records? You got treaties, you got Guian Miller rolls, Henderson rolls, Dawes, and all that stuff. Why go by a superficial name that's there for temporary reasons when you got different ethnic groups of Black Americans, like the woman just mentioned, Wale, or the Gullah Geechee? You got such and such and such and such. But when talking,
Okay, big dingaling coming in this motherfucker rocking the house. Nah, shout out to my boy Tyron Lane, man. Y'all know I rock with Tyron. For those that don't know, I rock with Tyron. You know what I mean? I may talk a lot of shit and come at him. Somebody said, pause. Yeah, that's fucked up. I know, that's a little. That was out there. My bad. That was fucked up. Wingo, that was fucked up, fam. Hey, but listen, I fuck with Tyron, though. You feel me? I forget who called that nigga Dingaling, bro. That shit is hilarious, bro. But I don't know if y'all remember maybe last year, 2 years ago. I think it was about 2 years ago. He was coming into the debate league that I had. You feel me? And he didn't have no laptop. And you guys in the chat over here helped raise enough money for Big Aboriginal Power to go purchase a laptop for Ling Ling. And y'all remember I drove to his house during the hurricane that came a year or two ago. And I drove it to his house. I drove straight to his house with the laptop. I went to Best Buy or wherever I went to. I forget where I went to. Maybe Walmart. Purchased the laptop and drove about 2.5 hours to his house and delivered it to him by hand. Y'all remember that? How many of y'all remember that? How many of y'all remember that? Yeah, I drove straight to Ling Ling's house in the middle of a damn storm, fucking hurricane, and hand delivered him the damn laptop. Come on, man. We don't brag about the shit we do around here. You know, I just want to make that statement. I do rock with Ling Ling, like to the point where I drove 2.5 hours to deliver a laptop for him to be in my debate league. Okay. So just because I critique and criticize Ling Ling, don't mean I don't rock with him.
Legal terms, it's not tied into like what we know as Black since Lyndon B. Johnson signed it into law. And I'm not trying to plebiscite babble or anything like this, but what makes more sense when taking this to court for reparations?
Okay. Well, here's the thing. A lot of those tribes have been dissipated, and a lot of those tribes now, they've been infiltrated by the white tea people. A lot of these $5 Indians, they've already infiltrated those tribes. You understand? So that's been the problem. So trying to circle back to revive those tribes, that's a long road. That probably just won't work at this point because it's already been infiltrated. And also, how come they ain't doing it? All right, if people want to claim these tribes, what's stopping them from filing some reparations claims right now? How come they're not doing it right now?
So you have a few people doing it now already and already got their tangibles. Heck, they even let token Negroes already get their benefits because they know how the optics look. But now they're opening the gates for more Black Americans to do their genealogy and to bring it up in the courtroom, bring it to their reservation and look over these things.
So yeah, what you're talking about are the people on the freedman roll. Those are the ones who are getting tangibles. All of these other tribes that are basically non-functioning, they're not getting anything. The ones that are not allowed to be federally recognized, they're not letting them get anything right now. The ones
Oh,
that
the
are
word. You literally got some people out here that are in government positions, such as they're in the Gadsden Wharf African American International Museum. I've been there.
okay.
I've seen them take footage of movies with Sekou. There's other places such as the Smithsonian Native American Museum. They got Black Americans in there, especially in books that
Hey, all my American Indian family, all my FBA family that's listening in, should we identify as American Indian or FBA? Or maybe we can come to some rational agreement. The link is in the chat. I would like to hear back from some of the family that's listening in real time.
in the gift shop or in archives or whatever, like the Puspatuk Unkacheg people, those are literally Black Americans.
Oh yeah.
Like I think that the fight should be towards us reclaiming these specific tribes rather than letting and making up excuses for like saying, oh, white people took it over, but they're kicking out those people now. They're kicking out the Hispanic tethers that's sitting up here cheating enrollment. Like it should be no excuse nowadays because we can literally obtain it now.
How come nobody is doing it then?
Because a lot of us are not doing it because they're not looking into their family records, and we don't have people out here. We literally do have these people out here, but we don't have our people actively looking for genealogists that are boots on the ground that are helping each other out to obtain these records.
Yeah, because my thing is, because people start complaining, okay, if cats want to go the indigenous route and just say we are an indigenous tribe, or you want to dig up an old tribe, because yeah, there were Black indigenous tribes. I completely agree with that, but they are defunct at this point. Now, people want to go reclaim it. That's a long road. That's a long road. Now, if y'all want to do it, do it. Now, I'm not stopping anybody from doing that. I am a foundational Black American. When I look at my lineage, yes, I got some tribal stuff there. Those tribes are defunct. When I look at my records, it's Negro, colored, mulatto, stuff like that.
But is it signing the affidavits or probate record or anything like that?
No, don't need that. Don't need that. Culturally, we're foundational Black Americans, and we're recognized as a lineage. We are a very specific lineage. All the tangible stuff will come when everybody just stays on code and stays the course and keeps pushing for tangibles. No matter whatever you claim, if you push as that group to get tangibles, you will get that. Just like we pushed to end slavery against us, just like we pushed for civil rights for us. But my thing is the indigenous thing going that route, if that was going to work, cats already would have done that. So I think that's just a long road. And again, I'm not negating the fact that there were Black Aboriginals. I was one of the first people to do a movie telling people about all the Black Aboriginals and all of that. But it's just like the African tribes. They always try to link us, oh, you guys are this tribe and that tribe. No, we've had an ethnogenesis. We've had an ethnogenesis.
Wouldn't it be an uphill battle for FBA as well because it's the same thing, basically? No. Basically you're fighting these other groups that are assimilating Black American culture into a quote unquote African diaspora with DNA tests. They're doing this with culture, like trying to attach Africa to hip hop. Like, for example, Sinners. They put that African tribe in there to try and say that hip hop came from that tribe. Or you'll have people sitting up here talking about a zebra dance is inspiration for flip rock. And I heard that in one of your movies because I purchased one of your movies back in the day. I don't have it anymore because got rid of a lot of stuff out of my house. But many people, they just conflate things rather than actually studying who they people were. You got people that's like the House of Prayer. A lot of indigenous people went there. They practiced their retentions, such as stomp dance, fashion, like wearing a feather in their hat or something like that. The ghost dance. A lot of stuff that's out here that's not told. But we let these Mongoloid style people bully us out of reclaiming what's owed to us. And they're sitting up here allowing us to come get our stuff. Why wouldn't you go get it while the doors are open?
But what we do, we claim all of this stuff is foundational Black American. We've been adamant about a lot of the culture that was innovated here. We've been very adamant about that. And some of these tribes, we can't really attribute it to that. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, we created an ethnogenesis. We created our own culture, our own music, our own dialect as foundational Black Americans. So that's where I am with
Did you know it always existed, such as toboggans, do-rags, heck, even wearing jewelry in your teeth? That always existed here thousands of years ago within Mesoamerica in the southeastern woodlands, where many of our lineages come from. And a lot of us don't have these archaeologists or lab coat scientists going to these sites and digging up and doing our own research and asking people that got NAGPRA bureaucracy to allow us to do these tests on these skeletons in their own spit. What's going on there?
And even look, we've been like barbecue, for example. They always say that barbecue came from the indigenous people, but which indigenous? I've never seen red natives barbecue at all. That came from us. We literally taught everybody how to barbecue. We were the pit masters. So I truly understand that a lot of the culture is from Black indigenous culture. I understand that, but we still had an ethnogenesis, and we became a totally new ethnic group. And that ethnic group is foundational Black American. And we already use the term foundational Black American. Well, we use the term Black American, and foundational, that's just an adjective that is a commemorative term. You had people like W.B. Du Bois using the term foundation when he referred to Black Americans, talking about how we're the foundation cornerstone of America. So we've always known that we are foundational to the building of this nation. And
to be honest, I think this is the best conversation I've heard from Ling Ling, making the point across, showing why the Indian conversation is prevalent without being so attacktive and aggressive and derogatory to the term Black, or in this case, FBA, Foundational Black American. I think this is very crucial to the conversation, and I think Tyron is actually doing quite well. I don't really agree with everything, but I think my brother is doing really, really, really good in this conversation. I give him a solid B.
That's a stronger term for what we're trying to do just culturally. I think it's just a long uphill battle trying to reclaim an indigenous tribe, because it's already some back and forth going on with the Dawes Rolls and the so-called 5 civilized tribes in that 1866 treaty, where they're supposed to give freedmen some of the same resources. That's been an uphill battle. Now, people are talking about utilizing that treaty because Dr. Claude Anderson talked about that treaty and how we need to utilize that treaty to get certain resources from.
I brought this treaty up earlier and it went over people's heads last night when I was on Smoke Signal Channel, and Truth Net was on there, and they was talking about the pertinence between the era between 1865 and 1965, leading up to the Civil Rights Act. And like I told people, the Civil Rights Act did not start in 1965. The Civil Rights Act started in 1966, directly after Emancipation and Proclamation. The Indian Civil Rights, Negro Civil Rights movement started in 1866. Okay, so yeah, man, we're gonna continue to play some of this. We got my brother Tamu in the building. Tamu the tree. What's the word, fam?
What's up, bro? What's happening?
Man, Kool-Aid.
Shit. I just want to say shout out to you, shout out to everybody in the chat, and this is a wonderful topic. I think that we should be able to like merge in the middle, because there's some people that fall under just the American thing and they're like super cowboys and they're super just Americanized, but they're still us and they don't know the side at all. And we need to still touch bases with them from the root to the seed, since I'm speaking in a tree frequency. So I think like if we merged it together and called them like foundational copper Americans, because copper holds an electricity, like an electric like bind, and we also know that black is like black, and there's too many negative connotations with that, and they keep on putting us in a void of African, of everything else, and we keep on absorbing the bullshit of the whole world. And I feel that for us esoterically, it's spiritual before physical all the time, 100% of the time. If we move our vernacular activity out of the void of black, then we can move into the electric power source, that raw energy source that we all are, that indigenous spark for just copper.
I agree with you, man. I think we should meet in the middle. Because I'm an old school American. I'm a real American, Tamu. You understand me?
Yes, sir.
I'm talking about good, down, dirty, goddamn American. Hand working, building American. You understand me? Right behind me right now, currently, I have a 7-foot American flag right here behind me. Right here behind me. I have American flag tattooed on my forearm that I've had on my arm for over 20 years.
For sure, Ski.
I'm an American.
100%.
But I understand that as an American and as a great noble person and as a person that has been attacked from all angles, we have worn many jackets.
Mm-hmm.
We have been in many positions. You understand what I'm saying? So when you go into your closet, you might find that old vintage jacket that you don't really wear, but you ain't threw it away because it's still classic.
Mm-hmm.
It ain't I'm not saying like it's more of a classic like than the Bible is. You see what I'm saying? It's more like a Nas ether. You feel what I'm saying?
Are you kind of saying like all these words are kind of like Iron Man suits? You know how like Iron Man, he got like one suit, but then he got like different suits.
Right. That's exactly what I'm saying. I'm saying you got the ability to switch in any one of these suits, and they all yours, tailor made strictly for you.
I know we're multidimensional, and we like that's like we talking time travel. We speak in quantum. I
like FCA, foundational colored Americans.
Oh, not color, copper, because color, that's giving everyone access. That's getting we color. I don't like that. I like copper because if you pick up a penny, right? That penny, it's in a gradient. There's light shade pennies, there are dark shade pennies. I'm holding a penny in my hand, it's the same color as me. It's copper.
Do you think that copper could open the doors for, let's just say, Mexicans and other people that
because when you go back to
they consider brown people.
Yeah.
And so copper is a form of brown. So couldn't these people attach themselves to this even more, the so-called brown people?
No, because if we go back to the historical documents, even if you go to the museums all in England and all in the British Islands and whatnot, they have copper American emblems in the British museums, and it's us on there.
All right, so listen, let's go with what my sister Nami said. Let's see if we should call ourselves this. She said we come from the seed. Foundational come later. So we should be the seed Americans, the American seeds.
What are you saying? Seed of America, and they always be calling us
seed of America. Might be on to something. Nami, hold on.
That's fire right there.
You like that because you with the tree science anyways. So that just go right into the tree science, right? Because we the seeds of America, the original, the Tantans, ones that came from the soil. You feel what I'm saying?
Yeah, that's beautiful. That right there is that's what we do. We grow. Right, and remember, even in the Bible, they was talking about us in the Garden of Eden before they came. When they came over here and they started recording all of us, that's what they was recording. And the historical documents, that's correlating with the Bible that people getting convoluted and lost in. They was just talking about what they saw when they saw us, and we was over here chilling in the garden, going to Titans. They found the Titan bones. That's us. When we don't eat genetically modified food, and we just being in our indigenous nature, we are the royal righteous ones. Like, we super royal. They want super hard to hide who we really are, and we still found us. So shout out to you, Bap. Shout out to the chat. Shout out to everybody for finding their truth, going inside, finding their light, finding their source in this water of bullshit that they try to put on us. You still want to source.
So I'm saying, do y'all? Cause all right, I'm gonna open the panel. I'm not about to respond to no more of these goofy niggas in the chat. I mean, no, I'm not gonna say that. Shout out to everybody in the chat. I'm only gonna respond to people that come on the panel. But I'm going to let's finish the rest of this video for Ling Ling.
Tribes
Ling Ling was cooked.
Civilized tribes in that 1866 treaty where they're supposed to give freedmen some of the same resources. That's been an uphill battle. Now people are talking about utilizing that treaty because Dr. Claude Anderson talked about that treaty and how we need to utilize that treaty to get certain resources from these tribes and all of that. There's different routes that we can go. I just want to see what's done effectively.
So one more thing before I leave up out of here. What about this African descent thing? Because many of these people want to hold on to this West Central African stuff, but don't claim or research enough about these kingdoms that were sacked and destroyed, such as the Wagado Mende, the Songhai, the Knox civilization, and all these places that were active during the transatlantic slave trade. And we know for a fact there were some Africans that were brought here. It was just a tiny fraction, such as 221,000, according to David Eltis' update from the former 450,000 or 388,000. And so we know that there were Omars, Ibn Siyed, and Ibrahim Sori, and people like that were actual Muslims, or Moors, for example, that were enemies of some of these indigenous groups that were coming over here as like interpreters and colonizers with the YTs. So have any Black American in this panel found a West Central African relative, and why claim it if you're not actively going after these West Central African tribes that literally blood sacrifice their own people to the YT man over here?
I don't think people are claiming those tribes like that because, yeah, again, we had an ethnogenesis. We have African DNA, just like we have indigenous DNA. And
do y'all agree with that? I need to ask the chat. Yes or no? Do y'all agree that we have that majority of so-called Black Americans have African DNA? I need y'all to let me know honestly in the chat.
It would be impossible for us to not have it because we got all mixed together. So when people start talking about, I ain't got no African DNA, I don't know how, because we were all mixed together. How did you circumvent mixing in with all the people on the plantation? You know what I'm saying? And if you were not on the plantation, where were you and where was your family? You know what I'm saying? So I don't, people just be kind of saying stuff. So I don't know what their angle is, but I just find it impossible for people to have been through slavery and not mix in with all the people who were on the plantation. We are a mixture of a whole bunch of different things. But
I would suggest one more thing is for people to look into the National History and Archives Center.
Tariq, that's that bullshit, my nigga. You're not just gonna say we just African genetics and mix with a whole bunch of things. What is a whole fucking bunch of things that we mix with, my nigga? No. You're not gonna throw that out there, Tariq, and say that we mix with a bunch of different damn things. It might be a combination of two different things. Three, if you really push it, if you mix with some European, African, and indigenous. But nigga, the African story is really becoming obsolete with new data. You only think that we're African genetics because you believe that everyone comes from Africa. That's called the out of Africa theory. That theory has been challenged on multiple levels to the point where they had to revive this damn African theory. So no, I don't really agree with this whole we're mixed up with a bunch of shit, yet alone mixed up with Africans. Okay, I disagree with that.
What's that? The archives. What's that one?
Which one?
The Library of Congress. Yeah, the Library of Congress and your local registry of vital statistics where your family originally came from within the southeastern woodlands or the northeastern woodlands. And heck, there were some Caribbean peoples that were sold over into from North America, such as the Pequot Wars. You had the Yamasee. A lot of these people are mixed up. So don't
hold on, Ling Ling. Are you trying to tetherize the American Indian lineage, my nigga? Are you trying to tetherize the American Aboriginal lineage? You talking about niggas came from the islands and mixed in with the Pequots. No, nigga. The Pequots went out to the islands. The Yamasee went down south. What are you trying to say, bro? Because American Indians ain't no motherfucking mixed tethers, bro, from no islands, bro. What the fuck Ling Ling talking about? Ling Ling, you see, Ling Ling. See, Ling Ling. You was doing good, man. Not everybody from them damn America got no damn islanders in them. And if they do got islander in them, you already, that's recent. That's new. That ain't like before 1870s. You're not finding large quantities of Aboriginal, quote unquote, Black Americans before 1870 being mixed with no goddamn Caribbean. That's modern. If you got Caribbean in your family, that's new. You know them. Like you met your Jamaican granddaddy or something. Like your mama and them know them. Like they talk to them. Like we talking about, no. That's some new shit. We talking about historically. He was referring to it historically. There was no tethers and Jamaicans and Africans all around here mixing with our people in 1870.
What's that one?
Which one?
The Library of Congress. Yeah, the Library of Congress and your local registry of vital statistics where your family originally came from within the southeastern woodlands or the northeastern woodlands. And heck, there were some Caribbean peoples that were sold over into from North America, such as the Pequot Wars. You had the Yamasee. A lot of these people are mixed up. So don't like negate all of your ancestry. Just look into who your people were, what they said they were.
Now, Ty, is some of your people Caribbean?
No, I don't have any Caribbean relatives like that.
Okay. Now,
all my people are from the southeast.
Hold on, he said like that. Hold on, I heard that. See, Tyron slick. He said I don't have no Caribbean relatives like that. What that mean?
Who your people were, what they said they were.
Now, Ty, is some of your people Caribbean?
No, I don't have any Caribbean relatives like that.
Okay. Now,
all my people are from the southeastern woodlands. They would be. I have one Chinese ancestor on my dad's mother's father's father's.
Well, Shishini, we appreciate you for telling us. Shishini
side. I got indigenous American families on both sides, and I got European on both sides. So that's that. I'm even a relative or.
See, old Black people don't really mix with Chinese like that. See, the only old Black people that be mixing with Chinese is the Caribbeans. You notice that there's a lot of old grandmamas that got old Chinese husbands and shit. So a lot of niggas grow up with Chinese granddaddies in the islands of Jamaica. I don't know if y'all know that or not. I'm just letting y'all know. I'm just giving y'all some free game, honey.
Some relation to what's his name, General Westmoreland on my dad's side, because my grandfather, he's Richard Carl Westmoreland, no, Dickie Westmoreland. So he used to play in the San Diego Chargers, the Miami Dolphins, and all them. And he lives currently out there in San Diego.
Okay. Now,
Sanchi, so you a mixed African, Sanchi? You a mixed African, Sanchi? Is that what you're saying in the chat? Or am I taking it out of context? Hit the link, my mixed African American Indian brother. Hit the link.
Now, what tribe have you traced yourself to? What tribe are you clicked in with?
So the ethnic groups that my family are, they're Yadkin Pedi, they're Cherokee, they're Muskegon. That's like particularly Yamasee. They're all throughout Georgia, Virginia, South Carolina, and Florida. These are the same regions that you can look up in the Guian-Miller rolls and the Henderson rolls that talks about Negro families that are attached to these southeastern woodland tribes.
Yes, indeed. My man. All right. Well, thank you so much, brother. I thank you, Ty. I appreciate you, brother. All right.
Peace.
Yes, indeed. Ty Powell. What's up, Ty?
Yeah. You see me? You hear me?
Yeah, I see you, brother. Yeah, I can see you.
Yeah, I wanted to say.
Now listen, the dude Ty Powell is about to make this claim against Ling Ling. You see what I'm saying? He's about to say Ling Ling is a Jamaican tether. Is Ling Ling a Jamaican tether? Naughty. Now, Naughty, don't start it. You know they about to get on your ass, Naughty. They gonna say you trying to tether our American lineage, bro. Because they gonna try to say you trying to tether our American lineage, trying to make everybody in America mix with islanders, bro. Naughty, we're gonna need you to come up here and verify that, bro. Because they saying Ling Ling is a Caribbean tether.
There's a way you can check to see if everybody's on camera.
Oh, really?
Make sure that everybody comes on camera because, you know, it's going to be a lot. It's 2:19 on the East Coast. So it's going to be a lot of, you know, Bussy play and Bucci Cat play in the queue. I can see it in the back. So you just have to, you got to check that back camera because they're going to come out. They're coming out.
Yeah, how can I do that? How can I see it before I let them up?
Hold on. You got to go to modify.
Hey, don't say that now, Empress, because there's some American Indians in this community that said we had TPs. Ling Ling, for instance, Tyron Ling Ling said we had TPs. OTK said we had TPs. Turtle Gang said we had TPs. And a lot of other motherfucking American Indians around here claim that American Indians lived in TPs, my nigga. See this image on the screen? Some of you American Indians, shout out to my American Indian family. You feel me? Shout out to my American Indian family. A lot of y'all be wanting to live y'all life like how this image is. Y'all be wanting to, like when y'all be wanting to say that y'all Indian and be believing it, this is how y'all picture y'all looking in the past. See, this is a European stereotype. This is an Anglo stereotype of how they depict the American Indians. But a lot of y'all really believe this shit. Like this, like y'all really believe this. Like y'all sick, man.
And then you can see them, but then you can make sure that they get on camera so you don't have to accept. Okay. Then you can accept or reject. But make sure that everybody gets on camera first.
Yeah. Okay. All right. I'm gonna try some stuff. Thank you, Ty. All right, Tethernator. Brother Tethernator, hop on in, bro. There it is. What's up, Playboy? Oh, turn your mic on, Tethernator. Turn your mic on. I can't hear you.
Yeah, that's my girl Jazz that be coming up there. The light skin.
Yeah. That's it. Yeah.
You can tell he's from Chicago.
Your sweet thing. What's up, bro? You at work? You at work right now?
Yeah, I'm at work.
Man,
but, that dude that just like came up here that with the Asian last name.
Yeah.
He's Jamaican.
Oh, really?
Yeah, he's Jamaican. I be battling these tethers all day. He's Jamaican.
He might got Tyron confused with somebody. I've never heard Tyron claim to be Jamaican. No way, shape, form.
Last name?
Yeah.
He's Jamaican.
Oh, really?
They saying his last name make him Jamaican because there's a lot of mixed Black Chinese that be mixing with the Jamaicans in the islands. So that is kind of
man.
He's that dude that just like came up here that with the Asian last name.
Yeah.
He's Jamaican.
Oh, really?
Yeah, he's Jamaican. I be battling these tethers all day. He's Jamaican.
Oh.
A lot of these people, I've been on this TikTok thing a little bit before COVID. A lot of these people that be coming up here, they be Jamaicans. Cosplaying as FBA. It's a new thing that's going on. Like when I first came to TikTok, we were battling the Jamaicans and Haitians and the Africans. Then all of a sudden, the Jamaicans and Haitians went away, right? But the new thing they doing, the Jamaicans and Haitians calling themselves the original Americans.
Oh,
they trying to get in through the back door.
This is a lot, and I see a lot of this happening. A lot of these damn Caribbeaners and these islanders be trying to claim the American status. They never been called American, ever. These people are from the Caribbean. They from where they from. They never been recognized as Americans. Their place has never been called America. So therefore they can't be Americans. You see what I'm saying? Like it just can't be like that. And they be trying to tether on to that. You see what I'm saying? So shout out to my American Aboriginal, American Indians, and my FBA brothers. We all in the same boat. We share the same lineage. We just have different names that we go by. You understand what I'm saying? And this is what the conversation is about. I want to get some of the family to hit the panel to let me know. Should we identify, should us Black Americans identify as our American Indian lineage or FBA? Y'all let me know, family.
Tell me there, I got him back.
All right, this dude is a tether.
Tyron,
if
are
I'm
you
a
Jamaican?
tether, huh?
So Tyron, are you Jamaican?
No, my parents are not Jamaican. Both of my parents are from Charlotte, North Carolina, Mecklenburg County. Both of them do not have any Caribbean background, sir.
I met this dude a long time ago. This dude is a Jamaican tether.
Man, now you just made yourself very discreditable, Tethernator. Or is that Top Pal? Is that Tethernator or Top Pal? I don't know who it is. Whoever dude is up here just made himself discreditable. Listen, Ling Ling is not a damn tether. He is American Indian. As a matter of fact, I met Ling Ling. I met him in person. I drove 2 hours away from South Carolina to North Carolina to meet the nigga in Gastonia, North Carolina, which is roughly around 11 miles outside of Charlotte. Okay, he's lying on Ling Ling. Whoever this nigga is, he lying on my nigga Ling Ling. I can't let him lie on Ling Ling like that. Even though Ling Ling trying to tetherize us. You feel what I'm saying? But
wow, look, the nigga ain't slick back. The nigga trying to play on Tariq and get Tariq to play on some bullshit that's going on TikTok. He trying to play on Tariq though. That nigga right there probably Jamaican his goddamn self. Or Pan-African.
Yeah, I don't know who this nigga is, but I know he lying on Ling Ling band.
Yeah, see what's going on is you got.
I said, what's
I'm telling you what's going on. I'm gonna tell you what you know. I fuck with the TikTok Indians, all this shit. I know exactly what's going on. What he doing? He trying to play on the little beat that's going on with the Indians telling you got the Indians that don't like black. So you got them battling with the FBAs. And then the FBA's response to the Indians that don't like black, because they always doing this tether ass shit that Ling Ling doing, keep talking about the islands and shit when they be talking to the FBA. So they saying that them niggas is island tellers.
So they kind of making circumstantial evidence. Then they put the name together. Like, hold on, nigga, you got a Chinese name, nigga. You feel what I'm saying? And I can see
just think about it. You coming at me by me saying I'm black. Like you got to think from the FBA side. My whole premise is I'm black. I'm standing for the mainland nigga in America. You coming to me saying you an Indian, but you from the mainland, but you telling me not to be black, and at the same time you telling me I need to let the Caribbeans in. I need to let the Jamaicans in. How that sound to a nigga that's on the FBA side? So I'm saying, so these niggas don't like that. I be saying it every time I see these Indians go up there and do it. Why in the fuck can't you? If you from the mainland, why can't you talk to a mainland nigga about some mainland shit? Why you gotta even talk about the islands if you really from the mainland? Cause I ain't never had no conversation with no FBA nigga about no fucking islands. What they got to do with what we talking about?
We talking about our real lineage. We ain't got shit to do with no islands.
Yeah.
I think it's irrelevant to the conversation.
So why I be saying, why do these Indians go up there and when in the midst of this argument, when you notice a lot of these Indians in the midst of these arguing, they'll get to talking about the islands. I think them niggas from the islands too. I think they tell us too.
Damn. That's that you may be on something now, Sanchi. But why would you think that? Just give me two good reasons. I'm gonna let you explain. Why would you think that they are from the islands or sneaky tethers? Because listen, I made a point the other day.
There's no reason for you to even bring that up. If you talk to them
before you go in, I made a point earlier, right? I brought up the brother Hood Smart. You ever heard about him?
No, I don't know nothing about it.
Hood Smart. He's a good guy. He go in on the tethers. He deal with it. He defends the Black American Aboriginal lineage. And he's half Jamaican. You know what I'm saying? I rock with him. And I show and compare and contrast to him and let's just say Akeem or King Kong. That be in the chat. That come up. He's half Jamaican too, but he only defends the Jamaican side. The tether antics. You see what I'm saying? It's two different types of mixed breeds.
But don't get me wrong. Listen, what I'm saying is
hold on. This is what I'm trying to tell people. A tether is not just because you're from the island. A tether is somebody that is from the island that has a particular action.
Yeah, because I got a homegirl named Penn that hold it down. She's half South American and goddamn it, half North American. She goddamn it stand on business 3,000 ways backwards.
Yeah, that's like the dude Hood Smart. He do too. That for real. I was playing some of his videos earlier on my live stream. Go check it out. He be going in. But so like I said, it's different types. You see what I'm saying? But still, as a mixed breed, non-Black American, you shouldn't be speaking on behalf of the Black Americans or the Aboriginal.
No, and then if you calling yourself a mainland, if you saying you from the mainland and that's what your lineage is, why is it that when you talking to FBAs, first thing come out your mouth is the islands? What they got to do with the conversation? That's why I be thinking like I be thinking. Because if I'm talking to you, Bap, you from Tennessee, me and you having a conversation, and you say you FBA, what I'm gonna be talking to you about the islands for if I'm telling you that you don't need to be Black? What the islands got to do with it?
That's like it shouldn't. I shouldn't even be talking about it. You feel what I'm saying? But Nadi, how you feel about this conversation, Nadi? Peace.
But what? Bless.
Respect.
Nah, ain't nothing being said about the islands, so why bring up the islands? But at the same time, the islands do belong to America.
We not saying you're not American. We're not saying
No.
none of that.
No. I just you hear what I said.
We not saying none of that. That's we not saying none of that. Naughty. We saying that when two mainland niggas talking, that's like you island nigga. If two island niggas was talking, and y'all talking about some island shit. How does the mainland? If one of the island niggas keep bringing the mainland in? What y'all gonna think? Like, what do you keep talking about the mainland for? We're talking about our islands.
That's what I'm saying. That if it ain't talking about the islands, there ain't no conversation about the islands. Why bring it up?
That's all we saying.
Yeah, you looking for something to
Nadi, what island was ever considered America? That's in the Caribbean.
All the way to the beginning of the Lesser Antilles.
The Lesser Antilles?
Yeah.
Can you name me a country that's in there that I can know? Because I'm not really familiar with that. I mean, I know it's a mountain region over there and shit.
Grenada.
Shit. I don't. Okay. What else?
Antigua.
Okay. See, I ain't never met none of these niggas from them places. That's why I'm asking. That's pretty unique. Now, okay, cool. All right, so that's some big countries in them areas that I would know. All right, so that's cool. All right. I ain't gonna argue with them little islanders, but them probably the only ones though. Like the ones that be coming over here, like motherfucking Jamaican, a motherfucking in the Caribbean islands, ain't none of them never been considered Americans. Them be the main ones trying to attach themselves to America. Motherfuckers from
Oh,
Antigua and all these other places, they claim they love their place. They don't even
well,
be.
well, I'm gonna say this. It's a lot of stolen identity that comes through because it's like a key to the mainland, like a backdoor key. So you do have a lot of foreigners coming in using the Caribs as a entry point to get into America.
Okay.
I forgot. This is what I came up here to say. The reason why he said that original American shit is because that's what the OGs on TikTok that speak the real knowledge call themselves. That's what came up here to say. They don't call
Well,
themselves Indians and shit. They just call themselves the original American.
who said that? The OGs.
That's why that nigga told Tariq that shit. So when one of them niggas come up there and say, "Oh, I'm original American," because that's what I be saying on that motherfucker. So when niggas like us come around and say we the original Americans, he gon'
Oh, okay. They trying to make. No, what? Well, I don't think that's.
That's what he. I'm telling you the type of games that they play on TikTok.
Smart enough to probably peep some of that dumb shit that he talking about, because
That's
just
the type of-
earlier in that conversation, I heard Tyreek refer to his people as the true Americans, as original Americans. So
Yeah, you know Tyreek should peep game, but you know Tyreek ain't no slow nigga. He gonna peep game, but that's what he trying to do. He trying to sow that seed for when a next motherfucker come say I'm an original American, your antennas go up. See what I'm saying? It's a game. They play all type of games on TikTok. TikTok hell.
yeah, black people is all over the place, but not all skin folk is kin folk. Just because you dark and melanated and look like a nigga, then we ain't the same. You know what I'm saying, me? So that's just the parts that we're trying to just distinguish. We got our own identities. We wearing our own uniform. We doing our own thing. You feel what I'm saying?
But there are different, balance, BAP, and everybody on the panel and to the chat as well. Like and subscribe for sure. Yeah, but there are different Americans though. Aboriginal Americans. It depends on where your family stayed at all their lives and had their generations at. So the South American Aboriginals are not the same as us here in this America. Like I said, it's all America, but there's going to be different dialects, different cultures, depending on which part of the Aboriginal American population you join into. And then in our generation of us being Aboriginal, we're the most popular.
Bruh, America is separate from motherfucking South America. That's two different continents.
Well, I could argue with you on that later, but I feel like it's called the Americas because it's all connected.
Well, it's only connected now because they created something called the Panama Canal, which connects.
No, that's what separated.
No, that's what actually brought it together. Without that, there's no connection. Without that,
There was no. It was. I have pictures before and after, but no. It was one landmass. What they did was when they created the canal, that's when they cut through it. But they didn't go that deep to actually sever it from the still South America. So it's still connected.
Brother,
What I'm saying is they only cut the surface.
The Panama Canal is a land strip that connects Nicaragua to motherfucking Mexico, bro.
But the land was already there. No, what I'm saying is
they built that. It's literally a whole construction on the Panama Canal, bro.
So you trying to say that it wasn't connected before, BAP?
No,
It was, BAP. So we differ right there.
Just like Israel wasn't separated from Egypt at one point in time. They built that man-made river over there to separate it. So they do shit like this. And so, but we know that they created these connecting factors there.
No, what I'm saying is before this canal was cut through South America and the Mesoamerica, it was one landmass. It's still one landmass. They didn't cut it all the way to the ocean floor. They only cut enough so ships could pass through and did that automated.
There was no physical connecting land, bro. Fuck all that underwater land still touching with sea floor and all that extra shit. We talking about there was no physical shit there. They created that.
BAP, just pull up a map. Just pull up any map. You'll see that the land it was connected, BAP. I don't know how you
connected. What are you talking
It
about,
was
bro?
connected. Not to argue with you, but it was connected. When you split something, that's when you put a river through something. That's splitting. So you kind of arguing backwards on it. Not a bad thing. It's just it was connected prior to.
Okay, I'm gonna pull up a map in a second if I can find one.
That's why it is called the Americas. And over in Afro-Eurasia, it's called Afro-Eurasia because
But
there's something.
what I want to ask, if you hear what the man said when he said that he African, basically.
To my Tariq.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's why I was going to go with it as well too, because I heard this guy say out of his mouth, "We still African."
Yeah,
And a mixed jumbo
the
like
man
pop.
said mother from Nigeria and him father from where him father say from. Crazy now.
Yeah, but Tyreek just said in the video, he even said that we ain't really Aboriginal. We're a melting pot of people. So yeah, that's all I needed to hear from Tariq. He
Yeah, I
still
disagree
is
with
saying.
that. I totally disagree with that melting pot. We African genetics bullshit. You feel what I'm saying? I can't. Nobody
Right.
can agree with that type
Man,
Mm.
y'all got to
Then him
realize what
said,
this man. Hey,
then him said,
Go ahead, Sancho.
barbecue might be a sight here, but
see,
the other
listen.
accomplishments didn't come by way of no Indian tribal type of thing. It wasn't none of them things
All
was
he trying to do
identified.
is create a blanket term. That's all he tried to do is create a blanket term that everybody that's not an immigrant supposed to fall under. For you to see, it's levels of business, and people seem to not understand levels of business. See what I'm saying? Like, okay, if let me see how I can break this down to y'all for y'all to be able to understand what the man really trying to do. He's trying to have like basically an umbrella term for shit. Anybody that ain't immigrant, that's all he really trying to do. And any question you ask him, he gonna try to answer it to the best of his knowledge to be right. He ain't always right.
I understand what he's trying to do. He's trying to create a protective blanket term for our people to use that doesn't allow any outsider black melanated groups to get in. So I understand
That's all he's trying to do.
I do. I really do. That's why I rock with the FBA movement. I might not agree with his historical perspective, which is what I'm talking about, but I definitely agree with the FBA movement. You understand what I'm saying? It's just a waiting room to this Aboriginal knowledge. That's all it is to be.
But see, I rock with them. I'm original American, but I rock with them. You know why? Because I rock the real what we need to be thinking about. While everybody talking about fighting for black, motherfuckers need to be fighting for Negro, because that's where all your fucking history is at. It's under the term Negro. It's not under the term black.
Right. And if you're gonna disrespect black because of what it means, you got to disrespect Negro for what it means. You got to.
That's because, see, people ain't really paying attention to the game that's being played while we playing all these term games. Negro is the term that attach you to all your damn history, not Indian, not black, not none of these other terms.
Negroes tie you to all even your indigenous Indian history is tied to you through Negro. That's what I've been trying to tell these niggas, man.
So Obama, take it off the record. Remember, that's what he did when he was in office.
Because he knew that was going to connect you to your lineage.
I remember they mysteriously find this pamphlet in the 1700s with an anonymous writer with African American on it. So now they done backdated African American to the 1700s. When we still living, so we know what's happening. So they can't tell us these lies. But what about the future? This is what I'm saying. What about the future?
I think I'm not for sure.
What about
the
future?
Right about the canal too. Absolutely, my bad. I meant to tell you that you was absolutely right about that. I was totally incorrect. I don't know what the hell I'm talking about. You was correct, brother. My bad. Go ahead, Sancho.
Oh yeah, we wouldn't even. Yeah, no, you all good, man. It's just see, we trying to attack their ass here. I ain't gonna even debate those type of things, man. We already know we at.
Now you was talking. It ain't no debate for me, brother. Just trust me. You was totally correct.
Hey, but listen, what I'm saying is, what about the future when we ain't here able to tell our children that we was the Negroes? Who the Negroes gonna be? The Native American? Because that's
Right.
hold on, because all of the scientists, like in 1923, when all of the scientists, 1923, 1924, when all the scientists agreed that Negroes discovered America.
So now y'all gonna give that to the Native Americans and the Mexicans, or you gonna let the Africans say that
because they already it's already set up like that. They already gave them the Indian. They already gave it to them. Because see, when you go back to the 1920s, Negroes crossed the Bering Strait, not them people. So they done already gave them the Bering Strait story. See what I'm saying? If you go back to the 1920s, the Harvard professor proved Negroes crossed the Bering Strait, not the Mongolian people. So they gave them that story to cover up the Chino de Indio. But that's what they really is.
Right.
And see, that's how I know that.
Well, that's what they was thinking. And then in the later 1700s, around Andrew Jackson, he had proposed another thing that instead of Asians coming from America, it was Americans going out to Asia. You know,
Yeah.
Thomas Jefferson.
But see, all they doing is a continuous setup to make the country lighter. And how they make the country lighter is by constantly deleting your nigga history, all the history you create, delete it and give it to a lighter person. Same way they gave your Indian to a lighter person.
Yeah. And so you got to realize the first term that they called the indigenous people here was Negro. So that go all the way back to the Jesuit letters, first contact.
See, Pan-Africans been playing a mind fuck with you, taking you to Africa when you get to talk about the term Negro. See, if we talking about American history, why is you telling me the first people that was called Negro was African? I ain't even talking about no African. I'm talking about American. The first motherfucker to be called Negro in America was an Indian. That's the first mind fuck in history class. When they bring up the term Negro.
And according to documents, the letter that was written, that they call the Jesuit letters, was supposedly written by the Negro indigenous person himself.
That's what I'm saying. So the first mind fuck they give you in history class is when they teach you about Negro, they take you to Africa with it. When you study American history, why is you taking me to the Portuguese called the African, describe the African as a Negro? What the fuck they got to do with the first person in America being called a Negro? Where I live at.
Bap, I would like for you to when you have time on your own time, look up Don Luis Dave Velasco. His name is Don Luis, though. Just look him up because you got the Jesuit letters, and you're saying that a Negro wrote the Jesuit letters. I would love for you to look up Don Luis.
All right, I'm gonna look it up.
Yeah, but Don Luis has everything to do with that.
Earlier. See, you got to realize the Jesuits was a failed mission. That's why later on in the 1500s, they sent in the conquistadors, which is another branch from the same unit. You see what I'm saying? The Jesuits failed in South America. They ended up down there starving and have to mix in with the people in South America near Snake Island. They created one of those villages that they call Lapa Plueza. Down there, that was like all the information is there. You feel what I'm saying?
So why don't y'all just call yourself FCA, Foundational Copper Americans, like the guy said on TikTok?
Nah, we like black, nigga, because black connects to Negro, nigga.
Nah, but when you look up black, it says descendants of sub-Saharan or sub-Saharan Africans. When you look it up in the dictionary, you feel what I'm saying? So if you copper color and black,
if you believe that, then you slow, bro.
I mean, I'm reading what the
dictionary says. This how you know. This how you expose a tether right here. When they come around you and say shit like this, you know they are not of the lineage. Everyone, we're gonna start acting like the FBA. This how you expose a tether. See, that word black nor Negro had a motherfucking was a proper noun until the nigga in America fought for it to be that there. So when you come up here and make statements like it's that and it mean that, it ain't always meant that. motherfucker.
don't mean
And it didn't mean that until a nigga in America. Hold on, stop, shut the fuck up. If you come up here playing like you a foundational black American, and you're not, you're a motherfucking tether. Because if you was a foundational black American, you would know W.E.B. Du Bois said 8 million Americans deserve a capital letter. Motherfucker, you would know that the black press had to fight for damn near 30, 40 fucking years to get that goddamn word Negro capitalized and made a proper noun.
Hold on,
See,
let's
now
just be clear.
it's just a descriptor. When they were talking about a dusty foot ass African, they were just calling his whole ass black. When they were talking about a dusty foot ass African, they were just calling his whole ass black.
Hey, Sanchi, let me say this right quick though, because when you look up the etymology and earliest use from English, the term black was simply to denote to someone with dark skin. It doesn't mean anything else besides someone with dark skin. There's no other extra connotations attached to it.
Wait,
So
hold
when
on.
you
I
break
thought
it down,
black came from
hold on. So I'm
according
trying
to
to finish
y'all.
what I was saying, because you added to what I was saying. So when you talk about black, Negro, any of that shit, it wasn't a race until Negroes in America said make that motherfucker a proper noun, because you calling us that bullshit. Fuck is you talking about?
So you're saying that it's a social construct and the word black was given upon our people. We didn't call ourselves black, is what you're
Every
saying,
name that we
Sachi?
got, every name that you know that you can call yourself was given to you by somebody else as a descriptive or adjective attached to you.
So what about being called copper? What about copper? Like,
You
you know what
adding
I'm
that
saying?
shit. You adding that shit to you. Even that.
Listen, King
Yeah.
Cass, I see your talking point from a mile away. You want us to use copper, so you can go to the 18 Webster's 28 definition of copper. You're gonna go to the definition where it says you're mixed with yellow and red, and you're gonna try to say they talking about the yellow and red people. But see, that's
shit, I didn't even know that. You put me up on that. Hey, look, you just put me.
But what you don't know is they describing melanin. They describing melanin, little boy. So if you don't understand what melanin is, you might need to go look this shit up.
Santi, what they don't tell you is that it doesn't say mixed with yellow and red. It says a tinge of yellow and red. I don't think they know what a tinge means. It means just a itty bitty bit, a teeny bit, just a drop, a dot.
But
So,
no,
like I
when they
said,
say,
bro,
And then,
when they say,
when you get through, go look up what makes brown. What two color melanins? What the two color melanins that make your motherfucking skin brown? They yellow and red, boy.
it's the metal in the earth. It's the metal in the earth from the food that we eat, because it's called red metals. Have you guys ever heard of metallurgy? Red metals.
Yeah, I work with
digests metals all day, every day, as you eat.
So we have copper in our grounds here, so that's why we're the copper colored people. That's the reason. There's nothing
There
else.
we go, brother. There we go. That's what I'm talking about.
Well, then what's the problem with saying
copper.
black?
Like, hold on, King
Because
Cass. We
black
got my
is
brother.
dead.
He agreed, and then he finna say something stupid. The disconnected from the soil when he just agreed he was connected to the soil. You see how stupid he is? This how dumb these people is. You're not from around here.
Hold on one second, Sanchi. I want to allow my brother Shango to speak. He's fresh on the panel. Peace to Shango. What's up, Hood?
FBAs, American Aborigines, man, whatever you want to call yourself. My thing is, bro, all these terms really mean the same thing if you use them in earnest, how they was written, man, and how we want them to be defined. It is our job to define who the hell we are. If you want to say FBA, I don't care. I understand what you're saying. Even if the brother needs education, he's still stuck on the African tip. We can bring him up off that. You know what I'm saying? With gentle education. You ain't always got to beat him down. Like, oh, you FBA niggas don't know who you are.
Hey, nah, Shango.
Yeah,
he's
go ahead,
not FBA, brother. He's a Pan-African goofy who's been trolling this channel roughly around 6 years now.
Oh,
So,
man, not the Pan-African. No.
Yeah, that's
Hold on. How is his name Shango? That's a African deity. Why?
Somebody gave me that name, bro. Somebody gave me that. Don't even try that.
Give it back, brother. We gotta. We gotta
Man,
get
you tether, baby. You a fucking tether.
I'm foundational
1990
copper
tether,
American.
baby. See, y'all be aware of these 1990 tether,
we're not
baby.
doing no African
These are the
guys
people
over
that
here.
came over here. You know, most Africans came here during the transit.
Hold on, y'all.
In
One at a time.
1990.
One at a time, y'all. Hold on. We're not gonna argue. Listen, this is what I want y'all to do. Try to keep it down and not so aggressive. 'Cause I want to be able to hear y'all articulate. 'Cause y'all are making some crucial and very, 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 very good points, and the people is listening to this, and they can pick up on some of this and utilize some of this in their conversations at a prior time. All right. So shout out to everybody on the panel. Don't let King Cass get y'all aroused. You know he's just gonna come up here and troll. He is the troll, y'all. I'm only gonna keep him up here temporarily, just to entertain you guys for a second, and then he's gonna be simply removed. You know what I'm saying? Because he's not gonna add on to the build. This is a build right now. You see what I'm saying? This is not a free smoke. This is not a debate section, which we do have those. Y'all just don't pop up when we have them. This is actual build with the family and conversation. Okay.
Hey, before everyone gets started, I just wanted to use this for a teachable moment. This is a immigrant's child from the immigrants, because they tell you that more Africans came over here from the year 1990 to the year 2000 than the transatlantic slave trade. This is one of their kids. This is one of their kids that learned perfect English. King Cash. This is one of the kids. And that is why he's been around us all these years doing the same dumb ass shit. And he still don't know regular black history. He don't know regular black history.
I'm trying to actually help you out with it. That's why I'm like,
if you can't help me out with nothing. You can't help me out with nothing. You talking about black mean African, and black didn't even mean a people. You can't help me out with nothing when you come up here talking about black mean African, and black didn't even mean a people until a nigga in America said so.
If we know
it didn't
black,
even mean a group of people. It didn't mean a group of people. It did not mean a group of people until a nigga in America said so.
If they're saying black is dead in the law, right, according to y'all in Black Laws Dictionary, and this has been said on this panel plenty of times, why would you claim something and then you said the etymology of it, the old English etymology is pale, right? Why would you claim something that goes against your so-called actual hue that have been we talked about it on the panel? You feel me? And it means dead in law. You know what I'm saying? It's a misnomer. So
it still belongs to me.
It's a caste system.
I want all mine.
It still belongs to us, nigga.
We ain't giving you dust ass African. See, he wants us to give him black so him and his dust ass Africans can have some accomplishments in their life. Everyone. We want all of ours.
I'm a FAA.
We ain't giving y'all nothing.
Yeah, you a FAA, not one of us.
Yeah, I'm FAA. I'm Foundational African American.
And we don't like that. So there you go.
Right. I mean, well, you don't have a choice.
Hold on. No, you can't be a foundational African American because Africans haven't did anything here that was foundational. They haven't did any inventions. They haven't created anything. They haven't even created nothing in their own homeland. So for you to be
what about Benjamin Banneker? What about Benjamin Banneker? Which mother was from Guinea?
Was a FBA. He was a black American.
Yeah, but his mother was from Guinea, West Africa. He would be a foundational African American.
This is some tether shit, man.
Ibn Ibrahim Suri, he was a Fulani.
Man, listen, bro. I'm sorry, bro. I'm not about to do this, bro. You a zesty troll agent, bro. You gone, bro. He gone, y'all. Y'all can continue to build. Go ahead. Y'all got it.
But I wanted him to keep going on a serious note about the whole black thing. I know you guys feel like it'll erase our history if we don't want to be called black. And that's a good thing that Tariq is trying to keep the black alive. And we can put our own spin to the word black, but it's not something that we called ourselves until we started going into the immigration of school.
Absolutely. You've been around for a while now, right?
Yeah.
Man, this dude, King Cass, have had the same talking point, literally, word for word, for the last 5 years. That is diabolical.
No, he's straight up crazy. He definitely crazy, but he be wanting to come around, but he don't know how to come around. So he just wants to come around and debate. He wants to be wrong, but he wants you guys to prove him wrong. I know that sounds strange. Otherwise, he wouldn't come around. He wants to be proven wrong so he can become that Aboriginal. He wants the debate to be so bad that he just turns Aboriginal. He knows he has no standing fight game on that foundation African American. That's a troll statement. It's King Cash.
Yeah. Yeah, this is the thing, man. I just tapped in with the OGs, man. My mother, almost 70 years old, she mentioned to me, I thought Sly Stone came up with black. and he said it in a New York concert that he did, and called us black. I don't know. I could be wrong, but that's what she told me. That's one of the OGs. So I don't know, but I don't think we need to determine, oh, we have to get rid of this. We got to get, no, just use them all, bro. What's wrong with that? We all know what we're talking about.
The only thing I have against black is because they do use it as a umbrella term for anybody who's of dark skin that looks like us. They're being called black in Africa too when they come over here. They're black.
But yeah, that's where the FBA come in, my brother. And even if you want to say black Aboriginal or Aboriginal, we all know when you say that word that it's black American, us, the copper colored, brown skin, you melanated Aboriginals of the Americas, specifically the continental United States. So I get what you're saying. I get what everybody's saying, but I think we really need to kind of take a step back for a second. Like we kind of jumping our guns a little bit, trying to throw out black, you know? I don't know.
But just like they went and changed up all the history and took black and put it way back in history, like they put it even back in so-called transatlantic slave trade time. Nobody was being called black then. You can't tell me that people were being called black in the 1500s by some white people that went to go snatch them up. That's the only way the word could have came about. Why would us call us, oh, there go them black people?
Well, check this out. From what I read, this is the history that I looked at. The Moors called themselves black, like they use the word Salsali Mikhama Masnoon, right? The Hama means black substance, illuminated black. The Egyptians, that comes from them too, when they said it. I believe there's some kind of Mayan equivalent, right?
Wait. So you're saying that the Moors said this. Now, in your story of the Moors, are you saying the Moors of Spain or the Iberian Peninsula Moors at that time?
Before that predated those ones. I'm talking about the Umayyad dynasty, the Umayyad dynasty.
Yeah. Okay. So that's still Afro-Eurasia, correct?
You could say that, but I would say Afro if you want to use that. But
so you just said that these Africans came up with the word black first. Then that's all you're saying.
But this the thing, though. I'm saying that I think we kind of getting lost in the sauce here. What I'm saying is, though, that the black term is usable. It has been used by black people before white people use it on us. I'm not talking about the African. There's an equivalent in America that I just don't remember. I'm trying to find it out. But the Mayans have an equivalent word for black. The she, whatever you want to call us over here. So I'm saying on both sides of the Atlantic, so-called melanated people acknowledge that they were darker skinned. That's what I'm saying.
No, which is fine. There is an Aboriginal skin, and if we the first people on the earth, we're not saying we're dark skinned. You see what I'm saying? You wouldn't be saying I'm dark skinned because you're the only people on earth at that time.
At that time, but when the pale people came, then you make the distinction. Like, I'll give you an example. When the Egyptians saw the white man coming into their land at that time in the pre-dynastic era, they called those people Deshretu, which means ruddy people of the desert or red people, right? That's a descriptive term to distinguish them from them. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, but
forgive me to my Aboriginals. I'm leaning on my old school Pan-African shit when I used to be in that camp. I'm not on that no more. But
so let's go back. Let's go back to the beginning of your story. First, you said the Moors called themselves black, and you're talking about the African part. The North African Moors called themselves black before we started calling ourselves black. Is now what you're saying about the word black?
I'm saying that I'm showing a continuity of people who are melanated calling themselves black because they wrote that Quran in the 700s AD when they said that. There's been Aboriginals that have been talking about this shit before that. I just need to get the exact source on it, right? That's what I'm trying to find.
So Sudan. So wait. You said the Quran. Now you're saying that the Quran in the 700s. Okay, that was written in Saudi Arabia in the 17th.
No, in Egypt. It was written on papyrus. Papyrus don't grow in Saudi Arabia. Right.
So so the Quran was actually written in Egypt, the same place so-called where the Christian was the copper Christians or something was going down at the same time.
And Coptic,
yeah.
The Coptic came after because the first Quran was written in 646 AD.
Okay, and that was in Egypt also.
Yes. No,
So they were writing in Arabic in Egypt and in 600s and 700s.
Yes, but you got to understand where Arabic comes from. Arabic is actually Qara, which is Ge'ez, which is the Ethiopian dialect of one of them. You have Coptic or Demotic Egyptian, and then you have Nabatean. These are all black people of that area, of these different areas, right? They call them the Saracens, the Barbaroid, the Blemis, the Nobatians. These are all so-called Africans over there. You know what I'm saying? We getting way off the Aboriginal shit right now. Like, I don't know where we at right now, but
No. We still on the Aboriginal shit. You took black to Africa, and you're saying the Moors were calling themselves black over there in a different language.
Yes, that's what
so.
I'm
We're
saying.
still on the Aboriginal shit.
Okay, cool. I'm just saying, like, I'm not saying that we need to highlight Africa, big up Africa. I'm giving you a window in time that shows that blacks call themselves black. So there's no problem with using the word black. That's what I'm trying to get at.
No, they actually didn't call themselves black. What's the word that you said?
Al-Salim Mitkama Masnoon, the black.
That is not black, nigga.
That's what it means. It says black illuminated substance. It's in reference to Adam. They said he was made with Salsalim Mitkama or Hama Masnoon. That means illuminated black substance. They're talking about melanin. That's what they mean.
But melanin is not black. It's actually brown and red.
Okay, whatever. You got it, bro. You got it, bro. You got it, bro.
Melanin is eumelanin and pheomelanin. Now the group of those two
eumelanin is black and brown, bro.
My only problem with all of this is if we gonna argue for the term black, why we not arguing for the term Negro? Negro connect you to everything. Indian, black, Aboriginal, America, all your fucking history, color, everything. Negro connect you to all that shit.
Yeah, I call myself Negro American. Like me and my homie came up with the term Negro American to circumvent FBA because we didn't like certain things with FBA. We said Negro American.
I'm just saying, like, if we talking about preserving history, and the reason why we want to hold on to a term to preserve history, the best term to hold on to is Negro when we talk about preserving history. Why you think Barack Obama sneak ass went in there and tried to delete that motherfucker? Hello?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying, dog. Like, we can use all of it. We ain't gotta just be like
they already told us. If we paying attention to politics, nigga, shit, they already told us what fucking term we supposed to hold on to. That's why they sent a nigga in. They sent a nigga in. And I believe that was his whole goddamn mission.
So my thing is, that's why I'm not with the Negro or the black, though. Not either one. My guy just said he feels like it really started with the Moors over in Africa. And in the story he just said, here I know it started under the eugenics banner of those guys changing up documentation to bring in the word black. And then they brought in the word Negro first and then black. But this is like late 1800s, 1900s. But before then, there was no Negro or a black person. All of our documents were with our own writings. What they did was in the late 1800s and 1900s came up with Negro and black through segregation.
Wait a minute. Negro was existing in the 1500s. Negroes de Guyana, right? So the Dutch called the people living in Guyana who were black Negroes de Guyana.
So what color were the Dutch that went down there, that went over there to take over? What color were those people?
It was white. Those Dutch.
So, see, that's where the story starts going all around the place with these people that are supposed to be white in the 1500s going down to black people's cities and snatching them up. It don't make sense.
I don't think they was going to their cities per se. I think we kind of oversimplifying a little bit. I think they made a trade port and then they got who was like criminals and people like that. They took those people. You know what I'm saying?
I don't believe they had a trade port. I don't believe no white Dutch man went down to Africa to a place he never knew, couldn't speak their language.
South America.
Okay, so you're saying that you know how big the Netherlands is over there, Deutschland? You know how big it is?
Yeah.
So you're saying those people sailed from a cold area climate and went down to a hot climate and took over.
I mean, stranger things have happened, bro. I mean, stranger things have happened in history. Now, I'm not 100% on all the particulars of it, but I will say this, that they have a shipbuilding culture in that area. Now, go ahead.
Recent though, that's recent. Do you know when their shipbuilding started in the Netherlands? 1800s.
Okay. So
they
you
didn't have ships over there.
The break down your position real quick, bro. I'm trying to understand it, brother.
No, I'm just saying that
white people, and when did the white man get history or get civilization? Let me ask that.
When they got over here to America and were able to take it back over to Afro-Eurasia. That's for the African, that's for the Asian, and for the so-called European. That's why it's called Afro-Eurasia.
Okay.
So until they got here and could learn from the inside to take it back over there, because you can't just start building stuff out of like Europe just got built up. Those buildings were not there prior to like early 1800s, 1900s, because you need money to build. You need people. You need facility. You need to facilitate the humans working and having a spot for those guys to live and eat off of.
I never heard of that before, bro. That's an interesting way of looking at it.
So until they got here to get all the foods like potatoes that'll hold them over, make them work for longer hours, you need food to have workers. Otherwise, you can't have a slave.
You're right. No, you're right.
Where were they getting the food from? They had to get here to get the food. This is paradise. This is where the food was. South America, the islands, and North America and Canada. There's different food groups that grow in all of the Americas. So in order to go feed all those people to become slaves, you need to come here and get as much food as you can in bulk, wholesale. And that's what we came in at. And so we were bringing some of those guys back over here. That's how you got indentured servants here first.
Okay.
Not Africans, indentured servants from Europe, Asia, and Africa. And we talking about North Africa. Remember when you was talking about the Moors, so-called Moors? How many white slaves were in North Africa doing this so-called transatlantic slave trade?
Yeah, there's millions more. You're right.
So how are they snatching up motherfuckers, but you forgetting to go free your people that's in North Africa? That don't make sense.
This is the thing. I don't think we was all unified, though. All black people weren't unified across the globe. They had different wars and factions and all that type of shit. So, you know, it could be where they took one tribe that was a losing tribe or a tribe that had no allies, right? And they capitalized off of that shit. I don't know everything. I'm still learning this shit, so.
So then you got to give me some ships that they were able to sail back and forth and feed the people on the ship, have clean water on the ships. What were the ports that you stopped at to get more food, more supplies? Make sure your people stretch. Stop. You can't just stay on the sea and never get off the sea.
Oh, you're right. You're right. That's what I was saying. I'm trying to remember the one port because they did this map joint. Hold on, let me pull it up real quick.
There's got to be multiple ports. That's how slave voyages got made so much money by people going there, clicking on it, trying to find out who the hell ship this was back in the day. So with our click, us trying to find out, man, that site has been debunked because none of that shit makes sense on slavevoyages.com. Even when the guy talk in real life, he don't make sense. But he did make sense one time. This David Eltis cat, he actually came on one of these panels and said, damn, he said something. Damn, I can't even remember what this David Eltis cat said. He said a lot of people forget about the actual European slave trade. Those were the first slaves, but he kept going and he went back over to the transatlantic slave trade. But he did mention that these Europeans were enslaved first.
Mm-hmm.
And that's David Eltis, the guy that's supposed to be the head of the slave voyages, or he's in a corporation with other fellow businessmen with him running that slavevoyages.com website. And that we can debunk that entire website because even this guy said none of that shit is actually factual, but they could have just put them documents together themselves.
Yeah, they use a computer, an AI to fudge the numbers. It wasn't no 13 million. That's crazy. Those numbers are fake. So I agree with you on that 100%. The source that I got it from is an encyclopedia of Suriname. in Guyana from 1661. It's in Dutch, right? That's the
So,
only notes I have on that. Go ahead.
so it's in douche. Now, again, in the 1500s, that land wasn't even called Deutschland as of yet. So they wouldn't be writing in a douche type of script back then. It would have been Arabic, if anything. So how and who's the author of this so-called 1600 writing that you're talking about is the source?
I'm trying to read it. I can't read Dutch, so I'm trying to read the type of it. Damn, I wish I could send a screenshot.
And if we talk about the Dutch language, the so-called German language, or the douche language, that was just really literally created in the late 1800s. That language was not a language prior to then. There are linguists that actually created that entire alphabet. That script that you're about to read from, that they're saying 1616, some guys did that like 1900s. They had people working for. But like this is the big thing.
Yeah, you got to watch people backdating history, but this one says an impartial description of Suriname upon the continent of Guyana in Africa with a history of several beasts, yada yada, 1667, printed by William Gradelid for the Netherlands. I can't read all of it. For Nathaniel something. It's a very small script. Hold up, I'm trying to read the rest of it. George Warren Gent. I think
that's a modern day name, of course. So that must mean that this was written in the modern day, and somebody must have a source with that writing of some sort. So now you need to find out, what does the source look like? Is it burnt up? Is it bent up? Is it torn? What did they write on? Like, there's more to the story when there's more to the story.
No, I got what you're saying. I'm gonna definitely look into it, bro. Yeah, you brought up some good points, bro. So I gotta look into that shit. So,
especially when they're saying that they're writing like that overseas. Again, they were using our food to stay alive. There was a lot of famines going on from the like 1400s all the way up to the 1900s. Still to this day, they still have baby famines going on.
You're right. You're right. Yeah, the potatoes native to the Americas, corn. You're right. Yeah, I mean, I can't disagree with certain things, man. You know, we just we really got to be on our scholarship and shit. So I see what you're saying. So,
I mean, Bap brings it up all the time. Of course, Supreme, Top Cats, Dane Calloway, A1, all of these greats have always been talking about this same stuff. But we got to put the story together. If you're gonna call yourself an Aboriginal and really mean it, what does that really mean? Like, not only that, you needed rubber to make a lot of ships. Where's the rubber coming from?
Yeah, Central America, South America.
Where's the oil coming from to rebase up the ship if you have if you hit a rock trying to hit bank? Who's gonna fix the ship? You need workers on the ship that know how to fix a ship right. You need these type of people. Now that goes into looking into the black mariners. Again, that word black. So if you look into the black mariners, you'll find out that shit, we was running the shipping seas.
Oh yeah, the Barbary Wars, all that shit. Yeah, even before that.
Even up until like the 1900s, we were still running the seas. They were just getting a skin in the game in the 1800s.
No, you're right. You're right.
And A1 has already said like millions of times, in 1865, we didn't get free, we freed them. So we're looking at the whole story wrong off bat. So when you putting these white people in the 15, 16, 1700 running some, when 1865, they've already said, like Chief and Bap said it too, we freed them. They didn't free us. So why are we backdating them to running us?
Yeah, I don't think they was running shit. I was just saying like they from what I read, they took power where they could because they was small time because niggas was running the world at that time. Like you said, until real recently, they only really gained power in the past, 150 years, if that. So
1900s on. From the 1900s on, that's when they started climaxing. From the 1900s on, they got free 1865. Ellis Island, Angel Island, Philadelphia happened in the 1880s on up to like 1930s. That's when millions of them came. Millions.
No doubt.
Because of 1865, what happened there when we signed, when we gained more states, a lot more things started to happen. Because it wasn't even 50 states back in 1865. So you see, it's still just a little area. So you got to think all of this stuff thoroughly through when you're talking about real, like what happened in the past, not history, but what actually happened in the past.
Let me circle back around real quick. So you're saying that we should not call ourselves Negro or African, that we should call ourselves copper colored, right?
I'm saying we should call ourselves American, and whatever falls under American falls under American. But the original definition of American actually describes us.
Correct. So we could, under what you just presented, we could call ourselves Black American or American Blacks, right?
You don't want to put an adjective in front of the word American. It stands alone.
Well, this
or
is the
behind
thing.
it.
Fuentes is an American. That's it.
This is the thing, though. Nick Fuentes is American too, technically, because he lives in the nation state, the corporation of the USA.
Oh.
So who's the real American?
Nadi, you was about to say something. Go ahead.
Nah, go ahead. You good. You good. You're doing good.
Yeah, what I'm saying, the word, the name, American or America just stands alone. You really don't need an adjective before or after when you say American, because it only applies to a certain people. It still only applies to a certain people. So just like you have people grabbing onto the name Black because we grabbed onto it, that's the exact same thing that happened with the word American. I mean, you just don't see it because that happened so long ago.
Okay. So how do we remedy them calling themselves the Amadou Khans and all that? How do we separate them from doing that or distinguish ourselves?
We already have. They stole the name, so we still stand under that. Like on your passport, it just says you're an American, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, then. So we still that. It's just that they are marketed more in front of that or behind that. Their skin tone is just marketed under that name now, but we're still the American.
So our solution would be to market ourselves under that title with our skin tone attached to it.
And everybody's going to run with it again because it's ours. It's going to be natural, but we don't do that. We say we all these other adjectives. Now you're a gang sign. Now you're the artist formerly known as.
Interesting. It's an interesting way of looking at it, bro. I'm definitely keyed into what you dropping, man.
That's only because there's multiple different Aboriginal Americans, and that's why the original islanders are having a problem with some mainlanders because they're still American. The ones that never got mixed out, like they're still American, but they have a different dialect. They have a different language sometimes. They live different, but guess what? Them jokers still American. They're American. So that's that one title that fits the entire continents, or Canada all the way down to South America.
But see, this is the thing, brother. When you set up a nation state, that you become a part of that nation state. So a Jamaican is not the same as who I am. You know, we have, shared lineage all the way back, but now we're two different peoples. You get what I'm saying?
No, but we ain't even got to have shared lineage. If that so-called Jamaican person, like right now, we're calling ourselves Black and all this other stuff rather than just being an American. So that Jamaican that never mixed out, that's now calling himself a Jamaican, if he's the original Taino, he's still just an American. He's calling himself a Jamaican because that's what everybody else around him is doing. It's not like nobody got spared when things started to change in the 1900s.
I'm not trying to sink your ship, my brother, but that's where it gets a little tricky because you get so how do you define what an ethnic group is? Like, how, you know what I'm saying? How you separate ethnic groups and all that? So are we just them, but we live on America, and they're just us, but they live in the islands? Is that what you're saying?
No, I've already said our genes are made up different according to where your family actually stayed for a long amount of time in the Americas as the original. So, like people in the northern region, like above like the 66-degree parallel, their skin is going to be much lighter because the sun don't really hit those areas over time. So if your family is just living there forever and ever and ever, you're going to have some lighter skinned people. I mean, that's just how it goes. But if you're within the sun's rotation, like the tropic zones, you're going to have some much darker skin in that region. So it just depends on where your family is, and your dialect is going to be different because the food that you're eating is also going to be different. So the culture is going to be different. My family reunion in the South ain't somebody's family reunion down in South America in Brazil.
Okay. I'm
But
just
we're
saying,
still an American.
yeah, I'm just saying we got to maintain our continental American separation, and we could also get into this because what you're saying is kind of like pan aboriginality, if that makes sense, right? That's what
Yeah,
it
because
sounds like.
yeah, because I do know some people that look like me, but they speak Spanish, but they say they Taino. Nobody's ever mixed in their family. I mean, literally, I've been to DR. I mean, these people are. I wouldn't say that they're African by looking at them. They look like us. They talk like us, but they're bilingual. A lot of them, but they speak Spanish.
I feel you. I'm still calling myself an FBA American Aborigine, but I understand what you're saying, though. I get it. I want to concede my time. I don't want to hold too much time up for y'all fellas, man. I gotta take a call real quick, so I appreciate y'all, man.
Likewise, yo, Nati.
Yes, sir.
Yeah,
I hear. I hear.
yeah.
I hear. I hear.
Yeah, I'm just sticking on American now. I mean, that still has the Aboriginal title underneath it, and there is a such thing as Aboriginal title.
Under or as American or as American. Yeah.
Yeah, as an American, and only the Aboriginal can claim that title. That's why there is an Aboriginal title that we should be claiming, and that makes you automatically the American anyway. You can't have a foreigner claim Aboriginal title.
And accepting to be part of a representative of a nation by way of state is that's another one of them creations, man. I don't understand how people want to even separate themselves. So it's crazy.
Yeah, like I do like that people are fighting for their rights to be within the tribes now, but the way that they're explaining in law how they're a part of the tribe is still calling them slaves. You notice that?
Yeah.
It's so weird to me that you're still fighting to ultimately have your lineage be called a slave and somebody from your family married into the Native American family. So I still think that's a bunch of hogwash. The way they're legally writing that down in law. So in law, we don't want to be known as marrying into the Native American to become a Black American, a Black Native. That's not how you want to do it, man. We stand alone. We don't need a color or anything to denounce who we are, and that's what we're doing. Even like I said, black and copper. I gotta say, we shouldn't be going by any of these colors. I like copper more so than black. If that's what we're gonna change into another color, but I just like American because it just explains everything. It's called the United States of America, and if we're the American, the original American, then pretty much they on our land doing business. When we start shooting from the hip like that as a collective,
As the
'cause
Aboriginals of America,
yes,
that
yes,
holds a different premise or a separate premise than the claim of United States of America. That's all in common law and right of land, right of passage. You understand?
absolutely. And that's why I would fight for just American. Yeah, you could say that we're tied to the black lineage, because that's us as well too. But first, you need to fight for something that means something all around the world already. Like I said, black people can be called black all over the world if you got dark skin. But you can't be called an American unless you're an actual American, which means Aboriginal. Once we grab that title back. Now, that's enough of us to start changing some laws on what we're being called. I mean, Jesse Jackson had like 6 people that he met with, right? And changed it up to African American. What the fuck are we waiting on? So at any given time, we can find the right moves to make as a collective, but this is not something you do without it being a collective thing. That way we're being heard. Yeah, but definitely fighting for America. I mean, and I don't have anything against the Black Foundational Black American movement. I think that's great. Like I said, I think it's great. But I've always had a problem with Tyreek's backstory of how he actually has his model for it, or what is it when you write out something? Your mission statement is that shit. Basically, we're still from Africa. Basically, in his mission statement.
Right. And I don't see that. I don't understand where they're getting this premise from besides this slave narrative. Because any information, even when someone calling trying to say I'm gonna involve the islands list on this statement, tethers of the islands. What Africans came to the islands? I don't know no Africans come to the island at no point in time. Make it make sense.
And see, that's the story they can give the people on the mainland that all the Africans had to
They
come
was
here,
if
get dropped off. Yeah.
if they was African, they were white. There wasn't no fucking black man coming from Africa. I don't understand where they get this from. I don't know where that come from, man.
I mean, that's out of your mouth. And you would know. You are of an age that you would know even in the
Man, we don't
like
have no
1950s and 60s.
our people been running this land from time immemorial, bro. We don't know no Africans that ever come over. We know of the premise and Marcus Garvey's speeches, and he's saying the the vision of how Africa could be created as a Negro land. But other than that, there ain't no Africans come from Africa to we islands, bro. None.
Now, wasn't that whole Haile Selassie movement started by some people in Jamaica at that time? Because Haile Selassie said he would give the Jamaicans some land or some stuff. He would have
Emmanuel
yeah, Emmanuel.
started that chat. Yeah.
Yeah. So that whole roster movement was just started because Holly said he would give them people some land if they wanted to come over there, but they was just trying to take the actual
Well, it wasn't just them people. It was for the Americas, period. Because
right.
we helped them in the war. It was us melanated people, our firefighters, jet fighters, melanated black fighters go over there and bomb Mussolini and them man out. It was we made that decision in the service to do that. It wasn't the white man of America. They were gonna let Ethiopia hang by Mussolini. We gone in and bombed them man out with we own fire jet. Yeah, you got to go and know how we was moving. We was running the Air Force, right? We're running them thing. So now the man comes saying for the gratitude of we making the decision the whole nation came together to go over and say the Ethiopian name as a melanated people. All of the black, what them call black Americans made this decision at this time. And we went over and fought for them man and helped them man. So the man said, yo, we'll bust off a piece of the land since we was put in some type of captivity. And you help we through we captivity to make where we were never conquered or colonized. We giving thanks for that. And we know that you're our people because we come from you. Ancient texts tell us where we come from. So yo, this is your too.
Yeah,
So by way of a praise and worship and identifying who Haile Selassie were in the um aspect of the colonial bloodline identification, or as a part of the Council of Nicaea blood lineage. We you had some people, not we, but you had some people go and identify that as in the catholical speech or catholical process of trying to embed some type of sovereignty for themselves by way of identifying this individual as them um um religious foundation. And that's how that got turned into um the far right is a way of life, but it got some of them. Some you have some far rights that adapt into that religious ideology, but you have a lot of far right that don't see that. You know what I'm saying? I was one of them that don't see that.
Now, my thing is, like you said, the Far Eye. Now, how it got started in Jamaica was through flyers and things of that nature. It wasn't any Ethiopians in Jamaica at that time.
We was already the way of life of living as an Indian, as a natural indigenous individual was already a way of life. They just are tied it to the theological or catholic cathedral um, belief system to hold a par with the Christianity based foundation that was ruling through all the land. You gotta remember now, you couldn't do business. You couldn't come over here on no ship talking about slave or none of that unless you was a Christian. And
And what was the
all of them people that come over in them slave transatlantic identity was by way of Berber and Ottoman capturing the European, the white European that was already being brought to the Americas from 1100s all the way up to the 1700s as slaves. People not really doing investigating study, bro. They just going to a certain point of the 1700s and want to leave it at that, but they're not really seeing what's going on. They're not following the crumbs all the way to the origins of creations of corporations, which were the Indian tribes of America. That's the origin. That's the first identification. The Confederate, the Haudenosaunee Confederation in the 12th, early 1100s.
Yeah, that would have been your Algonquin speaking tribes, correct? Or not tribes, but confederations. Confederation. The Haudenosaunee. Yeah, but I did want to go back to what you were saying about Mussolini and him going into Ethiopia, right? Nada, you there?
Man, what's up with all this immigrant talk since I've been gone? I've just been letting y'all cook. I was hoping y'all gonna bring it back to America at some motherfucking point.
Well, Nadi just brought it back to America. He said that they were bringing the indentured servants over here since the 1100s. So that's what was going on.
Off right around there. All right, Naughty. All right, good. Better say.
Yeah. Yeah, I was dipping in that puddle of water with my other guy over here because he was saying that the first people to call themselves black were the Moors. So I was just trying to get a little bit more information on where did that come from. I never heard that story. Yeah, but again, the whole
mic check. I back. I dropped.
You back on.
Yeah. Back to the Jamaicans and this Ethiopia and how they got tied to Ethiopia and how this whole this black movement of Rastafaris in Jamaica came about. Again, they only Emmanuel, and this guy was a Jamaican himself. He never even went to Ethiopia.
Never.
None of these people in Jamaica.
He was just going in on the chat of Marcus Garvey announcement as look to the east as a king is rising type of chat. And when Haile Selassie come in and get all the nations had bowed down to Selassie, even the Queen Elizabeth had bowed down to him, it had made it seem like the Black King has been manifested, and as well as the lineage of Haile Selassie's lineage is is tied to a biblical doctrine of Solomon by 225th dynasty. So with all them things tied together, it's like let we jump on this because Ethiopia again is gonna be the foundation of Christianity, where it's identified as the Orthodox Christians, which is the beginning of Christian. So in this religious base or religious identity, it was for the I guess the indigenous that was already moving as indigenous natural man, living by way of scriptural testimony, Deuteronomy and Leviticus and things of this nature, living in their habitat or habitation of living, following this basic guidelines of laws. They identified with this ancient text of story to tie in with their identity so they can actually be recognized. But the Catholic Church still didn't recognize them. And
Yeah, and
that's only so certain far right. That's
yo,
like
Mike
Naya
check.
Bingi.
What up? What up? Hey, Pete. What up?
Master Chef, what's up with it, brother?
What's going on?
Bang, bang. Balance.
Yeah, but that's go ahead. I ain't trying to out chat.
Go ahead, Master of Seven. You just stepped onto the stage.
Shit, I had just walked away for real. I didn't even hear what Naughty just said. I'm gonna chime in though.
All right, now back to this whole Mussolini, how he started attacking.
No. Fuck that Mussolini shit. I don't want to talk about that shit no more, man. I'm gonna be honest. The chat don't want to hear that neither. They get bored with that conversation.
No, I'm just trying to make sure
I'm
that
just
we
saying
know.
they calling it tether talk. They don't want to hear that. Let's just move the conversation for something else.
It do move you from the line, though. That's true.
What I'm saying is, the United States paid for Mussolini to do that, so it was all started from America, the Federal Reserve. That's all I'm going to say about it. So these were just paid puppets over there, but they were trained here in America. Even Heil Hitler was trained by Americans. So it was still going on. Was a scramble for Africa was started from America.
They wasn't trained by no damn Americans. They was trained by their own people that was hijacking and trying to take over America. See, these are all peas of the same pod. You understand what I'm trying to tell you, family? You don't confuse the family like these are not the same people. You understand what I'm saying? They really is. You see what I'm saying? So I don't even want to talk about it because y'all touched on it already. Y'all done went in. Nadi talked about how the Black Americans in the Western Hemisphere went out there to help the brothers in Ethiopia, and they controlled the Navy. And then one of the brothers from Chicago actually created his own airplane from scrap pieces and flew Army men over there to Ethiopia. So yeah, man, that's some good shit right there.
And not to mention, all the ships were also made on the East Coast of the Americas that were being sailed over there for war as well. So yeah. We've been running the show. That's what all that little circle jargon talk was about, that we were still running the show. And not to mention that we were trading with Saudi Arabia in oil first. That's when the United States came in and took that over from us.
Salute Ab Power, Ab Lee, Naughty, and I can't see who else up here. Salute.
Bang, bang, balance.
Man, y'all really telling me that in let me make sure I say this right. In 1921, when World War I started, I think that's the year. You saying we was in charge, bro?
Yeah, we were still in charge here in America. They were trying to gain footing in America.
Who is we?
Yeah, I was.
The Aboriginal American
was in charge.
Yeah, we were still running our own lands and everything. Nobody was
in
over us.
1921. I ain't saying he wrong, but I'm just like, damn, that's a hell of a statement.
No, it is. When you go and look up Sir Solomon Jones film, and he goes through Boley, Oklahoma, to show the black-owned oil companies, the black-owned television, news, bus, etc., the whole entire town Negro ran. and it was one of the biggest booming economic cities outside of Tulsa, Oklahoma at the time. And those were tons of cities that he went to. Sir Solomon Jones was a early 1920s independent filmmaker who went around showing off Negro success.
See, that's why I said I couldn't 100% say you wrong, but because they don't talk about that history from 1865 to, like, I say early 1900s. But yeah, you saying a lot, saying we was just in charge and just we the ones who just was pulling the strings of World War One. Man, that's saying a lot.
Yeah, like, was you saying we was having motion, or we was controlling the U.S., the whole government and shit?
Well, when you control the oil company, and that's a deep conversation, and I think it's layers to that. But go ahead.
No, go ahead, Bap. I want to hear what you about to say.
I agree with that ass power. There's layers to that one.
Yeah, deep layers. But I like. Go ahead and finish what you were about to say, though, Bap. My bad about stepping out.
No, you good, brother.
Yeah, you touching on something right now. The whole oil thing. Yeah. That was fueled the war. You needed oil.
You got a movie come out today? It's called Sarah's Oil. That's talking about what our power and them been telling you for the longest, the story about that.
Yeah, the girl Sarah.
Sarah Rector, right?
Yeah.
And shit, that was the largest oil land development in the state of Oklahoma, wasn't it?
It was. She was the richest. She was the richest in the world.
She was the richest black girl. At the age of 12, she became the richest black person in the Americas. You know what I'm saying? To the point where 40% of America's oil was coming out her backyard.
Yep.
Look,
I know that's why I couldn't take.
Look, this Sir Solomon Jones film right here. My bad. I'm gonna let y'all be. I'm just gonna put this in the background just to show you the greatness from 1920s. The buildings, the structures, the science, the businesses, the inventions, the innovations, the ingenuity that our family had. It should never go unnoticed. You see what I'm saying? Look how they showing off the buildings that we created. You see this, Sir Solomon Jones showing off the buildings that we created in 1920 that they didn't destroy in 1865.
Man, America history go back 130,000 years.
Man, probably more than that, bro.
Fuck that.
Is it in the Library of Congress? You can find this information. That's what I'm saying, bro. We be studying little shit, but it's some bigger information out there.
Yeah, you think
when y'all say that
you think these shits is new, bro?
Nah, that's legitimate.
You know, Trump building his grand arch.
I ain't never seen this before.
Yeah, I ain't never seen that shit either.
I remember Ad Power and A1 used to show this shit. Yeah, I just never they never really got into it, but they used to show this shit a lot.
Negro train stations, Negro ran, orchestrated, and bought train companies, Negro oil dispensaries, Negro car companies. I'm just telling you, we had shit going on in our own shit, bro.
That's one thing I can say about you and A1, man. Y'all was showing these videos like this a while ago, but I just could never put my finger on it.
But a lot of those Negro companies got bought out by the bigger companies.
Well, they got swindled out. They created something called the parenting program, where each Negro or half Indian or Indian that owned land got land, they had to have somebody to watch over their money, and oftentimes that led into bad swindling deals. You feel what I'm saying? Then W.E. Du Bois created a program, the Guardians of Protection, to help those people where he was still getting to them people.
Damn, you know what that sound like? That sound like the Freedmen's Bureau Bank shit.
That's pretty much what it led into, the Freedmen's Bank Bureau.
And right during that time, right before Du Bois kicked off his plan, it was the Dawes Road.
Through that Freeman Bank and that Freeman Act shit. That's where it got swindled at.
And everything ties to the Dawes Road when you're talking about the bank, because they going off the Dawes Roads.
Hey, Bid, I think you got to do a bid on that shit. The Freedmen's Bureau.
Hey, go back to the story. Y'all saying though, I don't think we was in charge over here in the early 1900s when that war kicked off. I think we was in charge around the world, and they was going around the world blowing up our so-called affiliates and taking over their situation. But I just don't think we was running shit in the United States on a government level. That's just my opinion.
Now,
But it all
now,
makes
you,
sense though.
Okay, so when was the what was that fucking act? When was that act decreed? That slavery act, that bullshit, that
the Man
damn, they
Act,
no, they
1910.
got no, they got a name for it where they how to keep your slavery in order and shit.
The Willie Lynch letter.
Hey man, one
I
thing I
think
can say, I was
I think
on
that's it.
TikTok today, and one of them chief ladies, you could
Jesus
tell she
Christ.
ain't like me, but we was on the same page, man. That slavery stuff, man. People need to check that stuff, man. Make sure that story right. A lot of people man, that shit might not be true, man. We might come from these marvelous buildings.
And you see how they was dressed going to school. This school, man, we were learning, bro. This 1920s. It's just
You
us
know, who
and
else
all
around
these
the
little
world
towns.
was dressed like this?
Yeah,
That's
we
all
had
I'm
our
saying. If
own
you could look
shit.
at these times, who else in the world was dressed like this, suited and booted? Because cotton came from our southern lands, unless y'all can say they came from somewhere else. So all these buildings and everything was backed by a commodity called cotton.
All this is Muskogee. This is all the old
Bro,
people out there.
you don't wear oil. You don't eat oil, bro. Everything is not about oil.
Well, you can't eat cotton either, Root.
Yes, you can, bro, because right next to cotton, you could wear cotton. Yeah, no, I'm not saying y'all wrong. I'm just trying to say, look at look how great we was, bro. Like we knew how to be suited and booted and classy. Just that's the bro. Like people couldn't even have that thought around the world because they didn't have the cotton for it.
They single file line, smooth. They single file line, just what you call that? Organized, just organized. You feel me?
What is that right there? Nah, because everybody, when they be looking at college basketball, I be like, how can y'all just in America go straight to white college basketball? Like, bro, the people that was playing college basketball, they had to learn it in high school, middle school, and little school and everything. And y'all showing right here, like our people was playing this shit before like the NBA, before the college basketball.
Before one white guy said he founded
And I ain't trying
basketball.
to say white people wasn't doing it, but this proves that it's just not a white thing, if that's the right thing to say. I'd aggressive.
I'm just saying. So one white guy couldn't have found it if we were doing it way before these guys say they found it. Mind you, this is in the 1920s when he say he found it. Or whenever he
Rest
say
in
he
peace.
found
This
it.
is what my grandma be talking about.
Capitalized off of
Rest
it.
in
They
peace. This is
turned
what
it
my
into an
grandma was talking
industry.
about. My mom was talking about. My mom said my grandma used to talk about her people, and she used to go to Kentucky, Pennsylvania, and Michigan, and every city, the black folks, and I don't know about the white folks, I just know the black folks there, they had their own garrison, bro. Like you could call up your homies, like, look, come help, and the garrison to jump up out the city and come help your ass. And that picture right there show every year we used to march in our cities, bro, in the early 1900s, bro. Weird shit.
Yeah, we did everything ourselves. Literally everything.
Okay.
Mailroad. That's
And
the
you gotta
advertisement.
realize,
Jim Crow.
during this
Jim Crow.
during this 1920 situation, you got a lot of things taking place. You feel what I'm saying? There's a lot of things taking place in America. You feel what I'm saying?
You had the Jim Crow go in full effect in the 30s and the 1930s.
Well, in the 20s particular, you got the Great Depression. That's the beginning, pre-Great Depression. These people was fumbling, the collapse of Wall Street, all this shit like that. So when you got when you got the most black success, you got the height of white decline.
Envy.
You feel what I'm saying? Decline, which creates envy.
Our black dollars is the
they
reason
were
we
selling
got out
cars, merch, and all kinds of shit.
With their own money now, guys. We're not using the United States funding.
Situation, which y'all was talking about, with the money, because like you
That
said,
was our own money.
we had to. It was segregation. We couldn't use they banks, so we had to. You feel me? We put our shit in our own shit.
No,
So
they
when the,
can
when
Can you
use
the,
corral me
our
like the
bank.
when the
story
Great
don't really?
Depression hit, so when the Great Depression hit, our money was the only money that was safe because it wasn't in none of their banks.
Well, they couldn't use our banks. It's not that we couldn't use theirs. They couldn't use our banks. That's what the problem was.
Man, they was walking around with signs talking about y'all not to trying not to starve and shit back in the day.
Mind you, they
Good
just
deal,
got over
bro.
here as foreigners by the millions through Ellis Island. So these
Our
are
people,
first
our
gen.
people was never slaves here. We were POW, and by that you was called. That will put you in the title of enslaved. See, a slave is somebody forced that's in condition based off of their ethnic group, and they can be born into slavery. Like the story you heard about these people be born into slavery. That's a fake story. You was put in those conditions because you was POWs,
That's a
prisoners.
fact.
You can only
But
be a slave
That's a
legally.
fact.
You can only be a slave legally and historically. I'm gonna keep saying this unless you was a prisoner, my nigga. That's it. Unless you went to prison and ran away from a prison, convicted of a crime and got away from bro, you can only be a slave unless your ass was a convicted prisoner or a criminal. That's it.
And I gotta say there was no war that took place that put us as a prisoner of war. So we're still the American that never went to war. What it was paperwork. They made us think that a war happened, and this is how you should be thinking as a prisoner
Man,
of
hold
war.
on, I
That's what
believe a lot of us have said, man, you're saying now here I go. I'm on my boot. My fault. I believe you're saying that there was no war, no World War I and World War II.
No, he's not talking about World War II. He's talking about Civil War. So what we're talking about, Root Wars, he's
Oh
right.
man.
He's right,
I
Root.
disagree, man.
It wasn't a war, bro. Not like what you
So
thinking
yeah,
about.
that's a
It was
fact.
a battle, a court battle, a
Y'all
legal
wrong,
battle.
man.
And they
Let
got
me
rid of
tell
your
you.
ass on paper.
Facts.
They
Now,
got
if
rid of
y'all
your
had
ass.
any proof of that, I wouldn't be mad. But there's proof that we was a world powerhouse like today in the Civil War, and we fought each other with some European affiliates that was on both sides. And after we failed, that what is happened in this stuff we're talking about right now, where the rest of the world fell after we fell into the Civil War. Come on, y'all. I'd aggressive.
The Civil War, bro, is what after the Civil War is what started affecting us, bro.
Yeah. Okay, I agree with that. My fault. Yeah, whether it was
That's
a
what
big
we're
war or
talking
not,
about.
man, some got cracked off.
But that happened. But listen, the reason that was able to happen though, it was the legal battle, bro. That's what I'm trying to tell you. This was a court battle. They didn't kill off the indigenous peoples. They got rid of you on paper. They killed you on paper. They didn't move you around. They moved you around on paper, nigga. You went to sleep.
I say
See,
it's a
nigga, you gotta
mixture of
realize.
both.
Listen, during this 1800s Great Depression, Louisiana Purchase, some people went to sleep in Florida, and then woke up in Louisiana due to them moving you around on paper, bro.
One thing I can
think it was
say,
a
I
mixture
think
of
you
both.
making facts on
I think
though,
it was a
is
physical
that
war
when
and
my fault. Go ahead, master yourself. My fault.
I was just saying I think it was a mixture of both.
Me too, though. That's why I try to say he had facts though, because it was too much innovation shit going on when they said wars was going on. So it might not have happened like they said, but there was something that cracked off in them times of fighting.
Oh no! Now listen, there was cannons and weapons and bombs and dynamite used. It just wasn't used on niggas. It was used to get rid of your old infrastructure. See, they know the infrastructure is the link to the historical past. Your structures link you to the ancient past, and you commonly using them links you there. It's the sense of energy there. Why you think that every historical ancient civilization built ancient structures, and the people that came before them built structures, and they always went and built and added on, or was always memorializing and going there and doing things? Because this is a cultural thing. It's called restoring the history. Sometimes you got to restore it. You got to go through restoration.
Like I say, you making. I still sticking to my points that the Civil War was cracking, but you making points because that's all it was blowing up old structures, and it's just it was too much great shit happening in the so-called greatest war of American time. So you're right, it might not have been the craziest war.
Reason.
Yeah, that's a good point. But I ain't agreeing with you, my nigga. But it's a good point.
This is another reason I said in the war. This is just going to add the nail on the coffin. It doesn't have anything of elements that most wars have. I done told y'all this. Most wars have a combination or a singular form of one of these two things. They either have a declaration or a treaty. Sometimes they have both of those, but definitely they're going to have one of those in America. And so when we look at that as being one of the biggest and bloodiest and largest war, there's no declaration for it. There's no treaty.
Yeah, that's right.
There's no
That ain't
treaty
true,
for
Ad Power,
after.
but it just ain't happened like you said. And just the reason I can say that is because when I look at all these cities in the 1800s, it looked like they're going through a construction zone, like you said,
No,
more
I'm
than
with
a
you,
war
Mr.
zone.
Root. What I'm saying is,
Dude, it was never declared on paper.
you can't pull up a declaration.
Yes, you can,
of
Ad Power,
American
but it's not as
government.
big as they said. It's the Freedmen's Bureau and the 14th and 13th Amendments, but
That
it's still
happened afterwards. Listen, that happened after
okay.
the war. That happened
Okay.
after 1865. That's after the war. We're talking about the beginning of the Civil War. You understand what I'm saying? I'm saying that this shit never happen in 1861. I'm saying that the shit didn't happen. They said it was a bloody war. There's no declaration. When you write it, when you got a declaration, it's written out, it's documented. All the wars have these. And guess what? After the war ends and everything is done, they make treaties after the war. There's no treaty for the Civil War. There is none.
Not to cut your wisdom out. I'm
I
on the
disagree,
same
though, Ab.
page. I'm on the same page.
There's
And
a
I
good
wrote,
guy named Chief.
Just pull it up,
God
Root.
Chief
damn.
Alligator.
My bad. Nah, you got it. But go ahead and listen. If you disagree, Root, don't disagree
hell, I
just
can
by
sit back
saying
every
it.
time,
'Cause hold on, Root. You talked about this earlier on your live. Don't just disagree and say it. You got to show some facts. Pull up a treaty or a declaration connected to the Civil War.
The only thing you're gonna
There's a lot of them. Though. There's a lot of them.
No, it ain't
But
no.
I
It
could
wasn't no
disagree with
formal
you. I could
declaration of
disagree
war.
with you. I can name them though, but I can name a couple treaties. But I'm just saying though. I'm just saying that you making points that it might not been as big as a war, and it might been more of a invention of laws made, and people had to go by them laws. But I can't go against that there was a war. But I digress.
Well, the war
Guess what?
was
My bad, Nani. My bad. I know you're trying to get it in. In 1848, the Mexican War with that they had actually got declarations and treaties. So we know that they were doing them before. You just don't have them in the biggest, largest, most documented, bloodiest war in America. You don't have a declaration or a treaty? Kind of suspicious. But go ahead.
Got him in Russia too,
See, that's why you making sense though, bro,
I got 'em
because
in
there was too
Russia,
many
too.
so-called crazy wars going on. It was the Indian Wars, the Mexican War, the Civil War. So I'm saying, well, maybe it wasn't all war because there was too much great shit going on at that time too, like inventions. But I still got to put the fact there was some wars going on, bro. But I digress.
Yeah, you do got wars.
But not really, man.
I'm talking
Listen,
about the
dude.
Civil
Around
War.
1840s,
Go ahead.
like, listen, around the 1840s, dude. Like, you had wars going on in like Russia, Egypt, like the.
Bro, you gone. I hate your voice. And
Nah, Beth is right though.
he uppercuts, but I'm sorry, Slavic King. You're gonna have to come up here with a real voice and a real person. This is a real conversation. No trolls today. And I'm pretty sure you're gonna drop some real shit for us. But I just can't take the trolling voice.
Nah,
Yes,
Beth is
sir.
right though. It wasn't a total.
I
war.
like that in you, Naughty, though. Naughty done held his patience, my nigga.
Now go ahead, Naughty. I want you to cook though. Now, no disrespect, Slavic King. I just want you to come up here as a real person. You ain't got to show us your face, but you ain't got to put on a fake voice either, though. You see what I'm saying? That's crazy.
All right, so you had something called the Stamp Act of 1765 that we really don't go into, and with this Stamp Act, right during the so-called Civil War, it was implemented as a tax to the land by way of damage done by cannonballs, destroying the infrastructures of the land. So the tax, the real true tax of the United States tax was first implemented due to cannonballs' destruction of the land, fucking off the infrastructure so they can replenish the infrastructure
Well,
in the
you
format.
got to realize that that time frame that you brought up, which is a very another crucial war, which leads into that, which is the American Revolutionary War.
Right.
You see what I'm saying? That's exactly at the same time frame of 1765. You see what I'm saying? Leading up to 1781. You know what I'm saying?
Now, can I interject really quick with what y'all saying? Now, 1765 is actually 1865. There's a Stamp Act, and the war also ended in 1865. So what they did was duplicate history.
Now,
So if
hold
you
on, Abley. Hold on, Ab. My fault. I'm a sucker for cutting you off. But Abley, did you hear what you just said?
I can explain what I'm saying too.
My
This
fault,
nigga
bro.
said the 1700s to the 1800s. You're gonna have to show some sources on that, bro. We just can't let you just throw shit
Jesus,
out
man.
there like that, bro. You're gonna have to pull up some sources on that, cuz we
Okay,
can't.
so if you look at the what war did you say took place? The Revolutionary War is actually the so-called Civil War. So
Well,
what
yeah,
happened
the
is the same
Revolutionary
thing,
War, 1765. Yeah,
and then 1865 is the ending of what war, so to speak.
the Civil War.
Okay, so if you look at this, the things that took place in the 1700s leading up to the 1765, and then look at the things that took place in the 1800s leading up to 1865. There was a reconstruction after, a reconstruction after that as well too. So what they're saying happened in the 1700s
Where's the
actually happened.
reconstruction of the 1700s?
Bro, reconstruction happens after
Man, this is
everything.
crazy, I believe, but I'm sorry.
That's
1790.
No, absolutely, bro. You're gonna have to show some sources.
You gotta substantiate that.
He right though. He right though.
No,
If you
no,
understand.
Naughty. Don't jump in the car
Naughty,
with it.
hell no.
Because he's absolutely wrong on the 1765 being 1865, and the American Revolutionary War being the Civil War. Naughty, sit down, but I don't want to shoot at you in the whip.
He's saying they was running the same play.
Hold on. Let me just explain something right quick. If we're going on the termination of treaties of 99-year points, what they're recognizing, which a business can live forever, the establishment can live forever, but the contract can't. The contract
Naughty,
has
he's
to
saying the
expire.
1700s is the 1800s, bro. Come on, brother.
He's saying it's just a
the Civil War.
He's saying it's the continuation.
It's a repeat to recontinue a new contract under the same premise.
That's not
That's
saying
what I
it's the
get.
same thing, man. I'm saying that in
Hold on.
1960.
The cause for the alleged Civil War and the cause for the alleged Revolutionary War had two totally different causes.
Technically, you could say they was both caused by taxes.
And technically, you can say
who
they
cares
both
what
involved the British.
they're synonymous with, though, bro? You just can't say that one wasn't here and it's in the 1800s and it wasn't around in the 1700s.
Yeah, you
like,
can't just say that.
you're saying a lot, man.
You can say they was running the same plays, the same playbook.
Let Absolutely say what he's saying. Let us hear him.
Man, that shit crazy.
No,
what I'm saying is they actually duplicated history, and all they do is put different characters to the same story. So they're actually they wasn't running shit in the 1700s to be able to write that type of story. Is what I'm saying. They were running shit toward the 1865. They began to get
That
free.
ain't what you said, though. You said that
ain't what you
there was no
said,
such thing
bro.
as the 1700s. It's the 1800s.
We agree that the Reconstruction period is around 1800s and 1860. We know that. It's in documented history, but what you said is that the 1765 is 1865. The American Revolutionary War is the Civil War. I just want you to get into your bag. I'm not going to, get into it. I want you to get into your bag. Prove it. Come on. Let's go.
Okay, so from 1765 to 1790, pretty much the same thing took place where they were taking away the actual Aboriginal identity, and then 1790 you had the what is that when you start patenting things? That actually didn't happen until 1890. That whole patent office. So what they did was duplicate history and put different characters in different scenarios because they wasn't running things during the 1700s.
What does the 1890s got to do with 1765, bro?
There you go. Damn.
Because I'm showing you how 1790 is actually 1890 also, is what I'm saying. They didn't gain power until the late 1800s, so they rewrote history and placed themselves in it in the 1700s, but they used the same story in the 1800s of how they gained power and put it in the 1700s, 1600s, 1500s. They duplicated the history each time, just with different characters.
Okay, who is doing the duplication?
This is not what that is, bro. First of all,
The
what
man,
really
the
took
man who
place
writing the
and led into
story
the
after this
what really took place and led
1869.
into the fucking American Revolution, besides the Boston Tea Party and them dumping the tea in, making the the taxation go up. You got the Boston Massacre. At the
I
height
just
of
think
it.
the way Nadi said it and the way Master himself said it makes more sense. Like, okay, whatever was happening in the 1765, the same play happened in 1865. And then you can go to 1965 and say, okay, it's some type of play being read. But just to say that the 1800s is really the
Okay,
1700s and the
what happened in
1700s didn't, I'm gonna land my
1965,
plane.
Root?
And then to say
The
that the
civil.
1700s didn't happen because that happened in the 1800s, man, come on, Abley, bro. Without aggression.
So, okay, what happened in 1965 to prove my point? A
Bro,
Civil
it's not
Rights
your
Act,
point, it's
right? What
Nadi's
happened in
point, bro.
1865?
No,
A Civil
you're
War,
wrong.
right?
You're wrong, bro. The Civil Rights Act did not start in 1965.
I mean, that's when it was signed, right?
It was a play being ran. That ain't saying that one
What
nation,
about
one.
the 1866 Civil Rights Treaty directly after the fucking emancipation?
No, but what I'm saying is now they're using the same title, civil something. That's what's going on in the 65. Every 65 mark in the year is something to do with something civil. So you had a civil war that didn't happen, and in 1965 you had civil rights movement all the way up until
No.
1965.
You just said everything in the 1800s dealt with something civil. Then you jump to the 1900s. What I'm saying is, what else civil happened in the 1800s besides
Everything
the
is
alleged
civil, bro.
Civil War?
The Civil War was the main thing that they're putting the hashtags over. The Civil War, that's the big thing. That trickles down to everything else up until 1890. Remember, you had Reconstruction, then you had Reconstruction.
All I'm saying is good shit, Nadi, for bringing your version to it because you made me understand what he was saying better. I just got mixed up when you said that the 1700s and the 1800s was the same, and the 1700s never happened because it happened in the 1800s. But the 1800s, like you were saying, to me, you mixed it up, and to my opinion of it, I think they're running the same plays on us in centuries, though. But just to say one century didn't happen, you got to back that up.
Oh, I'm saying because in the 1700s they were not running shit.
Hold up. They never was running anything. The 1700s is going to give you the story of the Revolutionary War, but it's going to give you it out of the sight of the colonials, the colonies.
Exactly.
It's not going to give you the sight of, and when they give you the sight, they actually going to perceive the war to be a French and Indian war. They're not gonna contest that the war was against the British for real. They're gonna say the British taxed the colonies to help the French go against the Indians. But it wasn't that really truly their war. They're gonna call it the French and Indian War.
That's what.
That's why I gotta agree with Ad Power because I'm a war person. I think that all wars, but when you look into it, man, it wasn't all wars, man. But damn, just to say that shit ain't happen, that's crazy.
Hold on, Root. You got to listen to what Nadi's saying. He's talking about the Indian-French War, which led into his original conversation getting into this, which is the Stamp Act, which is something that Parliament passed. Then we get into the Boston Massacre. Then you got the Boston Tea Party. You see what I'm saying? This is all leading up to the Declaration of Independence in 1776.
Right.
I just got the balls enough to say that y'all making what I've been standing on for years. Y'all making a good point going against that. I'm just real good to say that because I'm always saying, well, it was a war cracked off between us over here and then certain factions. But y'all saying, well, damn, it was a lot of law going on over here too and other stuff. So y'all just making a good point. That's all.
Yes, there was a lot of law, man. You have assembly courts all throughout the East Coast. You see what I'm saying?
And my thing is, in the 1700s, they're saying that the British, that the United Kingdom taxed their colonists. You can't have that. That's why I'm saying the 1700s didn't happen. They made it up. There was no parliament over there in the United Kingdom saying they're going to tax somebody in America. What the fuck? No, that never happened.
No, they were doing that on the colonies.
Actually, they did because the people that was
I
over
swear
here,
that's what I was about to say.
Hold on, the people that was over here in America were actually on the charter a funded charter by Britain, and they try to not to
Right.
pay into what they were supposed to send back. This is how they got into debt. This is how you get the independence, where they became independent because they became expatriated from Britain.
Facts.
And that's the
No, they
first time
got
I
brought
heard
over
from
here
y'all
as
yesterday. Let me
indentured
say one
servants.
little
That's a
thing.
fact.
That's what
This
he
is what
just
I heard from
said.
yesterday. I learned this
That's
from y'all yesterday or day before. I learned this from y'all, one of y'all's channels, that's what the first Bill of Rights was for the indentured servants, and that was them coming over here.
right. That's what it was for, bro. All this was for the colonials that was on the line in their own reservation. They was on reservations. The Indian and French War was not a war of people. It was a war of business. Who's gonna give trade to these dumb motherfuckers and who wasn't? So they Britain ended up taxing their ass because they sent them over here as servants to Britain and supposed to represent,
Right. And
and they supposed
listen,
to keep the flow of commerce going, but they didn't keep the flow
they
of commerce
didn't.
going.
This
So
is
we
how
gonna tax their ass.
they
So
try to
how the
become
fuck
a
you gonna
sovereign
tax us?
entity.
Because these niggas shit over here. We ain't got nothing to
Right.
do with what
Listen,
the fuck they got going
and
on.
just to add on to what Nadi's saying, they were supposed to pay into the interest that they were supposed to make here. They quit doing that. So what happened was America expatriated them, meaning assimilating them into their jurisdiction with some type of common law sovereignty, which in the midst of this independence deal, they agreed to pay the debt, which is why you pay an income tax every year. That's the continuation debt.
No, that didn't happen until after 1912. Bap, you too early in the game with an income tax.
The British Parliament unchartered tax for men independence
For the
came from it.
colony. He
It
right,
just
for the
led into
colony of the
what we
United
call the
States.
There's
state
no proof that
collection
the
tax.
colonists had to pay a tax, bro.
Yes, it is, bro.
Bro,
It's
The,
you
called the
crazy.
Bill of Rights, bro.
Bro, yes, it is.
there's no proof that any of them damn indentured servant paid some tax to Britain over there. They're slaves of ours once they get here. We own them. How are you paying
No,
tax to
that's
somebody
not.
No,
overseas?
Man, quit
not the
putting the slave
colonies.
story to it.
No. Your
Hey,
slave is
Abilene, I
coming
just
to
want to
your
ask you one
house.
question. Ab, let me ask you one question, please. Y'all apologize. Was it slavery or an institution of commerce?
Okay, once you got here,
Come
we
on
owned
now,
you.
answer the question, brother.
It's
Institution of
indentured
commerce.
servitude is a contract that was supposed to be upheld,
It's a
and once
contract, bro, so it's not slavery, sir. Come on, brother.
okay,
I
so
know that.
not slavery. Okay,
Come
so but they were
on, man.
contracted
It's
to
a
the ship
system of
captain once they
servitude.
made it onto the ship. The ship then brought them
Bro, if
over
it
here.
was any type of contract, brother, that you're saying,
No,
and any type of commerce, there's a tax to it, brother.
Them niggas would not. They could not pay tax to no Britain. Who in the fuck they paying tax
bro,
to
they
in
didn't.
Britain?
They
Bro,
wasn't
they
paying
I'm
owe
not
no.
the
saying that. I'm saying that. I just want to say one my fault. I'm saying that was it slavery or commerce, bro?
Who are
It's
they paying
simple.
tax to? Is what I'm
Is
asking
it
you, man.
slavery
They
or
was.
commerce? So tax was being paid to somebody if it's commerce, bro.
So
I don't know who it
who's
was.
you tell me? I'm asking you.
I
I'm
believe
saying
was
there
it
wasn't no tax.
slavery or commerce? I'm saying it was commerce, sir.
It was a labor system.
Labor system, commerce.
Okay, but who are they paying tax to once you
I
got
don't
here
know,
as a
but
Paying
you're
laborer?
saying that
taxes to
taxes
the
didn't happen
crown,
because
bro.
it
to
was
their
slavery, bro.
membership, who they're recognized through.
You got to remember, them servants, they came over here working for companies already. That's who they was
Under
indentured
a
to, the
trust.
companies.
Yeah, I can't
Under a
say who the
charter
company
and
was, but
trust,
yeah, they came
bro.
over here working, bro.
Yeah, them companies
Insured with
were in
insurance on
Europe.
their ass.
Okay, name me
So
one
that
company
proved that
that
there was
made them
some
pay
type of
taxes.
tax just off that, Abley. Just off because there was some type of commerce, labor, indentured servant. That's far different than slavery, my brother. That's all I was
No,
saying.
you beating around the bush. Tell me who they were
Oh,
paying tax to.
I
The
don't know the name of the
British,
companies
the
back
British,
then.
the British, the
The
British.
British,
Oh, that is such a broad
German, they was.
term. That's
Yeah,
so broad.
if you want to know in particular, it was King George II during that particular time frame.
So, okay, now how was they getting the money back to King George II? What ship was taking money back
Oh,
and
come
by the
on,
boat? No,
bro.
no, no,
Hey,
no, no,
brother,
no,
Postal
no.
service, bro. Postal service.
Absolutely. I don't know if you know, we're talking about 1770s. Okay.
Yeah.
Did you not know that the Roanoke colony came over here in 1600s? One of the first European settlements that had a small little Providence subdivision in 1609.
And and that whole colony was a
That was
company.
for like almost 100 years.
That's
before
100
other shit
years. Of
started
course,
coming
they
over.
had ways to coming back and forth, bro. Y'all got to get out of this non-having a way to
Man,
travel
it was a whole postal
ideology.
service, bro. They had postal ships.
The Postal Service was almost like the federal agency and the marshals at the time. They had operations of dual
Still are.
jurisdiction. They were able to
Still
go
are.
into colonial jurisdiction and Indian jurisdiction.
Yep. Still
This the only
is.
thing I know
That's
that
where you get the
discourages
Stamp
me.
Act from, because of the postal service.
That's what I'm trying to tell you. The Postal Service became one of the biggest influence between communication between the Indians and the settlers.
Yeah.
But this will hurt my feelings. He's gonna say, like, people will say, well, how did they bring mail and cargo back and forth? I'll ask you the same question. Well, how did they bring slaves back and forth, bro?
You don't have to feed cargo and mail,
Nah,
goddamn.
dang, man. Yeah, shit.
Well, slave
But
was
yeah.
actually labeled. That's why a lot of these records y'all slip out on, because a lot of the European pale skinned slaves in the 1600s that were being released from prisons, picked up on the road as retarded vagabonds, and this is according to their literature. These people were documented as freight and half freight.
And a lot of them didn't make it because the Ottomans and the goddamn Berbers was snatching their ass up.
Right.
So
I just
that's
know
when y'all
stories be
story.
building
That's
y'all
when y'all
stories.
story started hitting the wall for me.
There, this where y'all stories start getting a little foggy, man.
How?
You see what I'm saying? Y'all saying
How?
that they were slaves, but then they had colonies at the same time. What
You
are y'all
had some
saying?
come over, bro. You had some get through the passage, bro, but you had a lot get caught up
No. You got confused. When we was talking about Europeans earlier being expatriated, you in your mind thought that we were talking about white people. But in this instance, when we start talking about pale-skinned slaves, we're talking about pale-skinned slaves. We're talking about two different types of people here. You understand me? So if you think King George II was white, then that's up to you, brother. That's on you.
Yeah.
So okay, so we're going back to King George in the 1500s. You're saying
No,
King
that's
George was being
the
when was King George?
1700s. This is who they supposed to be paying allocated sources to. This is who funded the charter for these early Americans, and this is who the early Americans claimed their independence from. Do you not understand what I'm talking about? We're still in the 1700s. I'm not going to jump around. I'm staying within chronology.
All right, so you're saying that King George was a black guy and he was sending white indentured servants over here to be
Excuse me,
workers on plantations for the Aboriginal American, right?
King George III, yes.
Now, and you're saying that there were already settlements already set up over here of these Europeans already here, free-willing Europeans. Is that what you're saying? The white ones
You talking about when? What time frame? What time
in the
frame?
1700s. So, are you saying also in the 1700s there were free whites as well too that were here as well from Europe?
There were free white people of color. I mean, free white people.
I'm saying that there might have been people here for a long time, but oh well.
Well, you got to realize a lot of mulattoes, which were mixed breed, fell up under free white peoples.
No, I'm talking about Europeans. So you're saying that they also
Are you saying Abley? Are you saying they're slaves or they're not, bro?
no.
Were
You
they
guys
white slaves or were they not white slaves? Absolutely, that's the question.
No, but you guys are saying that there were white slaves and there was a colony of different white people that weren't slaves set up in America.
Nobody said a colony of white people. Nobody said that. Nobody said that. You said that.
Okay, so
I can tell by the
so
way
in
you
the
responded that you're assuming that during this era, all the Europeans and King George III is pale. That's why I said that earlier. You're assuming that. I can tell by the way you responded.
Okay, so the Europeans that were being sent over here as indentured servants weren't just pale people; they were also colored people as well, too. Is what you're saying,
Bro? It was
Who
all types of
cares?
people, bro.
It's talking
Right.
about the commerce. You're saying that it was slaves that was getting beat and chained over here. I'm just thinking that it was more of a commerce, so tax was being involved. You turned it from the tax thing into slavery. It was a tax there, my brother. Not aggression, man.
No, but you're saying that these indentured servants had to pay a tax to somebody. No, that's what you guys are telling me right now in the 1700s.
Yes, they got
is,
taxed
bro.
to even get over here. Just like every other foreigner, bro. Whether they come over here as a sex slave, or a person that can come over here and be free, they gonna get taxed.
How does somebody pay tax on to somebody
Man,
that they
how
don't
do
have
all these
money to
foreigners
pay?
that just got over here in my
Well,
fault,
that's
brother.
why you
My
got
fault.
labor. That's why they was labor. Labor's how they people pay
Shit,
taxes
I'm gonna
without
say
money. It's
individually.
labor.
I'm gonna say the individual servants, the individual slaves wasn't paying taxes. The bosses was paying taxes.
So now you're saying the American Aboriginal had to pay tax to a black guy in Europe at this time to have those slaves sent to him?
No, you're making it up,
You gotta
bro.
realize
No,
a
when you're
lot of
talking
these,
about
yes,
commerce,
you
bro.
gotta realize a lot
My
of these
fault.
slaves were sent off to work the lands. So the slaves were
Oh
gonna
my
work the
God,
lands
y'all
for
slow
free.
laughing.
They getting fronted out by King George, and he's clearing up his streets. So you got to realize at this particular time, London and Britain is in the economic downfall. So the bright idea they was to front their white trash to the American colonies. They could use them to build and yield all the plant work and do all the work they need with 100% profit. Off of that 100% profit, they will have to pay a 10% tax to the people that they land this out from. This is how Europe and London, Britain in particular, in London in particular, came out of their economic downfall under Oliver Cromwell. You see what I'm saying? Later on.
All I'm saying is
earlier before that in 1600s, my bad. Which is before the King George III. But go ahead.
Like, I just think that the word slavery takes people away from the immigrants that's over here today that's working them cheap ass jobs that ain't getting paid shit. Like the motherfuckers that come over here and pick oranges, them motherfuckers in the vineyards, them motherfucking Mexicans and all them other people
but
that come over here.
it wasn't even like that, bro. It was more like a prisoner working. So
See, that's why I disagree with y'all, man.
Now you gotta look at the pay that prison people work too. I don't know if y'all know that. And in some prisons in the United States, and in some prisons in the United States, prisoners do not get paid 1 cent. But in some cases, prisoners get paid up to 30 to 45 cents. So we're gonna look at it like prison working pay, not like cheap labor and minimum wage.
There's never been a system of there. Like when you look at like
Peonage Act.
I just want to say like when y'all saying this stuff because I'm disagreeing. My fault, y'all. I'm just like the worstest paying system that I could look at today is the people over in the Middle East that come from India, where they go over there and they take their fucking passports and they work for pennies. Bro, nobody is going to work as a slave, bro, and not get paid nothing. That's where I think we go wrong when we use the word slave, except for indentured servitude.
Bro, if you're a prisoner, bro, you're gonna do what you told.
When I say I'm being literal, and this is in real time, there's people right now, niggas like me and you, that are in prison working for 12 cents an hour right now as we speak.
That's not a slave. Slaves don't get paid. That's the damn now slave, listen, y'all. Now listen, y'all. I've been to the penitentiary 3 times. And that money will get you through the month on your food, and you can have extra to do a little things. That's not a slave.
Bro, hold on. Did you not read the slave story? Did you know slaves?
Oh my God.
Hold on, bro. I need you to understand this. And according to their history, slaves were allowed to buy their way out of history. Just like a slave in prison can buy the little extra shit that they want. You understand what I'm saying, brother?
Okay. This is the last thing I want to say on it. All slaves got kidnapped from their land. See, the stories y'all talking ain't them people. I'm going to land my plane, man. I'm going to land my plane. The slave stories, all of them from back in the day, starts out, some motherfucker came over there and beat you up, raped your family, and took you. Bro, we're not talking about them people, y'all. I digress, man.
No, man, it ain't no slave stories like that. When you go to prison, you getting taken from your home. You getting taken from your land. They ship.
Right,
you getting fucked up in Florida. Your ass gonna end up in Alabama prison. You do something in Alabama, you gonna end up in Texas prison. Shit, what you talking about?
Man, it's still a powerful conversation just because we disagree.
Bro, let me read something for you, because we don't, this is what we do, bro. You know what I mean?
I feel you. We're
gonna go straight to a source right here. We're gonna read, right? It says the Virginia Company arranged with the city of London 100 poor white children out of the swarms in the places sent to Virginia in 1619. Remember that date, y'all, because that's the same African story that they give you. For sale to wealthy planters to the colony to be used as slave labor. The Privy Council of London authorized the Virginia Company to imprison them. This is the way that this can do this, by punishment and disposing the children of disorder to commit. This was a common theme. They were imprisoning them. They had them labeled as prisoners. That's the way you can become a slave. The only way, brother.
Okay, now this now I'm agreeing with you that if people from other countries, which I'm just saying, if I agree with you, they went to prison, and then they said, okay, for your slave job, you're gonna have to go to another country. Bro, these people was over here walking around, so they had to have some type of form of money to buy bread, to buy a pair of shoes, soap. Come on, man.
Bro, do you not understand what's going on? They were owned by sometimes the damn governor himself of Virginia. The governor of Virginia in 1619 owned a dozen of white slaves, bro.
I'm not saying you're wrong, but I'm saying the word I just don't like. I think that they was in a contract of indentured servitude labor, like you said.
No,
but just to
prisoners.
say
Like, hold on.
slavery, I don't know about
I'm gonna go to another instance. Look, the less well-known ways in which white slave laborers were obtained. From the British Isles to the West Indies plantations in the 1700s. This is crucial. The English state ruthlessly rounded up victims in political conflict and prisoners of war at the places like Dunbar, Worcester, Salisbury, and during the tutorial exposition of Ireland in the sale to the West Indian merchants. And in this respect, English governors and African political leaders were responding to the same market forces. So we're talking about they were making these people prisoners. This was the only way they can legally get this shit done, bro.
I'm agreeing with you.
Listen,
let me just say one thing, Power.
Hold on 1 second. Let me finish reading this last bit. Look, by 1655, half of the total white population in Barbados alone consisted of political prisoners sold into slavery, bro. This is documented in very different instances, bro. I can go to tomorrow showing you political and prisoners in the early 1600s.
I always give you credit on these books, man. All I'm saying is every word you show right there, brother, it said a laborer. A laborer pays taxes and has money. That's not a slave, sir. That's all I'm saying. A slave gets his ass whooped and get tormented to get here. That's not the story you're showing us. That's all, brother.
But you stuck on the word slave, like
yes, I am very heavily, very heavily.
Words, you cap. It did not say labor in none of these words, bro. I'm gonna read it.
It did. It said the labor. The first time you called them.
I'm gonna read another segment for you, bro.
I'm not lying.
It said British political prisoners were shipped into slavery in America for life, not 7 or 14 years, like you talking about this servant shit who survived the voyage. These people were in forever bondage. This is prisoners. They had been taken to prisoners
for life.
Enslavement, white political people were prisoners.
Power, did you hear me agree with you? I said, let me just say one thing, y'all. My shit will be very quick.
Africans come in as white man.
I'm just saying though, when y'all say that anybody came over here because somebody to leave, that's wrong. It was a prisoner that was in labor. So if you ever been to prison, you get money. So it's taxed. That's what we was talking about, taxes.
Root word. Go
you
to
talking
the root
about
words
today?
of the word slave. Root. I want you to do this because you're the root words thing. I want you to just break this shit down. Root words of the word slave. Go ahead, break this shit down for the people.
Okay, I'm gonna break it down, but I'm just trying to get back to the subject. It's a Slavic person, a person from Europe.
Okay, that's who we're talking about. Enslaved prisoners, slave European Slavic people, prisoners of war, political prisoners, economic prisoners, even socially claimed prisoners, whether they were prisoners or not. That was their status to enduring in the slavery program in the penal system in the wealthy planters' land here. This was all a legal process. They had to be legally labeled prisoners to be a slave, bro. You got to be labeled that.
All I'm saying, that power is what Master himself just said. I'm stuck on that word slavery. I digress, man.
And just you can easily substitute the word slavery with prisoner.
That's why I try to say I'd like to get back to the thing because I'm just stuck on that goddamn word. It's just draining the conversation. But I apologize.
Don't get stuck on it, bro, because we mostly be looking at the slave story because they try to attach it to you, but it's two different terms. They use the term enslaved and then the word slave. These have two different connotations and meanings behind it. The term slave doesn't mean the same thing as enslaved. I just need y'all to know that. We might hear it in passing and really don't think about it, but they have two totally distinguishing meanings. Okay? That's just a fact. We were the landowners here. We were the planters here. So if all the white slaves were getting shipped out to the planters, who the fuck were owning the white slaves? You see what I'm saying? So when you look, when you go into other particular shit, like, listen, bro, there's so many damn prisoners who were sent over here in Virginia. Listen, when you read right here, it said a large number of white slaves arriving in America described as convicts were actually political prisoners of the Scottish troops captured at the Battle of Westover. More than 600 were shipped to the Virginia as slaves in 1651. The rebels in 1666 were sent as slaves to the colonies as the Monmouth rebels in 1685, and the Jacobites came as slaves in 1715.
I think there's always been prisoners around the world.
AP. Now look up the Battle of Hastings, right? And it's gonna show you in this battle, it was decreed when King William or William the Barbarian ended up becoming king. He declared that all slavery was slave trade was illegal unless they got paid tax for it.
Hey, make sure you support the channel too, man. We
from
really
11.
My bad. Not having to cut your wisdom. I just want to say, everybody hit that like button, support the channel. Shout out to Root Words, Naughty, everybody on the panel. I like these type of bills where we can just, add on to the conversation, whether we disagree or not. We just build, and I really enjoy these type of bills. And I know the chat really enjoys these type of bills too, where it's not so hectic, not no arguing, nobody's taking away from the conversation. We really enjoy these. I appreciate you, brothers, for participating in the bill today.
Hey, back at you, player. Let us up.
All right, so from 1066 all the way up to 1700s, 1789, the British was being paid tax on slavery all the way around the world. Then in the 1789s, they put out a slave brigade patrol, so there wouldn't be no one sneaking in slaves or slavery into the Americas.
Now, see, this is what I'm saying that I gotta say that it's confusing when y'all say that white prisoner of war slavery happened, and then we'll go resort right back to the black slave story. Like, that's beyond confusing, man.
You feel what I'm saying, Root?
Yeah, I said that at the beginning. Yeah,
what black slave story? What?
Oh my God! All right.
When did I say anything about a black slave story?
My fault then. But I'm just trying to say, y'all cannot. Let me land my plane, Naughty. Y'all cannot connect this white prisoner of war, slavery, servitude, Slavic people to them slave stories, man. That's gonna be awfully hard, man.
Yes, I can. I just told you. From the year 1066 of the Battle of Hastings, slavery was declared illegal and outlawed unless a tax was paid to the British Empire on it. This tax led all the way up to 1789 until the British put out a slave brigade patrol on the Atlantic coastline to capture anyone doing slavery illegal and they're not getting paid tax.
Right. You gotta hold on, Roop. You gotta realize during the 1600s, this is what kind of led into the Civil War, is this whole economic shift. Because a lot of people in the South were acquiring these slaves and they only had to pay a one-time tax, often a freight or cargo tax. And so what happened was the economic booming started happening in the South. The Union and other people later on came up with the wise idea that we want to double tax them. Now we want to annually tax them. You see what I'm saying? All of some shit that was out that you already paid tax on. So it became a new thing. They fought for that. These people were hot commodity, man.
I'm saying that.
Go ahead.
My understanding of what the stuff that I'm hearing and reading, it plainly said that they was in commerce, and when I hear it over here and every other place that I hear it, it's like y'all turning it directly into the African slave story, just changed the color. And I'm
no. We're talking about a prison story.
I'm not saying you wrong, Apar. Sometimes the shoe might not fit you. I should have said that. Not really you, Apar, but you still lingering over there, bro.
No.
If we had any type of
rule, I just want you to understand what I'm saying. We're talking about a prison story. You see what I'm saying? And I just need that to be clear. Once we understand that this is a prison story.
You know I stand on my ground, but that book you showed, you be having some weird ass books, but I'm still just like, man, you be having them books, but all I'm saying is I just hate that word slavery. I'm stuck on slavery. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I know, and a lot of people, just like people don't like the word black, and you still defend that. So I need you to start recognizing what they saying. You know what I'm saying? They just saying a prisoner. Because listen, legally on the books today, you could be a slave. Like on the record, like legally, not like no funny shit, no word semantics. According to the 13th Amendment, if you go to prison, you're a fucking slave. That's on the books.
You are a servant. You are a laborer.
Bro, that's what a slave is, bro. What are you talking about?
No, a slave is not a laborer.
Bro, what, bro?
You cannot beat laborers up, even in jail. You cannot beat a laborer up unless, like, they do some of the most heinous shit. You could beat a slave up. You could have sex with their mother. You could sell their daughter. See, I'm done, y'all. I'm not talking about it no more. I mean, y'all can't. It was lawyers fucking the conversation up.
Let me just show you what I mean.
Fucking the conversation up. My fault, y'all.
There was laws against abuse of slaves.
Let me just show you what I mean, Ru. Look, the 13th Amendment, right? The United States abolished slavery and involuntary servitude, except for, now listen, this is the most key part of the whole conversation, is the except word. I need y'all to understand that's the crucial little word that is very valid, okay? The except for a punishment for a crime today. So if you commit a crime today, you go to where?
Jail.
Hell.
Prison is another word for slave. They telling you this right here. If slavery and involuntary slavery is abolished, except for your ass going to prison, my nigga. Except for.
What's the difference between slavery and involuntary servitude?
I mean, involuntary servitude is making a nigga do some shit that they don't want to do and making them do it. Involuntary, that means they didn't volunteer to do it. You made them do it.
Under threat or coercion.
Yeah, under threat or coercion. They got to put a gun in your head and make you do some shit. Even though you didn't want to do it.
Add power. See, that's what I'm saying. Like, look, bro, it plainly says that there's a difference. They're not synonymous. They're not brother and sisters. There's a distinction. There's slavery and then there's indentured servitude, which I just think that we should talk more on the indentured servitude, bro. But I could be wrong.
Hold on. Do you know what the word involuntary mean, right?
Man, it's servitude, bro. It's coming with attack.
I'm saying the word involuntary. Do you know what that means? I'm just asking.
Yeah. Now you made a good point right there. That's a good point.
You see what I'm saying?
But see, when I'm making good points, I won't even say I'm making a good point, though. But that was a good point.
You're making some good arguments, which making me get into my bag. You are. You're making good arguments, which making me get into my bag. You feel me? That's all. You feel me? Because you giving a lot of pushback, but
that was a hell of a point, man. See, it ain't hard for me to stop my argument. When I think a person make a good point, I'm gonna give them credit. Like, damn, that was a good point.
Yeah, me too. I have no problem being corrected on anything. I'm not the smartest nigga in the world, I promise. But I am well researched and I do comprehend what I'm reading. You got to realize the words that they used in the 1700s really the same way they say it now, but they do imply the same intentions. And you got to read it within the fine print. So they can tell you slavery was abolished and all this shit. But when they say the word except for, that means that it's really not off the books. It's actually legally on the books now in modern times.
But I still think it's a difference from slavery and involuntary. I like you hit that. Yeah, that's involuntary. You're right. But it's still, I think it's a difference, man. I think you got paid for involuntary. I could be wrong, man.
No, you do. You can get paid for it if you're a regular slave in prison. Like I said, it's going to be about 12 to 42 cents an hour.
Yes, there you go.
But it's
And
still
I'm freestyling this
involuntary,
shit.
nigga. It's still involuntary.
Yeah, and listen.
It might be the pay. See, I'm saying y'all making points, but when we putting this to a commerce level, it's just a person that's working the fields, bro.
No.
Person that's working the fields.
Working the fields is by contractual agreement. Involuntary is you're under a penal system. You're involuntarily enslaved.
Yeah, that's what the prison system is, a penal system. That's why they say when you get sent up the world, you're in the penal system. Hell, they call prisons the penal form.
Oh, I'm about to get y'all on this one. That involuntary servitude, was that in Europe or Africa? And was slavery in Europe or Africa? Which one now?
Man, involuntary servitude was in America, and that's why it was abolished in America's law.
America.
The 13th Amendment.
Okay, maybe let me refine the question. The slaves, did they come from Africa or Europe? The indentured servants, did they come from Africa or Europe?
They came from everywhere.
No, the origin is gonna be Europe, but by way of Africa, because again, I'm showing you that millions of them got captured on them ships and taken into northern Africa by the Berbers and Ottomans, held for 5, 10, even 15 years. So even the families of those slaves, the Europeans weren't going to allow them back into the Europe due to they might be manifested with a Muslim terminology or ideology or belief system being in captivity for so long. So they wasn't going to allow them to come back to their land. So they paid off the Ottomans and Berbers, bro. They paid the
But see,
ransom.
that's what you call involuntary servitude through prison, like what Aboriginal Power showed. Like, wow,
But
that's a good ass
that's the
book. I'm
slave
gonna land my
story,
plane,
though.
Nadi. Let me land my plane real quick. When you showing these Europeans, that's not motherfuckers that got kidnapped, beat, they mama sold, they wifeys had sex. It's involuntary servitude. It's not slavery, bro. And I digress.
Okay, so when the Berbers and the Ottomans caught motherfuckers on ships trying to get to America by way of Europe, and they had them for 5 and 6 years and wouldn't let them practice what they was practicing. You saying they wasn't getting beat and taken away? They was captivity, bro. They was taken
I'm
away.
not talking about them people. We're talking about the English and them people that came over here with their indentured servants with us or slaves with us. And I'm trying to say that just according to what I'm looking at, them people came over here as indentured servants. I digress.
You had some that made it without being put in captivity. Those were called indentured servants. You had some that didn't make it and was put in captivity. Those are the Atlantic slave trade. That's the
I'm
Atlantic
not
slave
saying
trade.
you're wrong, but when you say that, you just said this, that people that came from there had a time date of being a slave. So if you're a slave, that means you're this person's property forever until they sell you. That's not what indentured servants went through. They had a 5-year, 10-year, 12-year that y'all house
No. That's not true. That's not true, Rudo.
Let me land my plane out, Power, and just rebut it. Let me land my plane.
Let
All
me
I'm
get it
saying
right
is
quick.
an indentured servant was a prisoner that came over here that got a little bit of money and they had a time date. That's not slavery. And I digress.
Okay, an indentured servant is a slave to the crown. Still, they owe the crown. Their body is owned by the crown, but they indentured to the colonies in the Americas. That's what they give in their contract to from the crown. So they still owe a tax because they owned by the crown. They're just doing business for the crown and representation on the colonies of the American land. That's
Can I
it.
read? Can I read something for you, Root Words? And this is from some colonial records in the islands as far as indentured servants. And then let me read this for you right quick, okay? It said, of the fact of the wealthy Barbados was found of the backs of white labor. There can no doubt white slave laborers from Britain and Ireland were the mainstay of the sugar colonies until the mid-1640s. There were few blacks in Barbados. George Downing wrote on the John Winthrop and the colonial governor of Massachusetts in 1645, the planter who wanted to make a fortune in the British West Indies must procure the white slave out of London if they wanted to succeed. This was a direct quote from Elizabeth Donnan, documents illustrative of the history of the slaves in America. Now listen to this. White indentured servants were employed and treated incidentally and exactly like slaves. This is another quote. Now listen, many of the graduations and unfreedom amongst white made it difficult to draw fast lines between any idealized free white workers and pity scorn several black workers. Right now listen, see how he's talking about black workers and white workers in labor short 1800s. America work of slaves and the white servants were virtually interchangeable in most areas. So what it's telling you was that the term slave and servant were interchangeable. And as a matter of fact,
let me rebut you, bro.
Go ahead.
Now, when you done, brother.
Now go ahead. You ready? You anxious? Go ahead. You got it.
Bro, it says labor. It's calling them laborers and indentured servants. Now, yes, there's words in there that say, okay, there's slavery, some such and such, but they're laborers and indentured servants, and that's in the Caribbean islands. In America, the law you just pulled up is they're separating the two. They separated indentured servants from slavery, bro. And I'm making a good point. I ain't saying I'm right, but that's a hell of a point.
Do you know what the word laborer means?
Yes, a person that gets taxed.
No, the word labor means toil, work, exertion, task, suffering. That's what it means. Hardship.
It don't mean slave.
Work.
Suffering.
Hold
Hold
on. No, it does. Listen, see, this is what we call circumstantial evidence. You ain't gotta say a nigga is slave when you say a nigga is toil, working, exertion, task, exhilarated, suffering, painful, fatigue, and worked hard. You ain't gotta say a nigga is slave if you're doing it. And he not doing it for no money.
High power. Slavery means that you and your family got kidnapped from Africa. High power. Slavery means your family got swooped from Africa, hostility, and they sold. Let me land my plane.
The word family means slave.
I just want to land my plane up.
That's propaganda, That's propaganda. That's not.
Man, I'm stuck on that word slavery, and I just think I'm making good points. But it is a draining conversation.
I ain't mad at you, Rue. I ain't mad at you. But listen, go ahead. No, you got it.
Yeah, I was just gonna say, even the word slavery itself means what Al just said, labor. So the slavery that you're trying to say, Root, is an oxymoron. It's like a imaginary fairy tale of an individual group of people that was made up. There's no proof, no real study behind it, no real laws behind it, no real treaties or any paperwork or anything. It's just something someone made up to go along with a story.
See, the majority of the time, I could stick to all my conversation to go back to what we was talking about. Like we was talking about this greatness that was in America and Europe, and then we were showing stuff about how great we was over here. Then we said people was getting taxed that was over here working for us. See, they was getting taxed. That's what the tax that was here.
They weren't getting taxed by us.
I'm gonna land my plane, brother. I'm gonna land it real quick.
Go ahead.
Slaves could never get taxed. Only labor. I'm gonna land my plane. Laborers all laborers get taxed, and I digress.
Hold on, slaves didn't pay no tax though, bro. None of these white indentured servants didn't pay no tax. They weren't paying shit.
I'm saying I disagree. Them or their kings and queens was paying the tax to us. There was taxes always going on. That's what I'm saying.
No, you got it backwards. But I see what you're saying though.
The colonies was
Slaves
paying
wasn't paying
tax.
no damn taxes. As a matter of fact, a slave might be given to a nigga as a tax payment. Like here, I got 2 slaves. You give me 2 packs of tobacco.
You cannot do that to a white indentured servant. You see what I'm saying? You cannot do that to a white indentured servant if we're going along with the narrative, bro.
You can't do that.
Yeah.
No, because they had a time limit. They had an end date, bro.
Nah.
Right now.
Nah, they could be. You could be
show you right
enslaved
now.
for life. Hey, but let me say. Damn, I don't forgot what I was gonna tell this. Oh,
Can I read something right quick? Can I read something right quick on the screen? Because you know we like to. I'm not just making this up, real words. I promise. I know you probably think I'm just arguing against you. This is the stuff I've read, right? So well, look. Yet the term servant and slave were often used interchangeably to refer to the people whose status was clearly that the permanent lifetime enslavement. You understand that, real words? And an account of an English sugar plantation worker in the British Museum stole manuscripts written in circa 1660 to 1685 referred to black and white slaves as servants, right? The colonies, and yes, plentiful supply with Negroes and Christian servants. So now the term Christian is referring to white people. I need y'all to keep that in mind.
Hold on.
I need you to keep reading.
Hold on now, Al. You got to be in reference that you're speaking on 3 groups of different people now. You're speaking on the white servants. You're speaking on the black that's part of that servant, and you're speaking on the Negroes. Negroes are different.
Well, listen.
They're not. The Negroes are the
The term
indigenous.
Negroes and Indian is used synonymously, and it is linked directly to the planter workers, the plantation workers, the sugar workers. They're actually people, the landowners. They're actually the landowners who's leasing their land out. I'm about to show y'all that in just a second. Okay?
Exactly.
I'm about to show y'all that. Look, in North America colonies, 17th, 18th century, the subsequent in the United States, the servant was used designated for a slave. Look, the term servant, root words, and according to American law, all right, was used for slave. And you can look at the compact edition of the Oxford English Dictionary. You can go to page 2739 to find that particular reference. Okay. So now look, the use of the word servant describe a slave would be a very prevalent amongst the Bible literate people like the colony Americans. So when the people came here, they would have, instead of referring to them as servants, they would have called them slaves. Words. In the English translation, the Bible available at the time from Wyclif's, shout out to Wyclif's, to 1611 King James Version, the word slave, as it appeared in the original biblical language, was translated as servant. So the word slave directly comes from the word servant.
See, that's what I'm trying to say, man. I just think you're making my points. When you say that, and this is what me and
well, no, you're saying that the term slave and servant has
nothing to do. One thing, Al Power. All I'm saying is my brother. I haven't seen him in a while. The Muslim brother. Damn, I forget his name, but he did a debate on the word slave. And damn, what the fuck is my bro's name? He's Indian too, man. I think you said he went to school or something. He just Hawk School. So here, I'm just showing you that we have did studies on this before on your channel, and then I did a debate on this. On your channel, I'm gonna land my plane out, Power. That the word.
Let me just say this: I don't think you was understanding what my brother Hawk School was saying, because he's literally used these sources in his debate, and what he's showing you is that there is no separation between slave and servant. They're actually the same word used interchangeably.
I'm agreeing with you, but if you let me
land my plane, no bad. I thought you were saying that there ain't no such thing as slaves. Is that they were servants?
There ain't, according to the definition. That when you're talking about a slave, you drop the E, you're talking about the Slavic people. That was servants. Like the police protect and serve. Like when you were a worker, you were servants. It's saying a nation of people, let me land my plane. It's saying that the Slavic people was servants, not slaves. Servants. I digress.
Yeah, I disagree with that cold-heartedly. You know what I'm saying? Because we're talking about people who work the fields and shit. White servants. That's the same thing as a slave. If I said, man, it was a white servant out there working the field and the master beat them to the death, that's the same thing as a slave. I don't care what you use. We got to think about the actual connotation that's surrounding these people. Their conditions that's surrounding these people. So if we're looking at slave and it comes with a particular condition and historical reference, and we're looking at servants who's documented as servants, but their conditions is the same and sometimes maybe even harsher than the said slaves, then you got to say that the term slave and servant is used interchangeably.
Man, shit. Okay, I just think it was a powerful conversation. I just got stuck on the word slavery, man. That's all.
Yeah, it's all good. It's all good. I think I'm about to get up out of here, man. We've been here for a good little minute too, building, man. About 3 hours, 33 minutes, man.
Damn, we have, man.
Yeah, Root wasted the whole last hour talking about a slave.
I've been trying to change the conversation. I was like, look, y'all, yeah, you even said it. Like,
it's a very complex area, though, brother. Master Self. You see what I'm saying? It's very complex, but I think it's laid out pretty good. And with a good understanding and perspective, I think we can lay this shit out. Somebody says this nigga is a new leaf word. You fell off bad, my nigga. Damn, they trash you in the chat.
Hey, bro. Hey, Apar, you really did the show with Tariq and Ling Ling?
Yeah, it was a show with Ling Ling now.
Damn, I missed that shit, man. I went to man.
Yeah, matter of fact, I got a few more clips of that. Matter of fact, we can probably play a little bit more of that if y'all want to. It's up to y'all.
Man, it's the first time I can say I think Ling Ling did a good job for a long time on that shit, man.
I have to say the same, man. But he dropped the ball. Man. He dropped the ball when we said that we all tethers, though. When he said we all mixed with the Jamaican and the islands, he fucked up. You know,
but everything else, man,
pretty good though. I ain't gonna lie. Everything else,
and he was making the way I'm saying he was pretty good. The way he was, and I don't even know if he knew he was doing it. He was putting Tariq Nasheed in the corner to admit that we keep being indigenous.
No. He did a good approach, and it's hard to do that for Ling Ling because he often like to attack. And so he tried a different approach this time. And I think he should try that approach a lot more and just get straight to the points, get straight to his points without referring to anything outside of that and just get straight to it. And I think that was a good conversation. It really was a good conversation. I will say that. Shout out to Ling.
Man, he opened up. You know, I'm still black though. I don't give a fuck. Y'all call me a Moor and whatever. I know when I get pulled over, nigga, they gonna treat me like I'm a blackie.
I'm everything, black. I'm all the titles my people use.
But all I'm saying is
I got all the vintage jackets that my people wore. They all in my closet. I can go put them on anytime I want because they mine. You feel me?
But if I ever seen anybody that opened black people up, that's FBA. I gotta say, Ling Ling did it with that conversation he just did with Tariq Nasheed, because a lot of people watch that shit and, bro, we Indians, we Aboriginals around here, and bro, I just got to give Ling Ling his credit, man. I'd like to talk to him like that was dope, bro.
Yeah,
but
shout out to Ling Ling, man, for sure, man. But shout out to y'all two brothers too, man. Master Self, Root Words, the chat, man. Shout out to the motherfucking chat, though. You understand me, for coming through, rocking the house out. We do appreciate y'all too, man. If y'all haven't had a chance to channel, man, cash out information. Make sure y'all hit that. Hey, Master Self, we got to put together a bill, man, because you got some shit over there, man. We want to let the people see your range of knowledge and how you deliver and what type of information your mind is putting together, man. So, yeah, anytime you want to come do a bill, just hit me up. Get at me, email.
Yeah, I got
to
get in my bag, man.
Man, just do it, man. Don't take nothing.
I ain't as studious as you, man.
Man, you got it.
I got to get my rhetoric down pat.
Something that you know, it ain't got to be necessarily on Indian. It could be whatever type of information. You got something that you can put some shit to. You know what I'm saying? So,
Juan, I thought he put it down, man. My fault, Apar, because Tariq Nasheed is a clown, and he got two niggas next to a TP sitting next to a cutlass, so I thought it was clown season. I said, "Oh man, he about to clown us again." Man. But Ling Ling went over there, man. He impressed me, man. Just
Yeah, he did. He
the
did real
verbiage,
good.
bro.
He
He
did real
impressed me,
good.
bro.
And then usually Ling Ling say some crazy shit, and Tyreek start roasting his ass, and then it's all bad from there. But no, he did real good this time, man. He did real good. I will say that. Shout out to Ling Ling. Shout
But
out
they
to
had a
Ling.
debate.
Well, they had a discussion, more or less. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Pertaining to the identity of our people, what should we identify as, and stimulating around that conversation. You know what I'm saying? I thought it was good. I thought it was deep.
I like how you said that too. It was a long conversation too, though, man. Like, yeah, because I thought he was just about to clown that nigga because I just don't agree with Ling Ling's. Man, he just did a good job, man. I might record that, man, and then just do some points on that though, because everybody be talking about FBA, and I like you too, Ad Power. Just on the knowledge tip, man. You always try to bring us together and say, "Fuck them names, bro." And it's just like you. At the end of the day, you right, bro, because that's what FBA be saying, bro. The so-called leader. Look, bro, we was indigenous and aboriginal people around here before colonies, man. And that last show put it on the map.
Like before, I was still in the church when I first heard the Hidden Colors, the first DVD. He was talking about Aboriginal people here. That kind of woke me up to a lot of shit, bro. Like that was back in 2010. You feel me? When the first one came out, Hidden Colors 1. Either 2012, 2010, right around that time frame. You feel what I'm saying? They had a lot of knowledge in that shit for back in the day. Like for back in the day, like today, that bitch still loaded for some niggas. But back in the day, that shit was overly loaded. I ain't gonna lie to you. Them Hidden Colors was golden movies back in the day. Like that shit was like, them shit is classic, bro. I ain't gonna lie to you.
You know, I'm sort of a conspiracy theorist, but it seems like all these conspiracies been coming true. So I'm gonna still say I'm a conspiracy theorist. And my conspiracy on Tariq Nasheed is he works for somebody. I ain't saying it's nothing bad. Just he has a good job wherever he's at.
He's an indentured
that's what I can
servant.
say, but I know that he loves what Ad Power and this, because I came into this community as a Moor. Me too, but this community is doing to help his community out. I know he loves it because he can't do it. He can't do it. He can't do it because of the job.
I think he turned down working for motherfuckers. You got to realize, for a motherfucker in 1990 to have a best-selling book with over 250,000 copies sold in 1999 is crazy. You feel me? From doing Jay Leno's, VH1 shows, MTV, you know what I'm saying? To him not doing that no more. At some point in time, he cut all them people off, it seemed like. He don't do public.
And he been around that long?
Yeah, bro, been around on VH1, MTV.
That man been around forever.
He got a hit. Bro, he wrote a bestseller book in 1995 with selling over 250,000 copies. That's goated right there by itself. Just selling 250,000.
I didn't know he been out that long.
Yeah, he really put in a lot of work, man. So a lot of people just don't like Tyreek Nasheed, but you can't take away the work that the nigga done did. Hell, he done probably did more work than a lot of niggas in the Aboriginal community, bro. Like, just shoot it flat out. Let it keep it flat
that's
out.
a fact.
So, you know, I don't agree with all his historical perspective, but I rock with it. Just like I rock with the rest of my brothers and sisters, whether I agree with y'all motherfuckers or not. You feel me? So at the end of the day, that's what it's about. Man, we got 111 Truth Searcher in this bitch with us. What's the word, man?
Truth.
What's up, y'all? I'm good.
Man, Kool-Aid, what you got going?
What's the word?
Shit. Smoking. You feel what I'm saying? That's it, man. Just chilling, man.
Better not be that garbage, bro.
Nah, we ain't smoking that
I'm
shit you
talking
growing,
shit. I'm
nigga.
talking shit, Truth.
We ain't smoking none of that shit you growing, nigga.
Yeah, that's what I get for talking shit.
Nah, man. I was just chilling, man. Just got out work and shit, man. Cold, man. Was listening for a minute, tap in and shit, man. Say what's up to motherfuckers.
Yeah, we just about to roll out, man. We just chopping it up for real. Had a couple good dialogues and shit for the last 3 hours, 41 minutes, man. Solid build, no arguments, just building, man. Just a nice build, solid build, information all the way through. Little reaction video here and there. It was solid, bro. We about to get the hell up out of here. You came in the tail end.
Yeah. It is what it is, man. Feel me?
Yeah. We pulled an extra day today. You was at that motherfucker long today, wasn't you?
Yeah, I did 14 today.
God damn, boy.
Oh yeah.
Like that
I know
nigga
you
just getting
tired.
on how to look at the clock just now. You sound like you tired too, boy. God damn.
Nah, I took 3 naps today.
At work? Yeah, you definitely.
Yeah. On me, ate that, especially after I ate that motherfucker. I had a combo plate of jerk chicken and jerk catfish. Boy, I ate that shit. I think I slept for like an hour and a half, nigga.
Damn.
Jerk catfish. That sound fire.
That shit sounds super good.
I've never heard of that. That's all just like, what the fuck?
Well, life of
Yeah, that shit
catfish.
sounds good.
Yeah,
Smoke signal, what's the word, fam? See you popping
Smoke,
up in
what
the
up?
tail end too. We might have to extend this thing. We got some heavy hitters that popped up. Hold on. We
Smoke
might have
Signal had a power bill yesterday too, man. I was feeling that shit, but it was rated R, but it still was
and
powerful.
Truth is on us smoking them niggas a little bit. Was that last night?
Yes, it was true. Salute, true.
Truth been trying to get his jujitsu.
Salute. Peace to the chat and power to the motherfucking people. Carry on, niggas.
What's going on? Ain't two B niggas been up here lying like a motherfucker. Talking about niggas were slaves and shit.
Uh-oh.
Who said niggas?
This leading over to the smoke show. This
Niggas
leading over
is
to the smoke
enslaved
show.
right now. You don't think niggas is enslaved right now? Smoke? Anybody want to give the truth? Are you arguing against that?
Hell
Against
yeah,
what?
against that.
That niggas is enslaved right now as we speak. Some niggas is enslaved right now.
Come on, man. Don't start. Don't
It's a state of mind.
No, he gonna
No, I'm
start
talking
talking
State
about
of mind.
force. I'm talking about forcefully enslaved.
I mean, we talking about like jail and shit like that?
Yeah, you talking about the penitentiary.
I'm saying that's legally slavery on the books. It says it.
All right.
Yeah, that's true. But I mean, not no motherfucker that ain't in the joint. That shit is state of mind.
Yeah, if you ain't in the joint, you think you're a slave,
But you got to show him what you're talking about maybe today or later on that book you're showing. Because I'm agreeing with you that slavery is what you talking about in that book in law, bro. I respect it. You be bringing up these weird ass books.
Slavery is abolished. Involuntary servitude abolished, except for punishment for a crime. So if you niggas ever went and got punished for a crime, and you got punished for it, you got punished by going into slavery, my nigga.
Man, I don't believe that, bro.
Going to hell.
You can't.
I mean, damn, it's the 13th Amendment. Shit.
No, we ain't dealing with your beliefs, nigga. You gonna debate this and go against this with facts?
I've been locked up.
Nah, I heard Smoke say that before.
You went to prison,
bro.
You went to prison?
Yeah.
You do chain gang?
Hold on. Was you able to leave when you wanted to?
No.
Did they come bring you food when they wanted to?
Yeah.
Was you allowed to use the bathroom when you wanted to?
Did they make you go in the room when you wanted to? Or when they wanted you
Brother,
to?
that is punishment. That is punishment for a crime, not me being owned by another person. Ain't slavery being owned by another person, or is we changing what slavery mean now?
Oh, you don't know.
According to law, y'all got to hear what Ad Power is saying.
You don't know what slavery. You don't know what slavery mean now.
I thought slavery meant that one person owned another person.
Hold
that
on,
he was
hold
his
on. Well,
property.
hold on. Whoever taught you that was obviously dumb, and I don't know why you didn't come talk to me about this. Okay.
So
we're gonna
slavery
pull it
mean
on the
being
screen.
owned.
Hold on. We're gonna pull up the word
mean
slavery.
owned.
Slavery means toil, severe toil, hard work, dawdry. The meaning state of servitude, condition of a slave, entirely subject to the will and commands of another, just like you do when you're in prison. The will and command of another. Hard work, toil. So yes, nigga, a slave, nigga. Not nobody who's technically owned by nobody.
Hold on. You got to combine all that to make a slave, right? You just can't have a piece of that and be a slave. All that definition got to be combined to be a slave, correct?
No. All those don't have to be combined.
Oh shit, Ad Power. What you mean?
It get a little tricky, don't it, real word? Get a little tricky, don't it?
Get his ass, Smoke. Get him, Smoke.
Okay.
Hey, Smoke, you
Okay.
said a slave got to be owned by somebody else, right?
Man, we was always told that slaves were the property of people. Were we
You a
not told
property
that?
of the government. You the
You
property
was
of the
also
State
told
government.
that
property.
your ass was an African,
You know
but you
what state
challenged
property
that.
is?
Okay.
Yeah, when you go to jail, you
That
either
sounds
state
good.
property or federal property.
No, y'all gotta debunk this 13th Amendment shit, man. Y'all not debunking this. No, we not. We
Nigga,
ain't gonna
Yes,
smoke
we are. I'm
gotta
finna debunk it
smoke.
right now.
You ain't
Smoke
gonna
gotta
question your
debunk.
way up out of
Okay,
this, my nigga. You gonna have
I'm
to
finna
get on
debunk it
this.
right now. I'm
Go
finna
ahead.
debunk it. What the 13th Amendment say?
Slavery and
State property.
involuntary servitude is abolished except for
Except for what?
punishment of a crime.
Okay, so when you're being punished for a crime, that's involuntary servitude.
Except for, yes, slavery is abolished, involuntary servitude is abolished, except for, and then it goes into the exception of why it would still apply. You
Let
understand
me
what
say
I'm
one
saying?
thing. Let me say one
Hold on a
thing.
minute.
I gotta agree
Hold
that
on.
when you in once, go ahead. My fault.
Hold on. Did I tell you I was in prison twice?
Yes, under somebody's will and command. Probably
Right.
working too.
Right.
All I was saying would make that a
hold
slave
on.
is
Was that voluntary or involuntary?
It
Because
doesn't
what I
matter.
remember, hold on. It got to be involuntary, right? Slavery can't be voluntary because if you volunteer, you're at your own will. You agree to the terms and conditions. Involuntary means that you are under the submission of somebody else. When they say do it, you just do it because you ain't got to volunteer. I don't need
It's
your
the
volunteer.
government.
but I gotta agree with add power on
Right.
this.
That's what the government make you do when you go to jail. You
No,
didn't want
because
to.
you're under
You
their
didn't want to go.
control. You're their servant at power. When you as a prisoner, you was under the control of the state, because I done been there too. That's what makes you a slave.
Hold on, Rue. I just want to talk to Smoke Signal right quick.
Super smoke.
My bad. I just want to talk to Smoke Signal right quick.
My fault.
Right? Because he's trying to wiggle up out of this. Now, what would you explain about when you went to prison?
I remember signing some papers, being under total agreement with my conviction. Did nobody, the judge didn't say, sign these papers, boy.
Well, you maybe signed them, but guess what? Whether you signed them or not, you were still going to go to prison.
That would make my conviction voluntary, brother, not involuntary.
No. Sir, whether you signed the conviction or not, you were still going to go to prison. You was already been convicted. That wasn't whether you did. If just say you didn't sign it, that was not going to dictate you not going to the prison and being punished for the crime. So that's non and void. You signing or not signing was not going to stop you or make you go to prison, brother. You was going to go regardless, whether you signed it or not.
All I'm saying is that I signed, and I signed voluntarily. Now for the niggas,
yeah, but we're not talking about you signing.
For the niggas who went to prison
we're not
and didn't sign,
you signing no papers. But hold on, we're not talking about you signing no papers. We're talking about slavery.
That would make it voluntary, brother. That's the angle I'm working. You can't take my angle, my nigga. I voluntarily signed those papers.
Angle, that doesn't negate the fact that you're still that you're still being punished for a crime.
That means I wasn't a slave.
If you're being punished for a crime, according to the law, 13th Amendment, you're a slave, sir. Or you involuntary servitude, which is used interchangeably with a slave historically.
So what does servitude mean again? Let's pull that up. What servitude mean?
Let's pull it up.
See if I volunteered for that.
Yeah, you're not under servitude in the penitentiary.
Hey, when you was in prison, what did you have a job, Smoke?
Yeah, I got paid. I was a trustee.
How much?
Some bullshit.
Good crumbs.
So what does the word servitude mean?
Fuck that. He said he was a trustee. Who you told on?
Trustee.
Hold on a second.
Yeah, that's
Smoke.
I heard.
What was your reason of bringing up the word servitude? What do you think it means? And what was your point of bringing it up?
My point is, I want to know what servitude mean according to the law. According to the law, what does servitude mean? So I know if I fit that description in my prison sentence.
Let's pull up the definition. Slavery, bondage, condition of being enslaved. The word enslaved. Okay. Old French, directly Latin. Well, we're just gonna use the regular 14th century definition. We ain't gotta go to Old English. The meaning of compulsory service or labor, such as criminal undergoes. Okay, and this is used for the more modern sense since 1828.
Please let me say something on this app, Howard. Please.
So you got to be you were talking about a criminal. Okay, something that criminals go undergoes. Okay, so that will fit you again if you was punished for a crime again. Smoke.
Okay, so for the people saying my action is the ones that got me caught up in that predicament, right? My actions were of my own free will in accord. So still, it's not involuntary. Did nobody say go commit that crime? I committed it of my own will and volition. So that's not y'all can't work that angle on me, bro.
No.
Can't work that angle on me.
Listen, you just because you willingly committed the crime doesn't mean you're willingly going into prison. You know what I'm saying? Well, some people willingly do that too. So that is true. So, but what I'm saying is it still doesn't negate the fact when you get punished for a crime, you're a slave. All that you went to do it, you willing to do it, you wanted to do it, doesn't negate the fact that you're still a fucking slave in an involuntary servitude.
Can I come out with a different? Let me come out with a different angle real quick. Let me ask you one quick question. I just want to ask you one quick question.
I respectfully disagree with you and the letter of the law. You got it, Root.
Damn, all right, now, all slaves, was they owned by their slave master?
Hey, so Smoke, you just know you can't get out of this, bro. So you can.
I think you're right with your talking point, but your talking point ain't right because when you in the penitentiary, it's just like being a slave because you're owned by your slave master and you're owned by the state. That's what makes you a slave, the ownership.
Bro, what makes you a slave is somebody having the will.
Nigga, the prison system owns your ass. Nigga, admit it.
Yeah, they owned you. They definitely
owned you, G.
And they told you what to do.
And I want to know who you told on to become a trustee.
And guess what? And when you wanted to go free, when you wanted to go free, you couldn't leave free until they allowed you to go. You see what I'm saying? You see how
that's not a slave, Ad Power. That's not a slave.
Yes,
it's a prisoner of war.
Well, listen, y'all can call it whatever y'all want to. Y'all can say whatever
y'all want. That's not a slave, though. That's an indentured servitude, bro.
Pull up. You want no damn prisoner of war, nigga.
Listen, according to the 13th Amendment, y'all ain't saying nothing but slave. Because you saying I was involuntary servitude. Nigga, that's a damn slave according to the 13th Amendment. Y'all not getting around it. I'm sorry.
Pull up. You right about that, though.
Pull up. Does prisoner mean slave?
That nigga Googled that shit while you was talking.
See, that's what I wish Ad Power would do, saying that you're separating slave Ad Power from the transatlantic slave trade, and I'm agreeing with you, but you got to say that, bro.
No, I don't, because that's not what I'm saying.
You is.
No, I'm not.
You're saying that a slave is a prisoner of war. But there's another definition for it that's saying slave is a person from Africa that got kidnapped.
That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying that a slave in today was somebody who committed a crime, my nigga. That's what I'm saying. Simply. Exactly what the fucking 13th Amendment says it is. I'm sorry.
Yes, but there's another narrative, Ad Power.
Y'all want me to add in words that I'm not, and y'all not gonna get around it.
I'm saying that you're right if you're but the other story is slavery is people that come from Africa. So it's either a prisoner of war.
No.
Come on, Ad Power.
I just pulled up what slavery is, bro. I just pulled up the fucking etymology of it, bro. It literally describes somebody that's a fucking prisoner down there, bro.
I'm agreeing with you, but you got to forget that there's a billion books saying that slavery is something different. That's all I'm saying, bro.
Crash out. I don't agree with that.
I agree with
What crimes do you commit?
What crime did you commit? What crime you commit?
Huh?
What crime you commit?
Any
What
crime
one you went to prison for?
Any crime, bro. Do you not say it said any crime that you're
stealing Cheetos,
bro?
Man, hold on, Bap. What crime did you commit, Smoke, that got you in prison?
Theft.
All right, then, nigga. Theft. Carry on, Bap.
Come on, man. These niggas be beating their own damn self up.
Add power. That house killed you. That house killed you, bro. A slave could
You
only
know
be
they
a
used to cut
European,
niggas'
bro.
arms off. You know you should cut
We
niggas'
could never
arms
be
off for that
slaves,
shit,
bro.
Smoke.
We could never be slaves. Add power.
Of theft make
You know they used to cut motherfuckers' arms off for that shit back in the day, Smoke. You got off pretty easy, bro.
Yeah, they just made you a slave for a little bit till they set you free.
a conviction of theft
How
does
can
not
you
make
make
a
him a
person a
European?
slave.
Add power. How can you make him a
A
European?
conviction.
Bro.
You asking a search engine that thinks that slavery no longer exists, nigga.
Yeah, he's not talking about the 13th Amendment. So
How
you
can
asking
the search
a
engine
dumbass
not know?
chat GPT. So listen, ask this. Like, listen, Smoke. It's in black and white. The 13th Amendment says slavery is abolished except for involuntary servitude, abolished, except for a punishment for a crime. So now let me answer your question again. When you committed these particular crimes of theft, was you charged with a crime, sir?
Yeah.
Okay.
Nah, fuck
Did
that,
you take a
Smoke.
deal?
Stand on
Did
your
you take a
square,
plea
Smoke.
deal?
Hold on. You know what your punishment for the crime was? You've been caught up. You've been a slave. How did you know that? Because somebody else told you what to do, what to wear, where to go, and when to sleep, and when you can leave.
And when to eat.
So I was a half a slave.
And they
because I
put
didn't
you
do
to
no
work.
heavy.
No,
I
you
didn't
was
do
a
no
full
heavy.
slave. You
They
just got
put you
set
to work.
free.
You know, I'm half. I say I was half a slave because I didn't do no heavy toil and work.
You said you worked it.
Yeah, but it wasn't heavy toil.
Well,
So
no,
what was
it
your
ain't
job?
heavy. No, slavery ain't heavy toil though. It ain't heavy toil.
I have power.
Well, that's
I
what
have
the
power. Look,
definition
bro,
says.
when it says slavery, that's talking about, we was talking about Europeans, bro. Slavery is
It's
talking
in,
about Europeans.
you did hard
And
Smoke,
what they
what
work,
was
went
bro.
through
your
was
job in
involuntary
there, man?
servitude, bro.
You did
What
hard
service
work.
did
And
you provide?
One of them was a firefighter. I did sewage work.
And how much
You
you get
know,
paid for being a firefighter as a slave firefighter?
it was all voluntary.
So
No,
you did it for
that
free.
wasn't voluntary. You had to work, Smoke, or they was gonna put you in the
No,
hole.
brother, it was voluntary, bro.
So hold on. So you mean to tell me that you wanted to work for free?
Yeah, I want to get out the gates.
He didn't work for free.
Body bag.
It was
Yes,
low wage,
yes,
bro.
he just told you he did, my nigga. How you gonna tell me what he just said out of his own damn mouth?
You work for free in the penitentiary?
Yeah, it was voluntary. I wanted to get out the gate because I can make
See?
bust
Body
moves
bag.
outside the
Bro,
gate.
get him out of here. He's done.
Yeah.
Right.
can
So
make-
if you didn't work, if you
you
didn't
can
work,
make
never mind.
no, you can make moves when you get outside the gate. So I volunteered. It wasn't they come around and say, "Oh yeah, you a f***er. Get your ass outside
And
that gate."
you know what's crazy is because the slaves that was able to leave off the plantation often had a lot of pull as well too in history.
Damn
Smoke signal. So you
slave.
saying they didn't give you your $20 an hour? I mean, $20 a month?
Boy, I'm about to say they don't make no damn nigga. They don't even make $5 an
They
hour.
only
in
make
goddamn
20
Georgia.
cents an hour in some prisons, bro.
What
You
I'm
know
Right.
saying is,
Smoke.
what I'm saying
So
is,
you
he
would-
had enough money to get his stuff. That's not slavery. That's indentured servitude.
Bro, no, that's slavery. He was coerced into working, bro.
Oh man, slave can only be a
that wasn't
freaking
voluntary. You was
European with
coerced.
Hold on, Rule. Let me just show you that he was coerced into working for free and that it really wasn't involuntary. Because if he wasn't in slavery or under somebody else's will outside of that, like when he became free, if he was to go work for a firefighter today, I guaranteed $1,000 in my last bit of money ever that Smoke Signal would not work for free.
What I'm telling you is you keep using the word slavery, and that's what's wrong with it.
What I'm saying is he didn't have a choice to work for money or not. There was no
It's
option.
not slavery.
When they give you no option, it is.
No, it's not slavery.
Bro,
pull up
you acting like he
coercion.
had
Pull up
an
the definition
option.
of
Hold on,
coercion.
you acting like you acting like he had an option to work for money or not to work for money, and he chose not to work for money. No, the only option was nigga work for no money. Nigga, that's slavery.
No, that's penitentiary. It's not slavery.
And according to the 13th Amendment, when you commit a crime and go to the penitentiary, that's slavery, brother. You just proved my point again. Thank you.
I'm
You're
saying
not
you
gonna
making a
get
good
around
point.
it. Just bow down, bro. You're not going to get around it, bro. I'm
Add
sorry.
power. I'm saying that you're correct, but you're just forgetting to say that everybody else that thinks of slavery thinks of it some motherfuckers coming from
It
Europe
ain't no
and motherfucking.
African coming on no
Damn,
boat.
I just want to laugh.
Okay, let me just say that for real.
All right.
It's not a. We ain't brought up Africa not one time in this conversation. We ain't talked about a boat one time in this conversation. But just for the viewers' sake, we're not talking about Africans and we're not talking about slave boats. Okay.
That's all I was saying is that's what everybody else thinks slavery is, bro.
Bro, we
Dang,
haven't
nah, I'm
mentioned
not
one
wrong.
African. Listen, we've been talking about slavery for almost 2 hours. And we haven't mentioned one African, bro.
Yes, we was talking about white people. Now we're talking about us in the penitentiary.
That's not African.
That's not us neither.
Yes. Smoke is one of us, and he was literally in the penitentiary. Nigga, you was in the penitentiary, and you were one of us. Nigga, you was a slave.
No,
I'm
I
glad
wasn't.
you're free.
I was a fucking convict.
Listen. Let me say this. I'm glad you niggas is free now. You understand what I'm saying? That's all I'm saying.
But I'm agreeing with you according to law that you just learned. I just learned something today. Oh my God.
Not only am I talking, the reason I brought up law now in this part of the conversation is because I'm saying historically, the only way you could be a slave unless you committed a crime or they attached the crime to you as a prisoner. That's all I'm saying, brother. This has always been the
didn't
thing.
say you was wrong
What I'm
according
saying
to
is,
the.
I know. I'm just since we got the African shit out the way. That's not in void.
You can't get that out the way, Add Power.
Yes, you can. That's easy work. That's bullshit.
Oh,
everybody on the panel don't even agree with everybody. We can all agree that the African slavery shit didn't work. So we all
I'm not
agree
saying
on
that, Add Power. I'm
So,
saying
what I'm
whenever a
saying is,
person
listen,
brings.
this is what I'm saying though, Ru. The
Come
only way you
on,
can be a
Add Power. Let me say
slave
something.
historically, unless you committed a crime or was a prisoner. The only way you can be a slave today, unless you did those same things. That's it.
Let me just say something, Add Power. This is the first time I've heard of this because everybody else says that as soon as they start talking slavery, they talk about some people that got brought over here, bro. So I'm not saying you're wrong, but you're just cutting out everybody else's story.
I'm
Not
sorry.
aggressive.
I'm not
Bro,
dealing
he
with
correcting
stories.
the
I'm just
story
dealing
right
with.
now.
Listen, I'm not dealing
Yes,
with
I'm
stories.
agreeing with him.
Rue, I'm not dealing with stories. I'm trying to deal with as much factual evidence and law as I can, bro. Not just a story, bro. You can't show me on record where black people were freed from slavery in law. I mean, put in slavery under law, besides being in prison, bro. Like all this African slave story, that shit bullshit. I don't give a damn about that. I'm talking about this real slave, which you niggas can easily be put into today, and your peoples was easily been put in back in historical time.
And all I'm trying to say
Tell
that
his ass
voluntary
again,
or
Bap.
involuntary servitude. That's not slavery. But according to the law, I can't get out of it, man, because that's what I go by, law and words.
Bro,
That law,
do I need to pull up what slavery is again, bro?
I like when you pull it up because it backs up your statement.
Okay,
If you don't
look,
pull it up,
you
it makes
said-
you
you
sound
said-
crazy. It really makes you
what do you-
sound crazy if
hold
you
on.
don't pull it up.
You just said what ain't you said voluntary servitude ain't what?
I said that slavery ain't dealing with you talking about until you pull that shit up and prove me wrong, man.
Okay,
Yeah, man, 'cause you gotta remind me of that shit every 10 minutes, bro.
Look, slavery, severe toil, hard work, dodgery, from slave, the meaning state of servitude, condition of a slave, entire subjection to the will and commands of another. So when you go to prison, are you under the will, subjection, and commands of another? Body bag. Get this nigga the
Bro, that ain't that 13th Amendment you pulled up. That ain't nothing.
Get him the fuck out of here.
Get this nigga
Nah,
the
you gotta
fuck
pull
out.
up that 13th Amendment, man. That ain't no evidence right there, man.
Bro, that was the etymology of slavery. Are you dumb?
Man, you gotta pull up that 13th Amendment, man.
So now the
Or you're
etymology is
you're
not
not.
valid.
Yes, but that's not dealing with what we was talking about. You went somewhere else with it, my brother.
Bro, what do I gotta pull up more about the 13th Amendment?
Okay, I mean, I'm agreeing with you, but that ain't we ain't talking about what you just pulled up though, bro. And that's going against what you talking about.
No, it ain't. It said when somebody's under your will and command. That's what slavery is.
All right.
And so when you go to the 13th Amendment, like we're gonna read again. Now listen, this is just the key word. And I'm gonna break this thing down. The 13th Amendment to the United States Constitution abolish slavery and involuntary servitude except for. So now listen, slavery and involuntary servitude is abolished except for. That means it's not, only in two exceptions. So yeah, it is abolished except for when you charge with a motherfucking crime, my nigga. So when you charge with a crime, so hold on, when you charge with a crime, you're not just either one of these, you both of these, my nigga. you're gonna be labeled as or either one of these. It really doesn't matter.
So now ask what was slavery prior to it being abolished? Ask it that. What was slavery prior to it being abolished?
That wasn't. I wasn't asking Google. Hold on.
Body bag.
I ain't going rude.
How's a question a body bag? First of all, y'all slow. Now listen.
Body bag.
What I'm saying is, real words. I didn't look and ask Google nothing. I just went to the 13th Amendment. But what do you want me to ask them? Smoke.
What was slavery prior to it being abolished?
Hold on.
Because according to the Constitution, the 13th Amendment, there was slavery until it was abolished. So what was slavery before it was abolished?
Somebody gonna have to turn that music off. They gonna give me a damn flag.
My bad, Bap. I ain't even know, G. I'm sorry about that. I thought I was on mute, bro.
Oh, okay, now you good.
For real. Not even on no funny shit. I thought I was on mute, gang. My bad, bro. No, nigga get the sip, motherfucker wanna play a little music and shit.
Okay, my bad. All right, let me pull this back up because I almost forgot what the hell I was supposed to be pulling up. It says a brutal system of American chattel slavery begun in 1619 and did not end until 1865, where the first 20 Africans were brought. So is that what you want me to? Man, what type of shit is this, Super Smoke? This is shit we going against. First of all, we go against this. So if you using this as a damn reference, it's already over with.
See, I told you there's another.
All I'm saying is, if y'all gonna use the Constitution, I'm gonna use the damn Constitution.
This ain't the Constitution.
We can't use the Constitution.
This ain't the Constitution, brother. This ain't the Constitution.
I feel you.
You asked in Google. Hold on. You asked in Google what was slavery prior to it being abolished. It's not the Constitution. I'm sorry, but you can use the Constitution.
You're using the Constitution to verify that slavery still exists through the penal system. Correct?
Yes.
So I'm using the Constitution to verify that prior to just being a slave through the penal system, that there was other forms of slavery, and I want to know whether or not slavery is the same form of slavery being conducted through the penal system for people who commit a crime. Is it the same degree of slavery, or is it something different?
I mean, pretty much. Yep. No rights.
He make a point.
Yeah, no rights.
You can't vote.
So slaves have no rights, correct?
Right.
Do prisoners have rights? Yes or no?
I don't
Be
think
careful
so.
how you answer that question.
I don't think they got the right of freedom, bro. They don't got freedom like that.
I didn't ask you. We just the slaves have no rights. Never we're trying whether or not prisoners have no rights.
I wouldn't say that slaves didn't have no rights. I wouldn't say
No,
that.
nigga, you can stop shooting from the hill. We know
Yeah,
slaves ain't got no rights. What about, do prisoners have any rights? Yes or no?
Yeah, prisoners
Yes.
got rights.
They got the right.
That was right. Yeah.
Prisoners got
Prisoners do
rights.
have
I did. That's why I had to say. That's why I had to say.
But
I
listen
wasn't no
though,
damn
but listen
slave.
though, but when we're talking about the history, but when we're
Slaves
talking
had rights
about,
too,
hold
though.
Hey,
on,
Rue,
we're talking
I'm good
about,
at this shit, Rue.
hold on. But what we got put up on the screen, you smoke, that was a good one. But that's not even talking about the same dialogue, the history. That's talking about
I
people
know.
being brought up. That's talking about people being brought over here from Africa. So either the history is fake all around right there, or
Yeah.
some of it is true. So
It got to be wrong. That's what I'm saying. All this shit wrong.
Yeah.
I think the Constitution
right.
is bullshit.
So, but what we do know is right is that when you go to motherfucking prison, you under somebody's will and command. And according to the 13th Amendment, your ass is a slave. That ain't no historical narrative. That's right now. Real facts, my nigga.
Right, according to that 13th Amendment, yeah, but I'm not.
And somebody said
Yeah, I'm
prisoners
not.
have no rights.
Right.
They say prisoners have no rights.
So I'm saying that 13th Amendment don't apply to me.
You saying that it don't?
Damn right it don't.
Oh yeah, you free right now. You ain't committed no crime. You ain't been punished for no crime at least right now. So yeah, it wouldn't apply to you. But when you was punished for a crime, it did apply to you. That's what I'm saying.
And they applied the fuck out of that shit on your ass too.
Hey man,
bro.
stop gas like nigga. Listen to your music.
All right, smoke my bad, G. Convict.
Yeah, man. That word slavery a motherfucker, man. Yeah, that's what I would say. I'll be stuck on that shit, man.
Involuntary servitude, either one though, is what I'm saying. And even the law tells you that it's interchangeable. So it don't matter if you use that one or the other one. It still applies to you when you're being charged with a crime. That's all I'm saying. Which will make you a slave, according to the. You niggas can be slaves except for when slavery is abolished. It means, except for when you niggas commit a crime. That's all it's saying, bro. Involuntary servitude is abolished except for when you niggas commit a crime, bro.
Yeah, but I have to disagree with that because they're using slavery under the same definition as prior to the abolishment. If they changed that degree of servitude and they changed that conditioning that applied to a slave prior to it being abolished, I have to say that no, that's not slavery.
Well, listen, I'm saying that it's under the same.
Swear, smoke signal.
I'm saying it's up under the same system, not based off of your normal historical narrative, but based off of other contemporary records. When you get into British records, London records, early American colonial records, it referred to these people as prisoners coming through the Americas. And also simultaneously labeling these people as slaves as well, and saying that they're in the condition of slavery. So what I'm saying is that
So what
And I'm not gonna go through and show all the sources I just showed y'all earlier, showing that prison and slavery was connected at the hips in 1651. Okay.
What about the condition of the mother, the condition of the child? That don't indicate no criminal activity.
I think when we get into those top conversations and how they defining it, I think that's kind of indifferent, right? Because you're talking about a particular term. Slavery and slave has different meanings. So when we're talking about the word slave and the word enslave, we're talking about two different meanings. So the word enslave would apply more to the slavery conversation because it's the condition of the person. So not based off of a mother and been born into it and all this other shit. So the term slave.
No, I roll with that. So we'll have to say the Constitution.
Well, listen, the term slave and enslave have two totally different definitions.
Right. So we'll have to say the Constitution. The Constitution should have used the word enslave instead of slave.
No. It doesn't use the word slave or enslaved at all. It used the word slavery, which has its own meaning as well. And it also uses the word involuntary servitude to cover the other aspect of it. So two totally different meanings. The term slavery doesn't mean the same thing that slave mean. Okay. See, this is where the confusion is happening right here. Okay, Smoke. The term slavery and slave is not the same word. It doesn't have the same meaning. It is not even applied the same way. I'm just telling y'all, man.
I say this gonna have to be visited again until we get some.
I don't think it need to be visited. It's been black and
Yeah,
white.
that shit was crystal clear, bro.
This shit is in black and white, bro.
No,
Ain't nothing to clear up after this, bro.
Man. It's not crystal clear. It's not crystal clear to me.
What's
What you
crystal?
still
What's not
confused
crystal
about,
clear?
Smoke?
Because you listen, you keep trying to compare chattel slavery to slavery.
Is it a difference between chattel slavery and slavery?
Yes.
And which one did the Constitution abolish?
When you add another word to it, it definitely takes away the different meaning.
Which one did the Constitution abolish? Both of them?
Slavery.
But not chattel slavery.
And involuntary servitude.
But it didn't abolish chattel slavery.
Because they can't hold you a slave for life. It's only slave is the term of your conditions and shit for your conviction. Unless you got life sentence, then you chattel slave.
The reason I think that they didn't abolish chattel slavery, Smoke, and this is just my own opinion from research, and it should be yours, is because it didn't exist. Okay? That's just the raw facts of it. Chattel slavery is not real.
So slavery then has always been associated with some type of conviction or punishment.
Yes. Under my understanding.
Now that's crystal clear right there. That's crystal clear right there.
Huh?
Yeah, I disagree, man, because that's indentured servitude, and what Truth brought up a long time ago, white slavery or white indentured servants, bro. That's different than the slave narrative, man. I gotta agree with Smoke on that. I'd agree.
Nah, because with most cases of people that they tried to call indentured servants, they was treated even worse than some people that was called the motherfucking slave. They basically was a slave.
I just showed that to these dumbass niggas, bro. I swear.
They was motherfucking doing bullshit to keep to extend the contract, even though they know the shit was fraudulent. Motherfucking what the one lady and shit named Abeline or some shit like that, Abigail and shit, she beat her slave woman so bad that they said that motherfucking skull was like a sponge.
And then my boy Jeff beat his slave so bad he turned her to a damn jelly. They said it beat her to a jelly, and all he had to do was not being able to own no white servants for 5 years. They had to pay a fine
Okay, then, damn, y'all just, man, come on now. I'm not being an asshole, man. Y'all plainly showing
Yes, you are.
Y'all plainly showing a difference between somebody that can kill their people, beat their people, rape their people, sell their people, and the difference between if you do something to this person, they have rights. There you go.
Nah, because they was doing exactly the same thing, and a lot of times even worse.
What they having in
to
the
them.
prison.
Yeah.
But they got rights though, and if they got caught for
No,
them,
they
they will
don't.
be all right.
I
It's
mean,
like
yeah. Listen, they got Bill of Rights, right? But listen, we got to know if it ain't getting reported, it ain't gonna get talked about. It ain't gonna get nothing happen to it. Same thing happened in the penitentiaries. People in them motherfuckers get killed all the time by guards, and that shit gets swept up under the rug, bro.
But that's
Bro.
not slavery because you was allowed to kill your slave and do like heinous shit to him.
No, he wasn't, bro. You wasn't allowed to
Oh,
kill.
man.
You wasn't allowed to do that, bro. You wasn't
It was
allowed
all
to do that.
types
I
of
can show
laws
you where
against
people were
abuse,
being
bro.
charged with beating their slaves, bro. I can show you right now.
Yeah, I
In
think
the
you showed
record.
that shit before, man.
Like I've been showing this shit for years. These niggas act like they don't see it though.
Power, man. I'm just saying that ain't slavery, man. That's indentured servitude, bro.
Bro,
you confusing the shit, bro.
Yeah, I ain't about to argue with him. He lost.
Yeah, I think indentured servitude and slavery is the exact same thing, but just under a different name.
Bro,
there
that's
you
what I'm
go,
trying to tell
Smoke.
Root word. Literally, that's
Yeah,
literally what it is.
tell Root that smoke.
Tell Root, please, bro. Damn.
Okay, Smoke said
either
according to law, my brother.
It either means that all the people who was called slaves were actually indentured servants, or all the people who were called indentured servants were actually
slaves. Right.
And I like to say that if Power, if every book we read would change that up, and except for using slave, we're using indentured servant, man, there'd be a whole different manifestation of thought out here. That's how you know it's different words. I digress.
Nah, it's the same word. They just subject the meaning into commercial education. They confuse the meaning. So this is done by the supremacist class on purpose, deliberately. You know what I mean? But what they can't get around is the actual records. You feel me? The actual logs
of people coming back and forth working.
No, people was coming back and forth as prisoners. Do I got to show you this again?
See, I would say it was a mixture of both.
Me too. It plainly says it. It was free ones and indentured servants.
Okay, a mixture of both. Coming to work for free. Okay, cool.
No, I was just saying that there was some type of structure going on back in the day called a corporation. That's what we was talking about at the beginning. But I digress.
Indentured servants work for free, bro. I just want you to know that they didn't get paid, bro. They couldn't buy their way out of indentured servitude. They didn't get paid. They work for free.
Power, what was the contract for? And why did they have a limit?
They was to work for a certain amount of time, and then they get set free so they can go work for money. But most of the time, they didn't make it out of it. And sometimes they were indentured servants forever, so they work for free for forever. So this is just the facts, bro.
If a person is, like you saying, a slave or indentured servant is a person from the penitentiary, people in the penitentiary get paid low, beyond low wages, bro. And
yeah,
they get
hold on. I'm making the distinguish what you're making. You're saying servitude and slavery is different. I'm saying, when you're a slave, you're gonna work, and it's gonna be bare minimum. It's gonna be below bare minimum. You see what I'm saying? Because according to the slave narrative, you could buy your way out of freedom. You could bond your way out of bondage. You could bond your way out of bondage.
If the person wanted to give you up.
No. Even if it qualifies.
High power, man. I'm stuck on slavery, man. I'm just not with it.
Man, listen, you niggas go to slave all the time, been enslaved today all the time, and you niggas was in bondage, and you got free. Most of the time, you niggas had to pay a bond to get out. You had to scramble up and pay a little bit.
That's you not slavery.
The slave just pulled up. Let's ask him.
Who is that? Lucky?
Yeah.
He said the slave just pulled up.
Yeah, he a good slave.
I just think it's a lot of witchcraft. And just, man, a slave got to be a European, man, that was in servitude, man.
So you saying the
So you
only
saying there wasn't no nigga
Europeans were
slave? You
slaves?
saying there wasn't no nigga slaves?
I mean,
Who
according
said
to
that?
how we started off the conversation, it was cause of the penal code, if so, man. I mean, that wasn't because niggas was already over here, bro.
If niggas can be convicted of a crime, niggas can be a slave, man. It's just that goddamn simple. It ain't even that hard.
Slave labor. They always add labor, and when you put labor to it, you at least putting $20 a month.
No, when you
No, labor don't mean you just mean you was getting paid, bro. That just mean you was working.
No,
Right.
it don't. Labor mean there was a workforce because you work for a
No,
corporation.
do I gotta pull up the word labor for you now? Do I gotta pull it up
Yeah,
real quick?
please, man. Laborers get work, get paid, bro.
No, they don't.
Unless you're volunteer, unless you're from Tennessee.
Well, let's pull up the definition now, bro.
Ain't no nigga working for free in Tennessee.
That nigga said unless you were from Tennessee.
I'm having fun now. I just got through
Cause
it.
they the volunteer. Cause they the volunteer state. That was a play on words. I like that.
And that's what they be doing.
All right. So look, a task, a project, such as labor of Hercules. This is a quote unquote parentheses reference. Later exertion of the body, trouble, difficulty, hardship, toil, work, exertion, task, tribulation, suffering. The word of hold on, toil, exertion, hardship, pain, fatigue, a work, a product of labor, a word, uncertain of our origin, but they know what it means. But listen, real words, nonetheless, it has nothing to do with getting paid, bro. That's just the facts, bro. Sometimes you just gotta bow down and just lay the fuck down at the conversation, bro. Just say, all right, bro, y'all got it.
Okay, can you name one person ever in the world that didn't get paid for their labor?
Bro, yes, there's people in prison right now working for free. Like Smoke Signal just told you earlier, he was a freaking firefighter for free. I'm done having this conversation with you, Root Words.
He volunteered, sir. He volunteered that because everybody else that was in penitentiary with him got paid at least 20 to.
What he say he did? He worked for free. He didn't have an option to work not for free. He didn't have an option.
Yes, he did, man.
So, no, he didn't. They didn't offer him no money for that.
No, all the other jobs get money.
No. They didn't offer him no money to be a firefighter. So
I'm asking you,
was no
sir.
option.
I'm asking you, sir.
Look, it's a no. Prisoners in the American colonies generally did not get paid for their labor.
I'm asking y'all, can y'all please name any labor that don't get paid, except for in these little weird stories y'all talking about?
Bro,
So
most
now,
prison work, listen, there's over 15 different states right now where the prisoners are working in the state and they don't get paid right now. You can look it up right now. They don't get paid nothing.
Add power. Outside of the penitentiary, can you name any labor force?
No, we're not talking
that
about
don't get
outside
paid,
of
bro?
slavery, nigga. I'm not going to talk about outside of slavery. We're talking about
No, you said slavery was abolished. That's when you're talking about when slavery was abolished.
No, but you forgot to say except for when you committed a crime, my nigga. So now we're talking about slavery. It's still in the conversation. You see, you're not going to get around it, bro. It's in the 13th Amendment. You can't get around it.
Smoke Signal opened up Pandora's box, man.
No, y'all both just don't confuse. It's in black and white. He left because he know he ain't got no more fight. You still up here swinging at the air, and you just going around in circles.
Man, like Master Self hit it on the head, man. I'm stuck on that word slavery, man. I'm sorry, I'm just stuck on that motherfucker.
Hey, you got to go learn the concept, the different concepts of it.
Nah, man. I can agree that. I just think we need to relook at history.
Words. Did you not know what an apprenticeship program is or an internship where you go work for free? I'm not even about to do this to you no more because I will do this to you. I don't think you understand what you're talking about, bro.
Oh, that's
I'm
basically
agreeing
what's
with you,
happening
Carter.
with prison
Why are they
systems.
working for free? Why are they working for free?
It doesn't matter. See, now you ask them why, but now we got to get into that they are. First, we got to agree that they're working for free.
And they can walk away whenever they want.
And once we get to that conclusion, you
Power.
agree, it kills the whole conversation now.
No,
You
it
see
don't
what I'm
add
saying?
power. Because they're in school at power. They're learning. I just
Bro,
like when you put labor
Bro,
to it,
you're
that
giving a
kills
reason.
slavery.
Hold on, you're giving a reason why. And them reasons come in many different forms, many different ways. But the point of the matter I'm making that you made up is name somebody in America today outside of slavery that is working for free. I just told you that. These people work for free, bro.
Man, these people volunteer their services,
I
man.
don't give a damn what they doing, bro. I don't give a fuck what you call it. It just proves your point, bro. Now
All right,
you're moving the goalposts, bro. You're moving the goalposts there. So now,
Ain't nobody about to be out there in them fields, man, working for free, man.
bro, they
Cussed out like
literally,
some white
bro,
man.
they're literally there's a work crew down there every day in America that's somewhere out in the field picking up trash for free.
Hey, I just like April put it in there.
And guess what? It usually got a big old initial on the back, letting the world know who property they is and whose jurisdiction they are up under. With an issued number of a badge that you're going to have to turn in to make sure that you are scanned as property going back into the property of slavery. Do I got to break this thing down to you, bro? You went there and went to these damn things, bro. And when you went to jail, they made you strip butt naked. You didn't want to strip butt naked in front of the men. You didn't,
and they made that nigga bend over.
I don't know, power, man.
No. He made you strip butt naked and bend over and cough. You didn't want to do that. You didn't. That's not voluntary, my nigga.
Had power before that, though, man. Slavery wasn't just that concept.
Nah, nigga. We talking about slavery today, nigga. You niggas is this. Nah, y'all keep you trying to get around it, bro. You can't, bro. I'm telling you, you really can't, bro. And people don't even bring up this fact about history and connect it to the legal law of slavery. See, y'all talking about these fake ass stories of chattel slavery, nigga getting beaten, whipped, and your mama being a slave, and you born instantly a slave as soon as you came out, still attached to the biblical core. Like, come on, bro. We're not doing that story, bro. That's some bogus ass shit.
Look, let me read this real quick. I asked Google, did prisoners in the colonies get paid? It say no, prisoners in the American colonies generally did not get paid for their labor. Instead, their labor was a form of punishment and a source of profit for the colonies or private entities. Key aspects. Convicts transported from Britain were typically sold into a form of indentured servitude or straight penal labor, often to plantation owners or iron manufacturers. The individuals or government agencies that utilized the labor paid the prison, the shipping company, or the colonial government, not the prisoner.
Right. You said penal labor. Penal labor is prison.
Right. And they sent them to plantations or manufacturers.
See, that's what I'm saying that I agree with that. Wow, that makes more sense of what indentured servitude is or slavery. And y'all ain't forgetting that there's a whole different story in that. That's all.
So listen, Root, when I'm telling you, historically, when they telling you that slaves worked on the farm and shit, they're talking about a prison, bro. You can go and look up the term prison form, and it's going to talk about the penal labor convict works, legal or illegal at the form. So we're talking about a correctional facility when we're talking about these prisoners and these forms and these landowners and these. Bro, this is the whole story that they're not telling you, bro. I'm giving you the raw game, fam.
And those contracts could be sold from prison to prison, sending motherfuckers from Alabama to,
Right.
I said that I agree with you like an hour ago. Like, look, man.
I know you do, Rue. I'm just trying to help you understand where I'm coming from with it. Like, I'm not trying to just make up shit. I'm literally using the document of historical references.
I'm just saying the name. I just think that fits with slave labor
Oh, I
or
understand what you're saying,
indentured
though. I really
servitude?
do. Like, because this whole chattel slavery shit done tore our people's minds up. And when we think of slavery, the first thing we think about is chattel slavery. So I do understand your gripe and pushback. I'm just giving it to you in a real proper, uniform, clean cut form. No beat around the bush, straight to it. You feel me? That's
I'm
it.
glad I'm just wasn't around here sounding crazy. Thank you, man. Yeah. Because even in the chat, I'm like, shit, goddamn it, he making a point, but you know, that ain't everything.
I mean,
in
no,
slavery.
I understand the but is coming from the indoctrinated chattel slavery story. It get confusing when you're trying to compare it. But most of the time, when you look at the chattel slavery story, this is the slave narrative, not the slavery narrative. You understand me? So I'm just saying that it has different meanings. We really got to start looking at these meanings because we get confused and start thinking words mean something when they really don't. You know what I'm saying? Because probably a lot of people in the chat probably thought like you did, Ru, that labor probably meant that you got paid for doing some work. But it doesn't mean that at all. You see what I'm saying?
I feel 100% what you're saying.
So it just we got to just start locking in on these words, bro. I've just been doing this for a long time too, Ru words. You know what I'm saying? And one of the key things that helped me is my patience with research. You know what I mean? The understanding of each important word, because sometimes it be the little things that change the connotation of the word. Like when we're reading the word slavery is abolished, you would think that slavery don't exist, but we skip out on that word except for. It's a small word, but except for is a very crucial element to it. You see what I'm saying?
Context clues.
Context clues, bro. It gives you got to have full context of what's been said, or else it'd be took out of context. You see what I'm saying? So, yeah, man. You feel me? Yeah, man. Like I said, it was a good conversation, though, man. Hopefully, people got a good understanding of what I'm trying to say here. Slavery has always been crime based, prison based.
That's a fact. Even back to the dumb diverses. It was
So
a crime. Everybody who wasn't a Christian was basically
when you hear about your people being in slavery, don't think that they was getting beat the fuck up. Just think of them maybe committing a crime or maybe having a crime put on them. Okay.
That's what I'm trying to say, man. See, when it's coming from two different aspects, I think the people that was in the cotton fields, that wasn't us.
I just told you.
They was indentured, and we was free, bro.
Is cotton grown on farms?
What I'm saying is, I just don't think that word slavery fits it. I just think labor fits it more, and it makes the whole story understandable. But I digress.
No, slavery is the process of what you endure. You can't.
I'm agreeing with you.
Hey, man, I agree with you though. I think labor would be a better word to keep it in context. Because
that's why they say involuntary servitude.
Right.
The word servitude is labor.
Right.
Hard labor. And involuntary meaning you're not wanting to do it. You're forced to do it. So it all applies. That's why the 13th Amendment is crucial, because it encompasses the whole aspect. You feel what I'm saying? The slavery part and the involuntary servitude part.
Like, I just know, like with the word slavery, it makes me forget the research from 1870 to 1899. You know, I'll just say that. Just that word don't fit inside nowhere around there.
Yeah, but once you start realizing that the Negroes was the landowners, right? And the prisoners was being in the prisoners, aka the slaves, were being leased out to the landowners. Then you got a proper understanding of who was owning these prisons and who was owning these slaves. If the Negroes and the Indians were the landowners, then the Negroes and the Indians owned the slaves. That means some point in time in history, in reference, in books, you should find that Negroes and Indians actually owned the slaves. According to law, you should be able to find this in the law books. You see what I'm saying?
It's a fact.
And you can, but listen, and you can though, root words. That's what I'm trying to say. You can find these in the law books. Matter of fact, let me pull it up and show you one of the most crucial ones that I'd like to talk about. White slaves were actually owned by Negroes and Indians in the South to such extent that the Virginia Assembly had to pass a law.
I'm agreeing that there was, let me just say this right, commercial entities. But when we just put slavery there, it's hard. It's just the story gets blurry. It goes back to getting blurry. That's all I'm saying.
No, it don't get blurry. People just don't understand the history of that word.
Mm-hmm.
I'm a wordy person, but trust me, it blurs a lot of shit.
That's what
It blurs up the castles, the forts, the fairs, the pyramids, the temples, the great river system.
That's a whole different era of history, though. A whole different era. Each era gonna have its own components that simply apply. That's a different era.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? Just like the ancient apartment complexes go back 2,000 years. Hell, that's a more separation from the pyramids to that than it is from the Roman Empire to the Egyptian Empire. It's about the same distance in between. So we're talking about eras, bro.
Hey, shit, it's good to disagree to agree.
You feel me? The first pyramid in America, 5,000 years old. The first apartment complex, 2,000 years old. You see what I'm saying? That's a 3,000 year difference. Egypt was already gone and destroyed by the time ancient Rome was being created. Do you understand the difference in era in between one another? You understand me? So that's proper to keep everything into chronology as well, which is hard to do when we be having these historical conversations, but it's very key to keep it in chronology, though.
Hey, speaking of apartments and the whole prison slavery shit, you know how the shit is set up, the dorm with the dorms and shit in prison.
I couldn't hear you. Kind of went out a little bit.
I said, speaking of the prisons and since you just brought up apartments being older than the pyramids and shit like that, you know that's where they got the design for the prisons right now with the dorm systems with the 2 levels.
Right,
it's designed just like the indigenous apartments.
Right, just like them. And I believe that the actual prisons are actually reused ancient apartment complexes.
I was just about to say that.
I literally believe that, bro.
I was about to say that.
Like they use our old structures and then for some reason they throw it in front of us and have us all around it and in it. You see what I'm saying?
That's a fact. It's basically
hold on, y'all.
What?
Who is paying for these apartments?
What I'm saying is,
hold
on, let me just say this.
Who's paying for these apartments?
I know this is a conversation you can get into, and we ain't gonna have to take away too much from this. Now, listen, them buildings that you see in your avatar behind you look just like historical prisons today. I'm saying that the old buildings that Montezuma and our ancestors built and once thrived in and lived in with the family estates are now took away, and the state use them for state penitentiaries and municipal buildings and theaters and coliseums and etc. But go ahead, Ru.
All I was saying is it had to be some type of commerce going on every faction of it. That's all I'm saying.
Oh no, prisons is a multi-billion-dollar industry. I'm just saying the niggas who's been in prison ain't part of that money. I mean, they part of the money been made there because of the free labor, Ru. Listen, the free labor is where the money is. Listen, if I can have a business and I got a huge business and everybody that work for me work for free, you know how much money I make?
Power. I'm just saying, man. I said they might have worked for low wages and under the table, but they say they work for free, man. That's
listen,
bro. They did.
If I had you working at Pizza Hut and I owned a Pizza Hut, right? and I'm making money off my Pizza Hut, and I just hired a whole bunch of new people, and I'm making y'all guys work for 50 cents an hour. You know how much money I make?
I'm not saying you wrong. I'm just trying to say that when you put these people with staying in hotels and apartments in America, man, there had to be some currency exchanging in that shit.
Oh, you talking about historically? Oh, my bad, fam, my bad. I didn't know you. I thought you were talking about the prison shit. My bad.
Yeah, I'm just trying to say that that's more like a labor force, bro.
It was taxes going on. The
That's
local
that's
tax,
all I'm saying.
No, the local tax paid for every building in the area. You can go read that in the American Indian Encyclopedia. It talks about the first taxation system in North America being independently created in Alabama, amongst the Muskogee people in a place called Moundville, Alabama, is where they found reference to the earliest first tax system in North America, which was a shared concept amongst North American indigenous folks. You know what I'm saying? So we definitely had taxes. We definitely had laws. We definitely had structures. We definitely had governing. We definitely had government. You understand what I'm saying? So it's just the facts, bro. All this shit is intertwined to understand. The shit that we did and the shit, the way we ran shit historically, they just borrowed their system, did their little tweaks, changed some shit around, and we got caught up in this system. Sometimes our people even did a little bit of this switching around, but that's a whole nother subject. I'll talk about the 5 sellout tribes or the 5 civilized tribes or the 5 Moorish families, which they call the 5 civilized tribes. I can talk about that too.
Hold on. You talk about the Cherokee in there?
See, there's 2 different types of Cherokee. You got you got the civilized branch of Cherokee. You got the Tuscarora, civilized part of the Tuscarora. See, you got to realize they split in 2. They start splitting.
Right.
Some of these people were mixing.
Yeah, they was going to war with each other too.
It happened. So they picked the allegiance. This is how these little wars start popping off amongst the indigenous wars. They start popping off right before the Civil War, which they try to disguise as the Civil War because those wars was really popping off with the peoples during that time. It just wasn't the Union and the Confederate shit that they talk about. You see what I'm saying? So you got the Battle of Chickamauga, the Battle of the Creek, the Battle of the Seminole, the Tuscarora War, the Yamasee War, the Gullah War. This all happened around 1861 and 1865, just like the Civil War in the same area that the Civil War happened. Ain't it ironic? You feel what I'm saying? When you start looking at it. So I don't know.
So would you say the prisoners of those wars became slaves or laborers?
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, for sure.
See, that's why I like having conversation with you at Power and certain people, especially you too, Master Steph, though, where y'all could challenge my brain because I can say, well, they made a good point, and it could make me stand down a little bit. Like, damn, I just can't be super confident because it's going against my story. That's why I got to agree with you at Power. Sometimes I just don't know. Sometimes you don't know.
Okay, shit, that's why I'll be here. I'll be here to learn. Okay.
Sometimes I don't know it all, though. I ain't gonna lie to y'all, man. I ain't gonna lie. I ain't the nigga that know it all. I really don't.
You definitely know a lot, though, gang. You know more than most, especially on these subjects.
I know what I know, but if I don't know something, I am quick to tell them, motherfucker, listen, I don't know, gang. Like, listen, I just don't know. You feel me? So, but I just feel like and like I said, I always like to say from the way I see it in my research, this is how I see it. I try to provide all the reference points that got me up to my conclusion. You feel what I'm saying? So it just ain't seem like I'm just pulling this shit out my ass. You feel me? No Diddy. You feel me?
And something else too, I've been trying to say too, though. I don't be on nobody's balls, man. But when we recognize, you recognize, man. And, I've been like on TikTok and on like listening to Tariq Nasheed a little bit. He's been the topic, and I swear to God, he lightweight listening to you at Power.
Hey, somebody listening.
Nobody else be trying to put the Aboriginals and blacks together, man. He borderline, and I swear, I think that if just I don't think y'all see it, but y'all the Aboriginals are taking his swag, but they're doing it in a fucked up, in a good way, but a fucked up way, if that's the best way. Motherfuckers ain't going against black, but motherfuckers know that the blacks was the aboriginals and indigenous, man. And that, it's beautiful to see that shit meet. But I digress, man.
Yeah, I just know that who my peoples is, bro. So I'm not really into going against my people based off of them being a victim of indoctrination. Like, I'm not here to do that, bro. Like, I'm really not, bro.
Now I'm talking about like everybody in America, like I'm talking about like 50 million people. I'm talking about like at least 20 million of them are young people that Small Hat woman was talking about in Atlanta. So we might be in the thousands of it. We might have 1,000 people on here that's given the ministry of, look, bro, we FBA or we're Aboriginal.
Right, which
and
I like.
All these people are hearing this, man. This is a new manifestation.
Nah, and listen, the youth is attached to the FBA shit a lot too. So I like that. You know what I mean? And so that's, like I said, I just utilize each of these talking points from these groups as a bridge for me to be able to give them this Aboriginal indigenous knowledge. Because once you hear it, you can't unhear it. You see what I'm saying?
There you go. See, that's what I'm trying to say. I've never seen nothing where two groups merged, because once you hear it, you can't unhear it, bro.
You can't unhear it, bro. So I know that because I was once a Black American and didn't know I was indigenous. And once I heard the shit, it was like, damn, I heard the shit, bro. Like, I heard this shit, bro. Now I got to look into it. And once I looked into it, everything was just making sense. So like I said, it's about getting it out. Sometimes y'all be getting too bad at arguing what they claim they is instead of getting the information out. And they never end up ultimately hearing it because y'all was too busy arguing about what they claim. You feel me? So
I always said I remember when we first met in the back chat, like years ago, you was like, man, I remember the first thing you said, because everybody that had your back, I was over the wheels all arguing. You said, just come on, man, how can we get together? And all of us was still arguing over names, man. And you always been like that though, bro. Fuck the names, get the information out. Even though you got your ways, it's still, I gotta respect that you the only one in the community that's been like that, bro. I respect that, bro. I digress, man.
That's real. That's real. Appreciate that, Rule. Hey, man, make sure y'all hit that like button for those that's still in the chat. Still, y'all, whoever's still in the chat right now listening, y'all some real riders, man. We've been here cooking for almost over 5 hours, and we're encroaching in on the 11 o'clock marker, man, Eastern Standard Time. I know Smoke probably gonna go live. I do appreciate y'all for tapping in. Y'all make sure y'all support the channel before y'all get out of here. Root Words, Master Self, appreciate y'all for tapping in. This was one of them, bro. This was one of them look good late night builds.
Yeah, for sure. For sure. Salute.
Thank you for having me up, bro. Thank you.
Good conversation, man. This was a great conversation. I really do appreciate y'all. But, man, we up out of here, man.
Yeah, Panther, Free Jazzy Chuck.
All right, gang.
Yeah, Genie.
Salute y'all, man.
Somebody OG like me, yeah. I'm him, yeah. I'm me, yeah. Here's a little somebody OG like me. South Dallas, Bonton, Bear Street, Door Street, yeah. Here's a little somebody OG like me. East Side, Rub City, East 21st Street, yeah. Here's a little somebody OG like me. Got the mind of a genius, but I'm straight for the streets, yeah. First thing I like to say, rest in peace, Pokey. Heard a lot about me, baby, you don't really know me, no. Talk a lot of this and that, but boy, you gotta show me. I ain't looking for nobody, pay me if you owe me. Make a lot of sense, everybody gotta listen. Rock with Donald Trump, why? Cause I'm a politician. Never did a lot of wishing, but I did a lot of whipping. Whole lot of dollar getting, pressing potty in my kitchen. In the world about to end, don't nobody give a damn. Everybody is a go, but they ain't messing with the ram. And these ladies love my flow, cause they know he's so real. You can call me Michael James or Jacoby O'Neal. Hey, here's a little story about an OG like me, yeah. I'm him, yeah. I'm me, yeah. Here's a little story about an OG like me. Never told on the soul, not you, not me. No, maybe I am him, maybe I am Jim. Jumping out the gym, shining like a gym. Move a lot of weight, but I ain't at the gym.